LadyChann, rep none less, and welcome to Come Box with Shan. Get this. Hang on. I'll be swinging all over the place with this mic. Let's have a go. Hi, guys. Hey, guys. Hey, guys. Does my mic sound nice? Chickadee check 1, check 2. Does my mic sound nice? Do it sound nice? Hang on, I'm going to do the, got to do the banners, didn't I? Got to do the banners. There's the Cash App down at the bottom. I can see y'all in the building. No, let a bitch get this wig in chickadee check. Let me get it in check. What's up, guys? I need to get this mic in check. That's what I need to do. The mic wants to do what it wants to do. You don't do what you want to do. You do what you have to do, right? What's up, guys? How's your day been? I've had a nice, relaxed, chilled out day, to be fair. Not too much drama, you know, no drama. No dramático. Pero estoy dramática a veces. Depende en el día. See? All right, so just getting myself in check. And I will be putting the link in. But first, I'll be putting, you know, I can't call him a guest anymore. He's family, he's a team member. And that's it. He's team member. He's team member. He's team. When you team done them season, your team Come Box with Shan, your team Pep Talk UK, we're team Pro Bees, you know. I've got to do I'm gonna do a tribute show for my buddy because I've been thinking about him and I still can't. This time last year we entered 2021 with a bang. We had a great show. Myself, Pro Bees, Tunde Ajayi. Oh, it was a full panel. I think we even had Caden from the Boxing Bros. And we was excited about the new year. And I can't believe that my buddy, I think sometimes just in shock. Just how everything just can change in one fucking foul swoop. And it's like, damn, man. I just don't get it, guys. I just don't get why some really mean people allowed to trod the earth for till they're 90 years old. And then you got the greatest people that just, leave us really early. Hang on. Just making sure everything's straight. And then I want to apply the lippy. You can tell this is a girl's channel, isn't it? Hang on. Apply the lippy. Hang on. Apply the lippy. But I hope you guys' day's been amazing. And depending where you are, I hope it's continued to be amazing. Okay. We going straight down the middle. Do we judge? Or do we judge? Do we judge? Or do we judge? There we go. Right. Let me get the banner and then I can get some intro in. Down on this one. Wow, it's a bit warm, isn't it? Jeez. Activate fan. Fan activated. Fan activated in 3, 2, 1. Fan is activated. Fan is activated. Come on. And see this when you're wearing. I feel like I just. Right, guys. Are you gonna give me what I need, Lappy? Hang on, guys. Got to be able to be at the helm. Oh, okay. You want to know if we are on Wi-Fi? Okay, so let's get the banner done. The banner is edit. So the banner is today is Chris Eubank Jr. Also, it's Chris Eubank Jr. It's Chief One Time Thurman and Clarissa Shields. And hang on, where's my hand button? Oh yeah. And Clarissa Shields, disappointing? Question mark. I don't think that's how you spell disappointing, Shan. I don't think so. Why does that look wrong? I don't know. Sometimes I just feel like I just really can't spell. Keith Thurman, disappointing. Okay, so let's without further ado, got to get one of my family members on, one of my favourite new people. I'm introducing, introducing Kenny. What's up, Kenny? Ken?
You know what? The title, when you say disappointing, you know what? They did what they got to do. They beat the opposition in front of them. And I thought that, they put in very, very good performances. You know what I mean?
I've put a question mark, Ken, there.
You know it is. It's obviously we're going to get into it, but I think what it is that, why show your hand to a future opponent? You when you're with new trainers or you're building up to a fight, you have to evolve.
Yeah.
You can't just put your best performance in, because what's the point of peaking when you don't have to peak when you get your your world title fight? That's what Usyk did with Joshua.
Yeah, you may see it a little different from me, mate. I like your perspective. I like your perspective. Let me.
One more thing before we start.
Yeah,
a lot of British fans are going to get a shock in their lives.
Why?
Because they need to see world boxing, not just British boxing. They'll get a shock, especially when it comes to women's boxing. They'll get a shock. They've had two sharp shocks, and they haven't learnt their lesson. Same.
Just saying. Let me just say hello to everyone. Lisa Bale's in the build dizzing. Bruce Gold's in the build dizzing. That guy in the build dizzing. Hello from Germany. Deutschland in the build dizzing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. In the build dizzing. Yes, I can count to 10 in German. I used to grow up being in Germany. My aunt was in the US military and she was based in Germany. So my cousins were born on a base, which makes them American, but they was fluent in German. So we used to be ein kleiner. Yes, they used to teach me German. But in the build dizzing, thank you and salute. And I've been to Germany, one of my favorite places, massive land. Salute to you, Bruce. Salute to you, Miss Ringside in the build dizzing. My G, King Charlo in the build dizzing. Nice to see you guys over here. AJ all day in the build dizzing. Neil Simpson in the build dizzing. It's been good trying to figure out what to eat. That guy in the build dizzing. Jay Styles in the build dizzing. Yeah, salute to you, Jay Styles too. Okay, so let me just introduce someone else. I'm introducing another family member. Introducing, introducing. I'm being an idiot today, aren't I? I'm introducing AJ What up, Dow? Introduce it.
Hey guys, how you doing, guys? What's going on,
How
guys?
you doing?
How's it going?
Sounds like Rolly. Is that Rolly Romero the Bill Dizzin?
I was trying to do Liam Williams. I can't really understand what that guy's.
okay.
It's very
That's
low.
a hard accent to do.
It's tough.
Accent,
the Welsh. Yeah.
Wales.
I've been working on it, but I guess I've been having.
You'll get it at some point because
yeah.
you're really good at.
I haven't actually heard him talk much. I gotta really hear him talk just to really get it down in practice.
Kind of more mumbles.
Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of more mumbles. He's
he has
always
an annoying personality, which I don't like.
He's always in a strop.
Oh boy.
He seems to be always in a. He seems to be always in a strop. He always seems to be.
He's always in a bad mood. I mean, like, I don't know if something's really bothering him. He's going through some crisis, but he doesn't seem happy. The guy never seems happy.
Yeah, he don't seem happy. And do you know what? He's not one of my favorite people. Do you know why? Yeah, because
I know why. I know why. Yeah.
One time I was with Pro B's, right? I don't know if you were supposed to be on this one, Kenny. It was a watch along, and Liam Williams or something was supposed to do. He agreed with Pro to do the watch along and have a little interview and then do a watch along with everybody. And then what he did, he just stood Pro up, and I hit Pro like, when we did the show, and said, Pro, did he holler at you and say what was the reason? Like, he said, nah, he's never even said, nah, sorry, bud, like, sorry for not being able to come because of XYZ, nothing. So from then I was like, I don't like him.
That sounds like him.
Yeah. And I was new to the boxing game and I thought, this guy's a jerk then for doing that. And then, then I started to watch, then the next fight I saw him was fighting Andrade and he got dropped, like I said, in the second round. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. We are going to talk about it.
Are you talking about Liam Williams? Liam Williams?
Yeah. Liam Williams.
I don't like this guy. I don't like this. I don't like this guy.
It's got bad attitude, ain't he?
Liam Williams from Wales.
Whoever from Wales. Liam Williams, whoever from Wales. Yeah, him.
Well, on the bright side, at least I got my prediction right.
You got your prediction? Yeah, I said split decision, but yeah, I said Chris Eubank split decision, but it was UD.
I was hoping that Joker would knock him out. I mean, for God's sakes.
Yeah, he's a meanie. That one.
You really believe him that he really wanted to punish him?
Yeah. Hang on. We've got a super chat in the build.
He wanted to humiliate him.
He did. I'd say he did.
And he did humiliate him.
Let me read this super chat first, and then we're going to chop it right up. Donald Banks, thanks for dropping that quarter of a dizzap on your girl. Shan, I'm tired of coming on there. Fuck. I was like, oh, God, what have I done now? Shan, I'm tired of coming on there, seeing you look so good. So I'm going to just go ahead and book your ticket and start the process to get you over it.
Oh.
How sweet. How sweet. You know what? When I read the first, Shan, I'm tired of coming on here, I thought, oh, no, what's happened? Who have I offended? And I like Donald, so I hope I ain't offended him. Donald, that is such a sweet... it's a sweet compliment. Thank you. Made a girl blush. Yeah, I should be coming to the States in the summer, actually, so I can't wait.
Nice.
Yeah. But I'll be on the East Coast, AJ, man. You all the way up on the West.
On the West, yeah.
You're on the West. You're on the West. All my family live in the East. So, but you never know what happens, eh? Donald Banks, you are a sweetheart for that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You made a girl blush. And that's hard to do. I put a lot of blusher on, so it's permanent. Oh, you're welcome. So, hang on. I'm introducing. Queen Lisa Bezales. Ding, 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 ding. My sister is in the
King's
building.
all
Hello.
here.
I know
Hi.
you
Hey,
watched.
Lisa.
Yeah, actually, Lisa.
Hi, Lisa.
Hey. Hi, Kenny Ken. Hey, Lady
I'm all
Chan.
good.
Hey, AJ.
Hey, sis.
What up?
Hey, sis.
Hey.
What
Chilling.
up, Dow?
I'm
What it do with the
chilling.
folk?
Yeah, what it do with the folk?
What it
We
do with the
here.
folk? I'm
Yeah,
on. So,
yay, yay. Like
yeah, yeah,
AJ say, yay,
Yeah,
yay.
yay.
yeah, yeah.
Weedy
That's how
clubbing.
stuff, innit? That's how they talk. Yeah, yeah. They're riding on their
Yeah,
on their lolos. Yeah, yeah.
that's that Ice Cube. Yeah.
Yeah, Ice Cube West Coast talk. Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
So, okay. So, Ken, let's start
Yes.
with you first. Let's start with you first.
Yes.
Chris Eubank versus Liam Williams
Liam Williams.
from Wales. Liam Williams, yeah, from Wales.
Well, first and foremost,
What did you think about the lead up? What Chris was saying? What did you think about the fight? Just tell me your thoughts, and we'll all chime in.
one thing it showed me is that Liam Williams is British level. He's not. He's domestic level. I thought that when he fought Liam Smith. I definitely thought that when he fought Andrade and when he fought Eubank. It's all well and good. He just, it reminds me of his fight with Gary Spike O'Sullivan. Less brutal though. Two guys talked themselves into a big fight in order to make some money. Like I said, go to an all-ticket crowd, and they used Chris Eubank Jr.'s name to get a fight, and they put themselves in a situation which was very humiliating for him. Getting who gets knocked down continuously by a jab. He didn't even turn his fist. He just came up, boom, and it was so quick he didn't even see it. I mean, what Chris Eubank loses maybe in terms of keeping his hands up defense. Yes, athleticism. He wasn't going to hit. We'll be fighting now, and he still wouldn't have landed the combination on Chris Eubank Jr. He's not at that level. We knew that before the fight started. All Chris Eubank Jr. was doing was just practicing the kind of movement, and he's learnt with Roy Jones Jr. But in terms of like displaying his full skills, didn't have to display his full repertoire because he wasn't fighting a world level fighter. He was fighting a domestic fighter.
So you're saying that Chris Eubank only fights at the level of his opposition?
Oh, absolutely. When he fought Gary Spike O'Sullivan 6 years ago and a half, he raised his level, and because he knew Gary Spike O'Sullivan was a big puncher. James DeGale as well, even though James DeGale was on the wane.
He was on the tail end.
The tail end of his career. He still had to match him for speed of hand and foot and take him out because he's fighting a skillful southpaw. George Groves Jr. didn't get out of first base, got intimidated by George Groves' size. And Billy Joe Saunders, he made a complete hash of that fight. But in terms of other fights, it's all about levels. And it was personal, as he said, and no disrespect against Liam Williams, but if you're getting knocked down by a jab, which means your punch resistance has gone down. Doesn't matter if you have Adam Booth in your corner. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And a good trainer isn't going to make a bad fighter world class. It's just not going to happen. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
William Williams is not a top class fighter. Don't listen to any of the rubbish that you heard from Dominic Ingle about how
No, I don't really listen to Dominic Ingle, to be honest. Anyway.
Yeah. Because the other day, his fighting style was gone out of fashion anyway. That
out of fashion from 1922.
Yeah. Look what happened with Barry Awad, Keith Galahad, got battered.
Yep. Floored, KO'd.
So all I'm saying is that sometimes you can build a fight to what it is, but people in the know that Liam Williams is British domestic level when it was proved on Saturday.
Correctamente. Correctly said. All right. I will let AJ go on this. I know Lisa hasn't seen it, so I'll go after AJ. Go ahead, AJ. Oh, do. You watched it, didn't you? You did. You watched it.
Yeah. I paid. Yeah.
Well,
the buildup was exciting.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say that. The gloves are off. I enjoyed that. I got a sense that Eubank was going to punish. I was picking him to win. I mean, there was no way I saw he could lose. You know, I mean, I picked him to win on points, like I mentioned. Saw the fight, and I just saw a guy who was a complete control from start to finish. He could have. I firmly believe he could have stopped Williams and got him out of there. He really could have, because if you drop a guy 3 times in the first 4 rounds, and twice of those times were on jabs, well, why wouldn't you up the pace and just and just? I mean, Eubank. He said he was going to knock him out. He said he's going to do everything to ensure he didn't see the 12th. Then after the post-fight press, he goes, "Oh yeah, I just wanted to punish him and teach him a lesson." Well, okay, well, which is it? I mean, you said, I mean, like, well, I mean, come on. I mean, the way you make a statement, I mean, honestly, he did a lot better than Andrade did, I'd say, because he dropped him multiple times, and he looked like he pretty much cruised, and he was having fun in there. But I mean, dude, why are you playing with you? I mean, close the show. You know what I'm saying? Well, you clearly could. You know, I mean, and just as far as Liam Williams goes, I don't really rate him, if I'm being honest. I've actually seen him fight too much. I was doing my research and seeing a lot of his other fights, and pretty much like he just comes forward and doesn't really do much. Like when he gets hurt, he holds and does all this stuff. I don't really see him going anywhere in middleweight, if I'm being honest. I mean, I'm trying to figure out who else he's going to beat up there at 160. Yeah. And I don't know if you guys heard he signed to Probellum. I don't know if you guys heard about that.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Liam Williams. Yeah, he signed to Probellum afterwards, and I'm like, why? What? I mean, who signs somebody after coming off a loss? Like,
but they may need good domestic fighters.
Yeah, probably. They'll probably just feed him the other guy. I don't know what they're gonna do with him, but I mean, I want to see where he goes from here. You know, and then he has to go in front of the British Boxing Board of Control for his kill comment. I thought that was kind of funny. You know, yeah. It was a picture of him was posted on Twitter with his eyes shut, and I'm like, oh, now he has to go in front of the board like that. Oh, oh boy, oh well, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, all in all, I enjoyed the fight. I thought it was kind of funny, but I just wish Eubank would have knocked him out and finished him. That's all. So.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. So, my points on the matter. Very disappointing. Great stuff that you got the 4 drops. 3 out of 3 of those in the first like 3 rounds, and the last one like round 11 or something. Great stuff. For me, the showboating has to go. The showboating has to go. Roy Jones Jr. needs to stop teaching Chris Eubank to be Roy Jones Jr. It's just that it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. We saw a little bit of it in the beginning and how he did those little, like, those short rights that floored Williams. Cool. Kudos for that. But clearly you're supposed to get the dude out. This dude he's coming up. Ain't Williams coming up in weight?
I know he's been a middleweight for a while, for the last few fights, I'd say.
He's been a middleweight for... Yeah, he has actually. Live. Was he not 54? So he was always...
No, he fought Liam Smith. I think it's like middleweight.
Yeah. That was at 150. He started at 154, but he moved up the middle in the last few fights.
Cool. Yeah. He's been there ever since. Okay. He's a short guy. Obviously, doesn't have the reach advantage, the height advantage as Chris Eubank Jr. did. But what you got to know about Liam Williams, he's a durable guy. He's a durable geezer. Very durable. Even if you knock him down, he gets up. You're going to have to knock the geezer out clean cold for you to have that fight stopped, because he will keep going and going and going. As we saw that he got knocked down by Andrade, he gave Andrade some hard work. Andrade probably, was a bit ring rusty. That was in the bubble. That was at the height of the pandemic.
He hurt Andrade late in the fight, actually. I mean, I think
he gave Andrade. He gave Andrade some problems. But ultimately, Andrade got the win. But what I will say is, and Kenny may be surprised about this, because we do root for our Brits.
Yes.
But there's levels to this shit. Like, yes. I kept hearing Chris Eubank saying there's levels. Well, Chris Eubank ain't elite.
Not yet.
He's not an elite fighter. He's never going to be.
Get that way. He
No,
may
he's
never
never
get to that level.
He's still calling out Golovkin. I honestly, I picked Golovkin probably.
Can I
still to
finish
beat him.
one sec? One
Yeah,
sec.
sorry,
One
go ahead.
sec. He's for me, he's even barely, he's fringe world for me, Ken. He's fringe. He's gonna be a champion. He could be a champion depending who stays at the 160 division. If it's like a weak bunch, he'll be the best out of a bad bunch, and I can see him having a title. But Ken, he can't stand the test of time with an Andrade. He can't stand the test of time with a Jamal Charlo. As much as we say Jamal don't fight, I just don't think he's elite. Guys, jump. Ken, what do you think about that? And AJ, and then Lisa as well. I just don't think he's elite.
I think what's happening is that if you look at Chris Eubank Jr.'s level, he's too good for domestically. He's too good at the European level. And when you talk about French world class, he's probably too good for that. But when it comes to make the step up, there's a lot of things that are going to go wrong for him. For instance, his athleticism is going to count for a lot. He's being able to touch a count for a lot. His
speed's amazing.
But unfortunately, the problem is that we can tell his athleticism from the fact that he's got good feet. But there's going to be fighters who are going to close down the distance, be able to throw combos at him, and that's where they won't knock him out. But what will happen is there'll be massive leads to the extent that by the time he plays catch up, the fight's over. So in that respect, he's proved both times against Billy J. Saunders and George Groves, who proved to be world class fighters, and they were just domestic dust ups. That he just hasn't got the work rate for an elite fighter.
So do you agree that at the age of 32, and you AJ, at the end Lisa, at the age of 32, he's changed on his how many trainers now? He seems like he's comfortable with Roy Jones Jr., but I mean, Roy Jones Jr., respectfully, is probably getting a big bag, from Chris Eubank Senior to train his son at the end of the day. But I just don't see him. I just don't see him elite. And that I saw that performance in its totality. Yes, he got the win, but it showed me where he was. I'm just disappointed. He lied and said this is what he had planned to make him suffer. Well, you didn't make him suffer. Maybe you humiliated him a bit. But for me, to make someone, to make someone suffer would have been KO right in front of your home crowd.
Thank you.
Wales.
Thank you.
I just think you said that because you couldn't get the knockout because you spent too much time. Let me tell you, without them knockdowns, the fight was close.
Was it?
Liam Williams could have scored a draw.
It was.
Yes.
It was.
Liam Williams could have scored a draw without them knockdowns.
Yeah, but was he catching?
Eubank let him back in the fight.
That's true. Starting with the fifth round, yeah.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I was saying in the fifth round, Chris took his foot off the gas and Liam got back in for like 3 or 4 rounds, I'd say. He did.
He came in. He let him back in for 3 or 4 rounds. Now, I saw Chris Eubank didn't have the killer instinct to finish. I saw Chris Eubank in the end back foot it for 3-4 rounds of basically. I don't call back fighting on the back foot running, but what I do call running is when you're on the back foot but you're not throwing any shots and you're literally running. He ran round that ring. Chris Eubank Jr. If you watch that back, his punch output decreased.
But how many punches did Liam land? Because
I'm not sure. I think Liam landed quite a few.
There was a right hand, but in terms of there was the odd jab here and there. But in terms of you're cutting off the ring, but I think if you look at where the judges have got the points, especially one judge is giving it by about 10 points. So I actually agree with that because what was happening, what I was seeing, right, is that obviously there was an 8. He's knocked him out 4 times, so there's 8 points.
Oh, Shelton, your audio. We need good audio. Who's that? Or is that Tony? Not even Shelton. Sorry, Shelton. It's Tony. Wow. But that's bad time.
So basically, he's got 8 points up because of the 4 knockdowns, and then maybe the other rounds. What I'm trying to say is that sometimes it's all well and good him coming forward, but there wasn't a signature punch which got him under pressure, which made me think, right, he's going to turn this around. I think that people like Matthew Macklin were giving him points because he's cutting off the ring. All right, he cut off the ring, but are you putting him under pressure? Because why was he able to go back but dance around you? If he's dancing around you, he's not hitting you.
Yeah, and you're not hitting in. And Matthew Maplin is biased at the end of the day because they all work for the Chris Eubank to Sky.
Liam Williams. Yeah, but the onus is on Liam Williams.
They're biased
to close that gap by getting punches off, and he wasn't getting his punches off. There was the odd one. So I agree with the 10-point difference from one of the judges. God, he didn't do enough to. It wasn't close, in my opinion.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, you could give Liam Williams, if you really watch that back, you could probably give Liam Williams 3 or 4 rounds that he shouldn't have had. That's my whole point. 3 or 4 rounds that he shouldn't have had. He should have been finished. He should have been finished off. He should have been finished off. And Matthew Maplin, they all work for Sky at the end of the day. And yeah, if you're not getting hit, but you're not hitting the other guy. You saw what he did in the 12th round. He basically ran round the whole ring and said that was my intention to look. Listen, you couldn't get the guy out, and if that's what you think you can do, even now to a Triple G at 39, Triple G bangs you over. I'm gonna let you know. It's all good that you're calling out him now again. Oh, I'm ready for Triple G, and you called him out 3 years ago, but it wasn't really serious and it never materialized. And now you think that Triple G is 40 years old. A 40-year-old elite beats a 32-year-old domestic level fighter any day of the week.
You said fringe.
Fringe world. I give him fringe. Yeah. I think Andrade beats Chris Eubank Jr.
Oh, absolutely.
Knocks him out.
Absolutely.
Right. I don't know about knockout because he's Chris Eubank Jr.'s got an amazing chin, so I'm not sure it's a knockout, but maybe it will be maybe it'll be a TKO, like a technical stoppage. Maybe it just gets waved off. But I've not seen Chris Eubank. He's never been floored out and knocked out, so I give him that. His chin's amazing.
So I'm gonna. Good. How about yourself?
All right. Hope you're holding up well. Sheldon, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm doing better. I'm not 100%, but I'm getting there.
Yeah, that's good.
Good.
But y'all talking about the Eubanks Liam fight?
Yeah.
Eubank Williams. Yeah.
So I had it not score wise because we know there's 4 knockdowns, but if we just go by the rounds, I gave 6 rounds to Liam Williams and 6 rounds to Eubank. So if you took away the knockdowns, I would have had a draw. But of course, Eubank got the knockdowns in the fight.
Yeah.
Here's my problem with what I saw. Okay.
Yeah.
The first 2 rounds, Eubank gets a knockdown in one time in each round, right? Then the 3rd round, it looked like he took the whole round off.
Yeah.
Then he gets a knockdown again in the 4th round, right? Now, after the 4th round, to me, he looked like he had blown his load. He was exhausted. He looked flat-footed, slower. He wasn't getting off shots. He was getting hit a lot more by a guy who was there to be put away, and he couldn't do it. In my opinion, he's a first-half fighter, and if he gets in there with Andrade, who doesn't get tired, I think he gets knocked out. I don't think he has the endurance to go 12 hard rounds.
Yeah. Yeah. He's just lucky that Liam Williams is a shorter fighter, a smaller fighter, and couldn't really, even though he was applying pressure. What happened is, after Liam Williams got dropped in the 4th round, he came back in round 5, and he had adjusted. So he started to, sit with his jab, and Chris Eubank Jr. was getting hit. And that's why he was, I'm with Tony. He started losing rounds, and Williams started winning rounds.
Yeah, Liam was tagging him with a lot of right hands.
He adjusted, and Chris Eubank Jr. couldn't deal with the slight adjustment that Williams held or used.
Yeah, check question. Liam, he was tagging him with a lot of right hands, and it's just that, I think that, I don't know, man. I mean, it was, I think I think he did gas. I mean, but clearly, I don't know. I mean, it was a very perplexing fight. It really was,
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Chan?
Oh, you go. Go ahead, King. What's up? What up,
Hey,
girl?
what's up, Chan? How you doing, sweetheart? How's everybody on the panel?
Oh, we good. I'm good.
What's good, man?
We here.
Good.
We alive. We here.
I'm gonna keep it honest as I can.
Yeah, as always.
Shit. Eubank ain't shit. Neither one of them is good.
Neither one of
And
them.
if they step up in competition, both of them ass kicked. Period. Point. They ain't that good.
I don't think so either. I know it sounds harsh. Kenny's like, right, you lot are harsh, isn't it? You're thinking it's harsh, isn't it? It's harsh. You're harsh. You think we're being like Lisa, do you?
I mean, some people, yeah.
Who the hell
Huh?
does Eubank beat, and who the hell does Liam Williams beat? Look at the landscape.
They ain't beat no one.
Take Murata over both of them.
They ain't really fought no one. That's what I'm saying. So when Kenny's saying like, yeah, maybe he doesn't want to show all his skills or he rises to the occasion of the fighter that he's the level of opponent, well, then that's why maybe he's not fighting that good because the level of opponent that he really fought ain't really
Lady Chann, can I chime in real fast off that piggyback?
Yeah.
I disagree with that. He doesn't rise to the occasion. He does not, because both step-up fights he had, he lost. Whether it was against George Groves or Billy Joe Saunders, he got his ass whooped both times.
Yeah,
so the only two times he stepped up in class, and I mean, domestic at that. Like, we're not talking about he was on a world level. He stepped, well, I don't know, maybe Billy Joe Saunders is world level, George Groves is kind of...
Billy Joe Saunders is world level. George Groves is world level.
What, James DeGale?
James DeGale.
Wait. DeGale doesn't count. DeGale doesn't count because he was old as fuck, way out of his prime when he lost.
He weren't in good
like,
condition.
He's only stepped up in 2 fights, and that was that was Groves and Billy Joe Saunders, and he got his ass whooped both times.
Yeah, so that's why I think he's not elite. He's fringe world.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Lisa, and then Kenny can go after.
Yeah, unfortunately, guys. Hey, everybody on the panel, Tony and Shelton. Hey, I didn't see any of the fights.
Yeah, have you not looked
Yikes,
back on
bad Lisa?
It's on YouTube.
Hmm?
It's on YouTube.
Oh, okay, I'll check them out on YouTube. Yeah, I didn't watch any of the fights.
Yeah.
So,
What do you think of Eubank?
but I never thought he was elite. He's a decent, prospect or whatever. But I don't know if he's ever.
He's not a prospect. He's been pro for years. He's not a prospect.
Oh, so he's not even in line for a title. Okay.
Well, he's in line for a title shot, but it doesn't make him a prospect because he hasn't did title. He was an interim champ. Which one was he? WBC interim or something like that. Yeah.
Well, it's
but he's not
okay.
a prospect. He's been about for years. He's just underwhelming in my opinion. He's just like a bit disappointing in my opinion, Christian Banks.
Can I ask the panel a question, Chad?
Yep, of course you can.
Okay, here's for the whole panel. We all know that Jamal Charlo ain't shit, right? Everybody know.
He beat Eubank though.
That's my question. Would you pick Eubank over him? Well, we know that he ain't shit.
No, I picked Jamal Charlo.
Yeah, I agree.
Eubank won't fight him. Eubank won't fight him because there's no money in it. He'll fight. He wants to fight. Yeah, Eubank and his dad are about money. The fact they priced himself out of Golovkin, which in 2016, which meant Carl Brook got the fight. Now all I'm hearing is triple G, and that's only because it's a monetary situation. So fighters like Charlo and Andrade will not put food on the table for him, so he won't touch him. He certainly won't touch Andrade because he's a southpaw anyway. Doesn't want a piece of that. But how do I say it? It's too much risk, less reward financially for him. So he definitely won't touch Andrade. Not a chance.
See, that's what I don't understand. That's what I don't get. How's it too much risk for him? He ain't shit. He ain't never won a title. He's nothing.
Yeah, I know.
He's a domestic level fighter who ain't shit. So how is it too much risk for him to fight a world champion? I don't get that.
You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
because you only have to look at what happened 5 years ago when he had the chance. It was in his hands to fight Golovkin. It was in his hands. But because of the fact that him and his dad started wanting to double the pay-per-view, double the price of the tickets, it was, Eddie Earn and a few others trying to do the Frank Boff. And then that's when Kell Brooks joined. And the Eubank, just like his dad in the 90s and the early 2000s, they're about money. And you've seen this with Andrade. Andrade, some fighters don't want Andrade because he doesn't bring the dough in. So I don't see him fighting Andrade for monetary reasons.
So what is he there for? He's 32. His career is going down the pad.
He's obsessed with Triple G. Triple G is the payday.
Yeah, but Triple G is being offered by Eddie to Canelo. Eddie ain't thinking of no Eubank and Triple G right now. So Eubank better get his skates on. Who would be his next fight then?
What's that?
Because Andrade's going up to 68. So Andrade is gone. And anyway, Andrade would have beat his ass. Andrade would have outboxed and beat his ass. So he's gone. And then you've got Charlo moving up to 68. So them two elite, well, definitely Andrade. They're gone. Elite, world level, whatever. Them two's gone. Who's he? Shelton, we've got echo coming from you, King.
Oh, I'm sorry. And you got to remember, he ain't half the fighter as daddy was anyway.
His dad was amazing. This is what I'm saying. I think he's not like Conor Benn where it's he don't care about. He's been in them silk sheets, mate. Chris Eubanks for me is not like Conor Benn. Conor Benn is on this. He's on this.
Well, Conor Benn fight Avanesian then?
Conor Benn's still like Conor Benn's fighting ex-world champs like Chris Eubank. Really, not
who
really.
lose regularly at world level. That's not a test. That's has-beens. Fight Avanesian.
Nah, because I can't agree. Yeah, I can agree with that. No, I can agree with that, but they don't want to do that because Frank, with the different sides of the street. But I don't mind an Adrian Broner. I don't mind an Adrian Broner. You got a Maurice Hooker. It's better than but you got to look. He's only 24. He's only 25. Chris Eubank's been around for years. He's 32.
Yeah, his dad fought Michael Watson. His dad took a risky fight in 1989 against Michael Watson. He's 24, 25.
But I just prefer Conor Benn's attitude than Chris Eubank. Conor Benn's journey's been much more of a pleasure to watch and to see him develop. I'd rather see Conor Benn fight the Vargases. I'd rather at least he stepped up to fight has-beens.
He fights shot fighters.
But he's had no amateur. He's had no amateur. But at least I'd rather see them Americans fight him. Chris Eubank ain't fighting hardly no American. He's dead, fam. He's dead. He's 32. He's dead. Conor Benn will be a world title holder. And you can see that for sure. He will get. I'm not saying he won't lose because I believe that he will. But in comparison,
when's he going to get tested?
Oh, he will. He's stepping up. So they tried to get him to Adrian Broner. He's going to be doing Maurice Hooker.
That's not a step up. That's not a step up. Neither one of those is a step up fight.
Maurice, I think Adrian Broner and Maurice. I think Adrian Broner. It's better than David Avanesian. To be like Conor Benn, at least he's fighting like ex American champs. At least he's dabbled over there.
But they're way past it.
Chris Eubank ain't doing shit, fam, and he's 32. Conor Benn's 25.
But I don't know how much I agree with that argument because at the same time, I like Conor Benn. Don't get me wrong, but he ain't fought nobody, and the only people he's talking about fighting are way past his fighters. Now, at least in Eubank's defense, he did try to step up. He just fell short both times he stepped up. He fought Groves and Billy Joe Saunders. Ben has fought nobody even close to that level.
Don't you think he will? How old was Chris Eubank when he fought those two cats? How old was he when he fought?
He was 24 when he fought Billy Joe Saunders, and he was It was
28, 29?
27 when he fought George Groves.
28.
28.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see then. So it's the same age. One's the same age as what Conor Ben is. In my opinion, Conor Ben shows much better dedication. He's shown improvement. I don't care what you lot say. Chris Eubank hasn't shown any improvement. No matter who he's with, trained himself, trained under his dad, gone to Roy Jones Jr. Where's the vast improvements that you've seen? And we're still talking that he's fringe world level. Have you seen any technical improvements? In my opinion, I've seen none.
The best thing he looked. Hold on. Wasn't it? Hold on. The British trainer, wasn't it Adam Booth that had him for one fight? He went to him for like one fight and then he left him for Roy Jones. Who was that British trainer?
Yeah, Adam Booth. He's had him for
Yeah.
one.
So I will say this. Under him, that's the best. That fight that he had with Adam Booth was the best I ever saw him look. And then he went to Roy Jones, and I don't think Roy Jones' style of teaching is conducive to how Eubank fights. He doesn't have the gas tank to try to do the Roy Jones shoulder roll, fighting from the outside, leaping in and out. He just doesn't have that. He's not built for that style. And I don't know where he goes. Like, to me, he may be able to beat Triple G. He might be able to. Because
he's old and flailing.
That's the only reason why. I don't know what Triple G has left in the gas tank. I thought he lost Dermianchenko, and we saw Charlo mollywop him with ease. So I don't know where Triple G is, but out of all the champions, that's the only one he might be able to beat due to age. But if you got a guy like Munguia would beat the living shit out of you, man.
The brakes off of him. Jaime Munguia is another one that you could talk about. That he's not doing what he's supposed to be doing either. So I'm not.
I think Triple G beat Junior.
It just depends on what he's got left, Lisa. I don't know how much Triple G's got left.
Yeah, that's true. You got a point there, Tony.
Maybe, but to me, it's a big maybe. It's not definite. Like, it's not definite that he beats Triple G. It's a maybe, in my opinion, and that's a shame to say. It's still a maybe that he can't beat a 40-year-old. Like, it's a maybe. Sorry, it's a maybe.
He's not only have a 40-year-old. You're talking about one of the probably who's sold into the go down as a great middleweight champion.
This is what I'm saying. Even though I've got my gripes with him, but that's
Hold on. You say Triple G is one of the great middleweight champions?
I thought he was a great one. Yeah, I thought he was all right.
Oh my!
He ain't people. We could do a show on him because he ain't really done what he's supposed to. But I know what Kenny means. Like, technically, you can't say that Triple G ain't. He's fought. The fight is that he has fought. He's fought some good fighters. Obviously, you know, Canelo and all of that. But I know
Canelo and Danny Jacobs. Who else?
I know.
Who else?
Yeah, Danny Jacobs. I know where you're coming from, Shelton. Yeah, he's held the IBF.
But here's my only issue. Okay, look, I do agree, Shelton, that Triple G may not have fought everybody that he should have. However, if Triple G would have beat Canelo the first time, like he did beat him and got the win, which he should have got, then a lot of people would rate him a lot more higher than they give him credit for, because he beat the shit out of Canelo in that first fight.
It was a robbery. I agree.
Oh, yeah.
He got robbed. Straight up, he got robbed. He did. He got robbed. But what I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying. Technically, he's still better than Chris Eubank Jr. Technically, Outlaw Pugilist says, I disagree. Chris Eubank has definitely improved under Roy. I've not seen it. I've not seen it.
I think you're better than Chris Eubank Jr.
Well, I'm gonna be really honest. We know that Triple G. We know that Triple G is not a Monsoon or B-Hop or
yeah, we know it's not.
What's his name? Hagler. But let's be realistic. He was probably the best middleweight in the last, 10 years. I mean, career middleweight.
What I will point is he was avoided. I will say that. A lot of production.
Yeah.
Well, plus he had a lot of title defenses too. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, I've got my gripes on all of these. But what I'm saying is, just on a tech level, Chris Eubanks can't chat to Triple G.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I mean, if he goes in there,
so did Wilder. So
Huh?
what does that mean? He had a lot of title defenses, but so did Deontay Wilder. I mean, what does that mean?
True. Least true. It's the quality of opponent.
I agree.
They've not been the greatest.
I agree.
Go ahead. You agree?
Well, I agree with LadyChann on a technical, I don't, they're in beyond him. But two things in boxing has never lost. Women giving bad relationship problems and fighters going in with that baggage, or father time. Those two things are undefeated in boxing. So father time could be against Triple G, and that could be the equalizer. That's just the thing. And he hasn't fought for a while. Like he's supposed to be having his unification, but I don't even think that's happening anymore.
Yeah, he keeps sitting out. He's supposed to fight last December. He sat out the whole year.
Allegedly, they're supposed to move that fight to them. It's supposed to be happening in April.
I think it's happening. Yeah. I think it's happening in March, April. So we'll get to see what state Triple G is in then. Puro sur centrar mi hermano. What up, though? Yeah. Salute everybody. Yeah, well, that's Chris Eubank. Liam Williams, I didn't know he's got signed off of a loss to Pro Bellum, but maybe they thought, we need to build, because they're a new company, we need to build a stable of all. Actually, because I did see Sam Jones in an interview say, we want people that are out of their prime, but they're still good. We want prospects. We want world champs. So I think they want, across the board to sign in Liam Williams to have him as a good little solid domestic fighter, because there's still some nice fights for Liam Williams, that he can still make a living out of boxing, to be honest. He doesn't get pummeled a lot. So, yeah, I think there's a place for him in to still be signed. Not everyone's elite.
He's the epitome. He's a good journeyman. He's the epitome of a gatekeeper. That's what he is.
I think he can be a gatekeeper, a tester. Yeah.
Yeah, he can test motherfuckers. Yeah, he never been behind, so he can't be a gatekeeper.
Yeah.
If I was fighting, I would not even entertain a match with him. That is one of the dirtiest fighters I've ever seen in my life, and I wouldn't even give him a payday. I would not even fight him. I'd be like, fuck this dude. I'm not fighting him. If I do fight him, I'm going to bow him in his goddamn face. Like, that dude is so dirty.
Did you see what he was doing to Eubank Jr.?
Yeah, he was choking him, hitting him behind the head, hitting him in the head, he was putting his forearm underneath his chin.
And the fucking referee was pulling Eubank and dragging him around the ring, and not Liam too much.
What Eubank Jr. is supposed to do in that situation, Chan? What was he supposed to do in that situation?
Well, he bit him.
Fucked him up.
He bit him.
He bit him.
Eubank Jr. was supposed to hit him low, elbow him, hit him behind the head, do the same shit.
Yeah, but Eubank did hit him behind the head as well, though. I saw him do the same thing. I saw him hit behind the head when they was in the clinch. I saw Eubank Jr. do that, but
he dropped him. He dropped him.
Huh?
Eubank hit him in the back of the head and dropped Williams. And I think it was the fourth round where he dropped him by hitting him in the back of the head.
Side.
No, he hit him in the back of the head.
Dirty, you fight him dirty. Hit him elbow. Make the ref do the job.
Dirty.
And Shelton, that is why I like Dillian White. You hit Dillian White in the nuts once, he hits you in the nuts twice. That's why I like him. I like the dog.
Remember it. You do as much as what you can get away with. It's for the referee to be reffing at the end of the day. Do you know what I mean? So if I can get away with it, I'm going to do it. But he is a dirty little fucking fighter.
He said he was going to take that reproach anyway during the gloves are off. He said he was going to. His words were, if you try to box me, I'll box you. If you try to doubt me, I'll fight you, and I'll do everything. He did promise to fight dirty. So, it's no surprise. And, as we all know, that there's limitations to what, Liam Williams is bringing to the table. I mean, come on.
Yeah, you can't just admit it. He just ain't that good.
Yeah, if you're getting done by jabs, right, that means that your punch resistance is at the greatest, and neither is your time and your feet.
But he's coming in on it. He was walking onto shots.
Yeah,
because he was so angry, he weren't thinking. He was livid. That was all.
Yeah, but that's the thing that shows a lack of control, lack of skill.
Yeah,
and someone who has someone who relies on having his mates around him. There's fighters who can fight when they ain't got their mates around, and fighters who fight when they got their mates around. He reeks of someone who had a big crowd around him, and he flopped.
And we ain't seen him. He didn't want to do any interviews. We ain't seen him since. So I'm waiting for tomorrow to see what he comes with his dirty attitude.
He's sulking. He's upset.
He's sulking, mate. Yeah, Sadie's
Remember, he's got to go in front of the board.
Why is he mad? He acts like the fight.
Yeah.
The board is investigating him because he said that he wanted to kill Chris Eubank. And he said some really... What else did he say? Some really nasty things, didn't he?
He was trolling for a year. He was trolling for a year on social media.
Nobody cares about what he says. He says ass. Nobody cares about what he says. He got his ass
whipped. The British Board of Boxing Control does. He's under investigation.
You're right, Chan. Obviously,
he may. Out here, it's a bit different. Like, you can't say these certain things and think like you're gonna get away with it in the sport. Like, he may get banned for a while for the things that he was doing and the consistent trolling. And he was talking about Chris Eubanks' family, some nasty things about his mom. Some really nasty things.
Oh no!
Yeah. I think I left. Didn't I leave you a message Saturday saying Liam the shit personal?
I can't remember. Did you? You probably did. And
this shit personal.
Yeah, he's a nasty.
They need to start doing that stuff so people think this is not a joke, man. You got to stop doing this stuff.
Like making some really personal.
They need to do it over here too, in my opinion.
On the dude's mum. Yeah, they need to do that in America. And that is why Chris Eubank said, I wasn't, all females in my family were banned from coming to the fight because I saw just by the weigh-in of how the Welsh crowd were to me and very hostile on the back of Williams' comments. So he said, I couldn't put my mum, my aunties, my girl cousins, and they all wanted to come. And he said, ban. He said to the security, if you see them turn up at the door, you've got to turn them all away. Don't matter if they're my family. And I respect that. He said, because he said it would be putting them into a dangerous, hostile environment with what this guy was saying. So imagine all this shit that this guy was saying. Eubank had to not allow his female family members to the fight. That's a disgusting type of person. I actually forgot about that. So fuck you, Liam Williams, actually. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. You nasty piece of work.
Not only that, the fans of these fighters are pretty nuts. They could be out there. They're really good.
Hey, Rafi. Yeah, nasty piece of shit. Yeah. So that's where we have good luck to Pro Bellum for signing him. And let's see where Liam lacked composure early and paid for it. Yep. Remember, Rafi, he was just too livid. He was too angry that he didn't even follow again. But once he calmed down, that's when he was actually doing much better boxing. And like I said, he gave him some round. And Chris
so mad about?
To the fight.
What is he so mad about?
Because of the back and forth. He just hates Chris and Eubank a lot. They really dislike each other. Well, yeah, he kind of did, because Chris Eubank, when the fight was posed to him, when everyone was going, this guy Liam Williams don't like you, and he's saying, and he was like, who? Chris Eubank honestly didn't know who Liam Williams was. And then he researched him, and then Liam Williams was just abusing him on Twitter from day one. And then he took another fight, and everyone's like, see, he's ducking. He's scared of Liam Williams. And then he said, after this fight, I'll fight Williams. So he did, but remember he had some cancellations. People that would come in on short notice, and then he had the Liam Williams, and Liam Williams had like some kind of injury or whatever, and that got pushed back, and then he fought him. But Liam Williams has been trolling him. It's just he just doesn't like Chris Eubank, and even when I saw Chris Eubank try to like. Who was it? Give him a dap up, or Liam Williams, one of Chris Eubank's team, tried to. And I know this sounds a bit shitty, but where he's from the valleys of Wales, right? So Wales, you've got like London, you've got the city, which is very multicultural and a lot of biracial people because it's near a port, like a sailor's port. So it's historical, for the white sailors who have came in and mingled and had kids with like the black women, so there's a big and vice versa. There's a big population of mixed race people in and also in Liverpool. Wherever there's ports, it tends to be that way, and Wales is like that. But then when you come out of Cardiff, and he's from up north, and you go Swansea and the valleys, and they all talk. Literally, we used to go to field trips there. There's no black people there. Like there's none. There's just none.
You used to get stared at.
They're not really interested in black people. When I went on a school trip, I went on a school trip to Abergavenny, right, on a geographical trip when I was like 14, and we had to go there for the week, and it's literally the valleys and to study rocks and stuff like that. We went to a shop one time, and it said it had a picture of a black person with a cross going through it and camera going through it. So you weren't allowed to bring cameras in the shop, or black people wasn't allowed in the shop. And that's facts, and I experienced that for myself at the age of 14.
So can we say that Liam Williams may be a little bit racist?
We could be safe to say that. I don't want to just throw that jacket on someone, but I mean, I'm just giving you the context of how I've grown up in those parts of Wales where there's no black people, and how I saw him interact with a black person from Eubank's team after the fight that tried to dap him up, and he didn't want any parts. It was almost like, ugh. So it made me say that.
Yeah, I mean, because he was even kind of salty after Andrade beat the shit out of him. He was salty.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it's safe to say that it just looks like he's not really on the black people team. Facts.
Right. So stay your ass over there in Cardiff, because you come over here.
Eubank's sister was there. Did she get in? Whoa! How did she get in? Did he know she was there? Whoa! Because he said it on the IFL interview. None of them, but they did bring up that even if your sister was supposed to go to the door, but I wasn't. I was in and out of sleep at that bit. Maybe he was addressing that his sister, Coogan was saying that this was the security supposed to turn away his sister, but Eubank said his sister was supposed to be turned away. So so she got in. Yeah, he was big mad.
Now, how far is Wales from you guys? Is it a plane ride, or you could take the train there?
Train. It's nice. It's a train.
Oh, okay.
When we drive into Wales, we go from the English to Wales border. We got to pay. If you drive there, you got to pay we used to pay about £5.
It's about a tenner now.
It's about a tenner now to go over the Severn Bridge
to get into their country. Yeah.
So from London, it's about just over 3 hours.
Yeah, it's like a toll. Yeah, toll.
Yeah.
Depending on what part of London. If you're from like East London, it's probably about. You add an extra half hour on it, like 2.5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've got to get a train we get a train from Paddington in London.
Paddington, you get it from Paddington, and there's 2 hours on the train. Yeah. We mostly just get the train there, but that brings you into the centre. But if you're going to like Swansea and that's up north, and that's where it's really remote, and it is only, and they don't like English either. They don't like English people or black English. They definitely don't like black people.
I didn't get that vibe from Aggie though.
I've always only been black.
Did you? I didn't get that vibe from Kawasaki though. Did you?
No. Kawasaki's from Kawasaki. He's from Cardiff. Kenny.
No, he's from. I think he's from like the valleys. But
Is
Kawasaki,
he Valley
you know,
boy?
Kawasaki was born in Hammersmith, and then they moved to Bedford, and then that's when they moved to Wales. Because I think his mum didn't want to leave Wales, innit? But yeah,
so did he grow up coming London?
No, he was always he spent a lot of his childhood in Wales, but he's actually spent the first formative years in West London,
up the road,
Bedford. So, but
Yeah.
even so,
he's from Newport. Newport, boy. Newport up there.
Is it Newbridge or something?
Yeah, Newport. They're not. There's no. You won't see no black people there.
But even so, I think his dad Enzo. His dad Enzo was like worldly. Enzo Kawasaki was worldly. So,
but that other guy, he was. Oh, hang on. Was he calling his fight?
No, his dad's called Enzo. His late dad is Enzo.
Yeah, but his dad was calling the fight on Saturday. His dad was.
No, that's Macaronelli. Okay,
yeah. The other Welsh geezer fighter, he was. I thought you were saying that was his dad. Yeah,
his dad's called Enzo. His dad was Enzo,
and this one's Macaronelli. Yeah, he was calling the fight. He's Welsh as well, but he weren't being biased. He was telling the truth that Liam Williams just didn't do good enough. Just didn't do. Even Newport rappers are white. Kawasaki's born in London. Newport is South Wales, just outside. Okay, it's just outside of Cardiff. Yeah, well, my friend had a lot of racial problems. She's black, and she's Welsh, and she's from Cardiff, and she went to Newport. And mate, the treatment that she got, and I'm telling you, from the police, no bueno. Yeah. So not so. It's safe to say maybe he's not really in the black people thing. You get me? Locke is in the building. Okay, so we're moving on to one-time Keith Thurman. Go ahead. Sorry, I need to cough, so let me go off camera one sec.
Yeah, I'm gonna call him done time, Keith Thurman.
You kick it off, AJ.
For sure. Yeah, let me see. Done time, no time, at a time, waste of time. I caught the fight. I did. Kind of was expecting Keith to stop that guy, from being honest. Didn't do that. Nonetheless even get a knockdown. So yeah, I guess he's back in the mix, man. He's one of the top welters of all time. Yay. Let's do some cartwheels. Let's party. Let's get something to eat. You know what I'm saying? Let's drink. Let's pop the bottle.
He looked like shit, bro. He looked like shit.
Yeah, I know, Sheldon. I know, man. I'm just having fun. I mean, it's funny because I put up a poll on Twitter that, like, it got an interesting response. I mean, I was half joking, but I was kind of half serious just to see what people would say. And it's like Tank Davis and Keith Thurman at 147, who wins? And I got a lot of very interesting responses, just to say the least. So, but hey, man, go Keith. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, bro, I don't know if or AJ, Lisa, or Chan will agree with me, but I'm saying the Keith Thurman that fought better stay away from Conor Ben.
The Keith Thurman that fought who?
The Keith fought Mario.
Oh yeah.
Shelton, what's happened to your phone recently? You used to be able to come on and your phone. It's really bad.
I probably got
it goes back. It has files around it. It doubles everything that you say. Yeah. You're gonna listen back to when
come back in the phone.
It's gonna be the same. No, it's gonna be the same, but I think it might be an issue with the actual phone.
Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna have to take it to the shop.
Maybe you've got too much memory. Yeah, that is real. Because when you use StreamYard on your phone, that's why I can't use it on this one. It just doesn't. It just starts to freeze and all of that. It just depends.
So I should just clean out the phone, huh?
Yeah, it uses a lot of memory. Yeah. So, because when I do this show, right, King, listen back and you'll hear what you sound like, and you can hear what I mean. She used to be crystal, super crystal.
Clear,
but,
yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's just.
I'm gonna clean out the memory. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take your advice and clean out the memory.
Yeah, clean up some of the memory. I think it's some of the memory. So go on.
Yeah, just stay away from him, man. Kind of been a bit out of the Saturday night.
For me, that was another disappointment. It was like I always give you the good and I give you the bad. And for me, the Keith Thurman thing was I was pleasantly surprised that he was mad sharp still. He had his legs. He had his legs. That's Lisa. I don't know. Lisa?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. You jumped out for a minute. You ain't got a picture on though, Lisa.
Yeah, I got a picture.
Oh, we can't see it. Can you guys see a picture on Lisa's one?
I can't.
I can't. No.
Not yet. Not yet.
White space up.
It's just a white circle, Lisa. Yeah. Hello?
Oh, I don't know why.
Yeah, it's just a white circle. Yeah. Check it out. Because I like when everyone has a picture. Just maybe read.
Oh, well, I see it on the screen. I don't know why. Let me see why.
Yeah, that's
I don't know why.
This bloody thing. Anyway, so what I'm saying is I was pleasantly surprised that he had his legs, his speed, and his power. But let's all have it right. We was there to see if he did a better job with Barrios than Tank did. Let's have it right. That's what we was really wanting to see. And when it was as the rounds were going, I saw times where Barrios was super hurt. But shouts out to Barrios, he does have a chin. Obviously debuting at 47. I knew it was going to go the distance, and I said this was going to be what did I call this one? I think I called it majority decision, but I think what was it? Unanimous in the end.
Unanimous.
I said Keith MD, but yeah, it was unanimous in the end. And what I am saying is, Keith Thurman probably can. We saw the body shots were his failure.
That's his kryptonite. That's Achilles' heel. That is.
Yeah, but he worked through it and still got the win.
Yeah.
But with Manny Pacquiao, he couldn't work through it and he didn't get the win. But that fight was very close. Some say that Keith Thurman really won that fight, you know. And I'm not totally against that. But if you really look at it, I rewatched the fight and, you know, Manny Pacquiao did outpoint him a lot of the times as well.
But a knockdown was the difference in the first round. That's what the deciding factor was.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. So I'm a bit disappointed in some ways with the performance. Like, you didn't get the kid out of there. The kid was hurt and injured. So this leads me to believe, because Keith was hitting him with some power punches, but fair play to I really like Mario Barrios. I'm really like I said it on my report, I got introduced to him via Tank. I just like the kid. I like the kid. And in there he got hard and he was like, come on, Keith, come on. You know, he established a really bad cut. Shouts out to his cut man, because they stemmed that motherfucking bleeding and that bitch never bled again.
Oh yeah, A-class guy. Yeah.
His cut man, all I kept going to my mate was, because my mate was here as well, I was watching, I was like, his cut man's amazing. My mate was like, yeah, his cut man is amazing.
Hey Chad, did you buy it? The fight? You buy it?
Yeah, I bought it because here it was only $8.99, which works out as $12.
Yeah, so
on Fight TV. So I was like, there you are, Lisa, you got a picture. So I said to myself, I may as well buy it for $8.99. If it was $80, hell no, would I have?
They're robbing us. They're robbing us, man.
If we had to do it in dollars and it was $80, and for us that would have been like £65. No, I wouldn't have bought it. Or if it would have just translated to £80 for us, no, I wouldn't have bought it. But the card was good, but I didn't get to watch a lot of it. Shouts out to Coach Malachi, because I was a lot on his live as well, and we was all drinking drinks, and all of us had drinks, and everybody had little barbecue parties and that. So so it was a good vibe. But you guys go on. What did you watch it, Kenny? I don't think you watched it.
I saw some highlights.
Some of the highlights.
Yeah, I saw like yourself.
Have you got any thoughts on
I was
Keith
looking at
Thurman?
it and I was thinking, any time now, he's going to take him out of here. But You know, because I didn't know the result before I watched it back, and I thought, yeah. So, you know what it is? Just sometimes, right? You know, the thing I've been saying, a lot of the shows we've done over the last 12 months, the most difficult thing in boxing is the equivalent of what you guys call soccer, putting the ball in it. The most difficult thing in boxing is is to knock your man out. The second most difficult thing is to knock him on the floor, because boxers are trained and do have the mindset in order to have most of the time got good chins and good punch resistance.
Yeah.
So it's a hard thing to take your man out, even though you're catching him cleanly and you're putting some good shots. Sometimes your best shots ain't gonna, still want
ain't gonna fare well, ain't gonna do anything.
And I think we saw that in the fight we're gonna do afterwards. It was again a classic case of that as well.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I was just looking in the private chat in case I missed anything.
Should we calculate a couple things? Or
yeah, go ahead.
Like okay, so
and then Lisa, you go after sis, yeah?
Okay, just a couple things.
Yeah, go ahead, Age.
Yeah, just one thing is Mario's move to 147. You think he probably felt better at that weight?
Much better, because he fought more confident than he did with Tank.
Yeah.
You saw him being able to stay in the middle of the ring and trade if he needed to trade. He looked better, and after rehydration, he was definitely looked like he was probably about closer to 160 pounds. To be fair, but Keith looked like a solid dude as well. Keith looked like he rehydrated to about 160 himself. To be fair, it's just that he was shorter, but he looked healthy. Keith looked healthy, and Mario Barrios looks healthy. And I could almost see Mario Barrios. He's not going to be at one. He'll probably be at 147 for a minute because that's where the money is. But the dude, don't be surprised if you don't see him tap out at middleweight.
No, I mean then like that's the first thing. Yeah, but then also the second thing to consider is like Keith's layoff. You think that played a factor as well? Then not being able to.
I didn't, guys. I'm not going to lie. Yeah. I didn't see the layoff as a problem for him. It should have been, but maybe this is the difference, Ken, and this is what I'm saying, the difference with elite and fringe world and thingy. Like some people, that 2.5 year layoff, you would see it. It would be so obvious. But when you're elite, his level of decline, you would barely notice it. Because he's such at the top. But someone else with that's only fringe or European level, and they didn't fight for 2.5 years, you'd see them in that ring and you'd be like, they are full of ring rust. Keith, I'm not gonna lie, maybe his ring rust was not getting the guy out of there, maybe. But his power wasn't affected, his agility wasn't affected, his speed wasn't affected. If it was, then he's amazing. I haven't been throughout the years focused on Keith Thurman.
They don't have those natural attributes. When you have those sort of natural attributes, they don't diminish. Even you know what I mean?
Well, you would have thought they would have, though. You would have thought some would. Like 30-month layoff. And even before that, so the last time he fought was July 2019 before this, and that's when he got his belt taken off him from Pacquiao.
Yep.
And then before that, I think he hadn't fought for a year. Keith
he had a shoot-up fight.
He's fought like 3 times in 5 years or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, he had a shoot-up fight in January before, like, he fought Pacquiao, like a few months earlier. But before that, he hadn't fought in like 2 years. Like, I think going back, like, I mean, minus the Barrios fight, he only fought like,
That was the last time he won was in like 2015 as well. So
we fought Danny Garcia in 2017, I think. Then he took a 2-year layoff, came back in 2019. Then fought twice.
He beat Danny Garcia. He beat Danny Garcia. So 2017 was his last win. My bad. 2017 was his last win.
Yeah. Can I ask the panel a question?
Of course you can.
This guy said, don't you think that now, obviously, we're going to be seeing quite a lot of this, that we're going to see fighters fighting if we're lucky, once a year? Because don't you think we've seen this, with the except if you take Canelo out of the equation, don't you think that with every weight class, that's what we've been seeing since obviously the pandemic is a massive kind of reason for this. But I am seeing, you know, in boxing terms and in world terms, without the pandemic, because we've got crowds. But I'm not seeing enough activity from our fighters as opposed to entertain us, with the exception of Canelo. I'm still seeing fighters not fighting, you know, like getting their fit. You know, like football, we got a fixture list. We know we're going to get 30 games. With boxers, we're lucky we get one fight a year. When normally we're used to about twice a year if we were lucky.
Yeah.
Maybe we should get used to that as boxing fans.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I don't want us to get used for once a year.
I want to see two at least 3 times. Not 3 times, at least 2.
I've got that as well. But you know, I am concerned with the fact that we're seeing a lot of our fighters are thinking, right, instead of
being so inactive, they're being so inactive. Yeah.
I want to fight the big fights. Why don't you just come out and say, I want to fight the big money fights instead of doing the big fights? Because why are you calling the public when you say that? James DeGale said that after he won his title back from Caleb Churax, and then all of a sudden he threw his title in a bin and said, I want the big fights. You know, we're going to see more and more fighters do that. Chris Eubank Jr., the one we've been kind of dissecting and criticising, is basically the architect of that kind of mindset.
It's funny. Like about you, I kind of want to send him a message on Twitter and be like, "You're not getting a Golovkin fight. Get off the scooter. It's embarrassing."
Yeah.
I just want to set him about I just want to DM him and be like, "Chris, you're not fighting Triple G. It's never going to happen. Get off the scooter. You're embarrassing yourself."
I'd like to get Lisa's point, because Lisa is a Keith Thurman supporter as well, and she knows quite a lot about Keith Thurman, and she told me a lot about Keith Thurman as well, and I've learned a lot about Keith Thurman from Lisa. So, Lisa, what do you think? I know you didn't see the fight. We was on Mal's hanging out, weren't we? Lisa, have you not seen any highlights of it?
No, I didn't see nothing.
Oh, you haven't seen none. Oh, Lisa,
no, I didn't see none of the fights tonight, the weekend.
Yeah, but you didn't catch up and see like highlights.
Nah.
You naughty.
Nah, I wasn't feeling well. Remember?
Oh yeah. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you need to just tap in. You need to tap
I put a muscle in my lower back, so I wasn't feeling the best.
Yeah, you mentioned that, right? Yeah.
You need to tap in on your phone, when you're just relaxing, right? And just tap into the highlights and just have a look at what the highlights of that fight is like. But what we was calling, you could see that we wasn't. He didn't sound like he'd slowed down or nothing, did he, sis? No.
No, I feel like, Keith always, people got to understand, Keith always gets hurt.
Tell us about him, sis.
Well, I've noticed, especially after he fought, but Keith has always gotten hurt. Keith just goes in there and leaves it all in the ring. He doesn't have defense like that. His defense is his legs. So, he always gets hurt. And in particular, even before when he had the hematoma, when he fought what's his name? Robert Guerrero, the Ghost. Yeah. He had a big hematoma. It was a headbutt.
Yeah.
But Keith did win the fight. But even before that, I remember Soto Carras hurt him. He just gets hurt. He's that type of fighter. But he always comes out with a black eye or a Peru. He's just but if you watch some of his earlier fights, you'll see that he used to put jokers down. Yeah. But I think some of it is his hands, bodies failing him, bodies breaking down. It's a number of things.
What was the surgeries for? On which part? Was it on his shoulders and his elbow?
I know he had elbow surgery.
Which elbow, wasn't it?
Yeah, after he fought Danny Garcia. Then he had hand
surgery as well, isn't it?
Yeah. So he's just a lot of stuff. And then he's not. And then when you don't fight as often, I think you start to like some of your skills erode. I want to say not like your timing may be off, or so the more you fight, the better you are from what I've been told. I don't know. I'm just going by from what people say.
But anything that you do repetitiously, you will obviously be more
right. So it's like he's not a well-oiled machine. So it's like he goes in there, but his defense is he's always. But
he looks like a well-oiled machine. This is what I'm saying. I don't have any problems with meaning his speed, power, and agility. Like there was when you watch it, you're gonna be like, wow, I didn't have one problem with that, sis. He was amazing with that. I was shocked. He was bloody amazing with that. Like he was so quick that Azteca was trying to at times. Shouts out to Azteca that he was really good at cutting off the ring. And Keith was trying to keep him on the outside, and it was a sticker movement. Keith's punches were spiteful, and then he would just move out the way, bam, 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 whoop, bam, 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 whoop. Like the 26-year-old didn't know where he was coming from. So I can't sit here and cap and say, nah, man, Keith looked like he slowed down, because you're a Keith Thurman. You've seen him more than what I have, right? And if anybody says Keith has slowed down by that performance, then fucking hell, it even made Usain Bolt look like he was a turtle.
Keith is a
turtle, you know. He's fast.
Keith is a welterweight, smaller version of, I want to say, in a conventional, kind of a little bit like Boo Boo, but not quite. Because Boo Boo is better at it, but Keith has better balance than Boo Boo. But they throw punches from very strange angles.
I need to make a quick call. Sorry.
They throw punches from weird angles in their athleticism, you know.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, though, Keith. I hope those fundamentals are. Because you can't rely on those things after a while. You're going to have to rely on those fundamentals. You know what I'm saying?
Actually, athleticism, that won't just get the job done. You know what I mean?
Right.
You need to have other ththings. And I mean, like when Roy Jones, with his athleticism, you saw what started happening to him, right?
Yeah. Because you still got to, and that's the one thing I could say about Earl Spence. He don't do all that fancy stuff, but his fundamentals is on par.
Yeah, pretty good.
Jab is good. Everything is.
Not only that, his body work as well. So
his body work is relentless. Yeah.
Oh God, man, he'll fucking Keith's guts, man.
Yeah. But that's the thing. What I see with him is his Achilles heel is to the body. It's to the body, yeah.
And but he's never been hurt, but he's never been stopped before. He's never been stopped though, so yeah.
Right. See, people say that yes, he do get hurt to the body, but he has not been knocked out to the body. And also, like people will mention the Collazo thing, but they failed to mention that Collazo didn't come out that corner because Keith banged him up bad.
Yeah.
Yep.
Keith Thurman's a good fighter. Keith Thurman, yes, definitely. He had the WBC and the WBA belt. Definitely, he's an elite fighter. There's no doubt about it. But his elitism, could he come back into the game yet? Could he give Errol Spencer a run for his money? We talked about this earlier in our group list and all of that. Some say yay, some say nay. I'm on the fence. I could see Errol Spence beating him, and I could see Keith Thurman beating Errol Spence. Can I see Keith Thurman at this stage in his career, with the skills that he possesses now, beating Bud Crawford? That's where I'm going to draw the limit. I think Bud is still the best 147
I'll say no.
out there. You'll say no. Go ahead. I need to take this call. You tell us why, Ken.
Well, it's not so much what it's not. I'm just talking about Bud Crawford and how highly I rate him, and high in terms of levels. I probably. I know a lot of people are saying the fight with a possible fight with Spence is going to be 50-50, but if I was putting my money on it, I would have Bud Crawford winning that. If he fights to the best ability, winning that on unanimous. But that's just me because of how highly I rate the guy in terms of like the attributes. I think in terms of his defense, his punch, and I think the power as well. Although Spence has got power, but I just think that Bud has just got just as much, probably a little bit more power. That's why I think that Bud Crawford's the best bunch. I can see where LadyChann's going on in terms of like Thurman and having the ability to beat Spence, but Bud Crawford, no way, in my opinion.
Michelle.
Hello?
Michelle, we hear you. We hear you, Ken.
Yeah. I was waiting for you guys to chip in.
Oh, no, Michelle. No, Lisa, you want to go? Lisa?
Go on, guys. Sorry, I'll be back in
here.
A quick call. 1 sec.
Okay. Lisa, you want to go next? Go ahead, Lisa.
I don't think at this point, I think that Spence would beat him. This is my opinion. It's the relentless body work. Keith is faster, so not Bud. Spence know how to cut the ring off. So he knows how to make everything, like he's going to make everything smaller. He's going to come your way. It's going to depend on who's stronger. And Spence is pretty strong. What I notice about Keith now, that maybe he's worked on his core and all of that, but when he fought Porter, like he was letting Porter get him on the ropes, and that wasn't good. You know what I'm saying? Like he was getting him to the ropes, and and that's the one thing Bud didn't allow, because Bud is strong.
Oh yeah,
So I think Keith has to work on his strength if he wants to get in there and fight. I don't see him beating Porter, not Porter, Bud or Thurman. Oh shit, what's his name? Spence right now. Yeah. Unless he outpoints Spence, he can. Well, Spence work rate is high though too. Forgot about that. Yeah, he's gonna have to be able to fight and Keith he slows down too. Like if Keith knows he's winning, Keith will skate some rounds, like what he did with Danny Garcia. He was kind of winning, and then like later on, he kind of like he just like let Danny come up, where Keith is not going to fight every single minute of every round. He takes off sometimes, but he does leave it all in the ring. That I'll say. Yeah.
Got you. Since we finished, or
yeah, I'm finished.
Okay, cool. Me, I think at this point, honestly, I don't know who wins between Spence and Thurman if they were to fight next, because Spence is coming off a long layoff himself, a retina injury. That's very disturbing. Could be very telling. Thurman just had a fight. He was coming off a long layoff. He got rounds in. Yeah, that's good. He may have looked decent, but I'm just thinking of how Spence looked against Danny Garcia. While it was an impressive win, it didn't really jump out at you in terms of the performance. I'd say it wasn't really performance to just really get you excited. I'd say, but so I mean, honestly, I'd say it's a 50-50 at this point with both of them. I mean, depending on how he looks against Ugas, I guess that'll be the telling factor, because I'm sure that fight's next. So, and if he beats Ugas and how good he looks, that'll be the deciding factor whether or not we'll get a good gauge on who wins between him and Keith. But for now, I'd just say it's a 50-50 between them both. As far as Thurman and Bud, I don't see him beating Bud at all. Bud has way too much tools in his bag. I'd say I pick Bud to stop Keith if they fight. I'm picking Bud to stop him. I think he just will adjust, and he'll figure Keith out. And you think he won't take it to his body either? You know what I'm saying? I mean, of course he will. Bud's very smart. His ring IQ is very high, and he just stopped Sean Porter, which Keith and Errol wasn't able to do. I know that's probably not a proper gauge, but it's still very, very telling, as well. So I think that also, like, because one thing that Lisa pointed out that he was able to do in the Porter fight, which I found very impressive. Every time Sean tried to smother him, Crawford would pivot out the way and just move really, really fast. I mean, he even pivoted Sean right into the turnbuckle head first, which I thought was hilarious. So he just couldn't corner him, and when he got him in clinches, Bud was just manhandling than Sean. Really, he proved to have superior strength, or he proved just to be as strong as Sean, if not stronger. So, yeah. So, but yeah, I got and of course Keith doesn't want to fight Bud because he was pretty much going the WBC route. That's what he said, and he pretty much conveniently explained his way. He tried to put it out eloquently, like, oh yeah, well, I'll explore that option, but you ain't about to fight, Bud. Again, so we know you don't want that fight. It's all good. So. Yeah, but that's just my take on it.
A bitch is back. Sorry. Yeah, I was listening to what you guys were saying as well. Yeah, so with the Keith Thurman, like I said, I see you guys' points. Kenny doesn't think Bud Crawford beats Thurman. Interesting.
I said Thurman can't beat Thurman can't get anywhere near Bud Crawford. Can't get anywhere near him.
I have to say that's an interesting point. That's an interesting, because I haven't heard anybody say it, but styles do make fights, and it's not like Bud has said it himself. I do think Thurman poses a lot of problems for Bud, but Bud just seems to figure it out. Let's just not.
The bunch.
Yeah,
that's excellent, world-class bunch.
Yeah, let's just not see you go southbound, and we know that you're going to get Keith out of there. And then you probably would see Keith on the canvas a good couple of times, like a Sean Porter vibe. But yeah, all right. So we're moving on to the next topic. We, guys, when I do my late night chop ups, we'll cover these all again and chop these all up in again, just like But I want to move on to Clarissa Shields.
By the way, Chan, quick.
To me, these three were all disappointments. Like Chris Eubank Jr. was a disappointment for me.
What disappointed you about Clarissa Shields?
I was so unimpressed with Clarissa Shields. Honey, where do I start?
You better
by the way, Chan, before you get started, just quick question before you get started.
You saw me on Twitter, AJ. We was on Twitter.
Yeah. Very much. Yeah. I mean, just real quick. Did you happen to see the Quadras Rodriguez fight? Anybody catch that?
No.
Oh wow. Oh y'all got to peep. Y'all got to peep that. That was a bad one. That's probably an early candidate for fight of the year. Yeah, I just want to mention that.
Was that the fight that Eddie Hearn was at?
Yes, he was there. Yeah. That was on the zone card.
I didn't get to see the fight. We'll cover that. We'll cover that in the. What I'll do is I'll watch the fight anyway. I'll probably watch it after the show and catch up, and then I'll be able to talk about it.
Definitely worth a watch. Definitely check it out.
I did hear about it, guys. Moderators, when you see these spammers, Paula Alvarez, could you block any spammers? That's why I've given you the wrenches. Like, you ain't got wrenches just for the fact of having wrenches. You've got to moderate. When you're on other channels, I see you moderate on them channels, and on my one, you just leave everybody running free, and I have to do the moderating while I'm speaking. Like, half of the time I'm moderating while I'm speaking at the same time. And I'm not saying, because sometimes my moderators are on the panel, but that's why I've got people that are not on the panel that are moderators. And I've just made 2 more moderators. Rafi, you're a moderator. Little Miss VIP, Ringside VIP, you are one. Daryl's a moderator. Paul's a moderator. TJ's you took care of it, Queen. Thank you. That's why I love TJ. Could TJ be on his gizane? I'm introducing. Introducing Major Key Boxing. What up, yo? Mi hermano.
Wagwan, LadyChann. What y'all doing?
What's happening, fam? I'm looking forward to the night.
What's going on, sis?
Looking forward to the night.
¿Qué pasa? Cuéntame, por favor.
Mira lo que está pasando. Mira, I don't want to talk too fast in Spanish. You don't want me to do that. But anywho,
dude.
No, if I do that, nobody's gonna follow what I'm saying. If I do that,
I will. But we're speaking. I speak. I'm Venezuelan, so I'm going to speak Spanish. I'm Jamaican. So
but you know, my first wife was Venezuelan.
Well then, eso es porque campeón aquí, campeón de Venezuela. Come on.
She was born in Caracas. Yeah.
That's where my nan's from. Mi abuela, Caracas. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard of Caracas before. Yeah.
That's where my nan's from.
Yeah, that's the main. That's the capital. That's the capital of Venezuela.
Yeah. It's crazy there right now, though, man. So much shit going down in Venezuela with the presidente. It's muy malo. It's a lot of problems there, man. Más problemas.
Absolutely.
But you know what? It's my country. Love it. Hopefully it gets sorted out and I'll be able to visit, without feeling like anything could pop off. Because right out there, mate, they will kidnap you and hold you for ransom out there. I'd be better. It's in Venezuela. They'd be like, well, bitch, we don't care. You still got English accent as well. So we need some money.
For real.
You got to be careful.
But hey, I wanted to top it up with y'all real quick. So what's the topic? Because first and foremost, I want to say shout out to Shelton Moore, but he's been ducking me because we both Raiders fans, and I've been trying to holler at him, and I don't know if he changed his phone number, but Shelton Moore, holler at your boy, man. Stop ducking me. You know what I'm saying? But besides that, shout out to everybody on the panel. I haven't spoken to all of y'all, but a shout out to y'all. But what's the topic so I could jump in and jump out real quick?
You're supposed to be repping New York.
Man, look. I leave that up to my mother. My mother's the one that put me in New York. I'd have put myself in New York. If I was born, I probably would have still been in the Bronx, but still rep the Raiders. So what? What would you saying, Lisa?
I ain't messing with you, Raider. Raider. I'm calling you Raider. Major, it's all love.
Whoever had a say in New York, isn't it? So that's you lot are the news. You lot are the news of the UK. Because we got York and we got Jersey. So you're New York and you're New Jersey. It's weird, isn't it?
But that's the tri-state area, though. It's the tri-state. When you live over there, it's called the tri-state area. It's New Jersey, New York. New York and Connecticut.
Mm-hmm. New England. And up there's all New England and all of that. Yeah. So
New England's a little like Boston and that.
Boston and upstate New York.
Rhode Island and all that. Yeah.
We're the tri-state area when it comes to that right there.
Yeah, you got all the same names as what they are in England, So yeah, because when they went over there, they was like, oh, we don't have any imagination, so we'll just call it the same as England. We've got a York, this will be New York. We've got a Jersey, this will be New Jersey. Like no imagination with them Brits there, boy. I'm tell you, no imagination. Couldn't even think of a new name for you, no. Anyway, back to being English. So we are talking about Shelton jumped on and then he jumped off and he's got problems with his connection. So we were talking about, just to go through, can we touch?
Because he's ducking me, that's why. He's ducking me.
So Clarissa Shields, in my opinion, en mi opinión, no bueno para mí. Sorry, I didn't appreciate it. I didn't like it. No me gusta. No me gustalo. I didn't like it.
She won the fight. She won the fight. All right, it wasn't impressive, but
Savannah Marshall's going to stop her.
Do you reckon?
If Savannah Marshall catches her, because Clarissa Shields, amazing boxer.
You see,
punch selection, amazing.
That's one proverb you use. You used a very important English proverb. If. That's a massive word, if, because we've everyone in boxing, and we're all boxing people, have said a good boxer beats a big puncher. Remember that.
I mean, sometimes.
May I ask the gentleman a question? Who's the gentleman that's speaking? Who's the gentleman that's speaking?
That's my guy, Kenny Ken.
How you doing, bro?
Let me get our name.
How you doing, bro? Let me ask you a question though, because I hear this a lot, right? So Clarissa Shields, power puncher, right?
No, she had a power puncher.
No, she's not a power puncher.
Oh, because you just said that. You just said that though. You said puncher.
No. I said Savannah Marshall is the one with a big punch. Like she's.
Okay, all right. Then I mistook you. I apologize. Yeah, I apologize. Okay, yeah, because
Savannah Marshall's the puncher. Major.
Right, exactly. Because I've been hearing a lot of people talk about Clarissa Shields' big puncher, but she's only got 2 KOs. How the hell is she a big puncher?
That's Savannah Marshall. That's Savannah Marshall. Clarissa Shields is a boxer.
Clarissa Shields is as you guys know, she's from you, innit? She's the decorated. She's the decorated amateur. She's a golden. She got gold in the Olympics, did she?
She's got 2 Olympic goals. She's won
a double gold.
She plays
great
twice.
Boxer, great boxer. Yeah. But not a puncher like people say though.
But then you got Savannah Marshall, who is a good boxer. Love watching her. 5'11", very
okay
tall,
boxer.
rangy,
Okay boxer.
great jab.
Okay boxer.
And hits motherfucking hard.
Yeah, but she hasn't fought. The only person she's fought that's half decent was Hannah Rankin. Apart from that, she fights big subjects.
There ain't no good. I gotta be honest with you. There's not that many good names up there. The names are like Katie Taylor's and under that division.
There's not that, especially the bigger lady, that 160.
Yeah, it's just not as many.
Savannah Marshall's has fought as heavy as 175 as light heavyweight. Like, she's a big girl. This is what I'm saying. She stops people, mate. She stops people. But she's just not a puncher. She's a good boxer as well. Like, listen, I like watching her. I like watching her. Savannah, in her 2-minute boxing, Ken, it's a stoppage. Like, this 2-minute boxing shit for women pisses me off. As it just gets to the 2 minutes, that's when it starts to get good, and then it's ding ding, like it's shit. But this shows how powerful that Savannah Marshall is. It doesn't matter if it's 2 minutes; she gets stoppages every single time.
Against who though? Against who? Against who?
Who's put in front of her?
All right, Hannah Rankin.
Hannah Rankin's tough. Hannah Rankin's tough. Hannah Rankin's tough.
I know. I'm not criticizing her. I'll rate Hannah Rankin.
She's a world champ now.
But I'm talking about her last fight in October. Who was she fighting?
Yeah, it was a replacement. She's been played like
a lot of her fights are replacements.
Yeah, but that's not her fault.
I know it's not her fault, but we're not learning. We know she's got power, but in terms of how we assess the fight, I think when we assess the Clarissa Shields and Hannah Rankin's fights, you get people who are friends of Clarissa Shields or people from the US saying Clarissa Shields should win, and you've got Brits and people who we respect in Britain say that Savannah Marshall's going to win because Savannah Marshall beat her in the amateurs, and because Savannah Marshall's got power. But I don't
care that she beat her in the amateurs.
All right, talk about the power.
People say that though. People do say that, Kenny. But Dillian White beat AJ.
I hear different things in the across the Atlantic Ocean, where people are going to say Clarissa's the favourite, and here Savannah Marshall's the favourite. All I'm saying is that from what I've seen over the years, good boxers tend to beat a power puncher because the guy or the woman who relies on their power.
You're right, Kenny.
By the time they get the power shot off, they get their head jabbed off. They got punches to the body, and they're losing rounds. So sometimes when you're trying to look for that big punch, it doesn't come off. Carl Froch. All right, let's go. Let's look it back. Carl Froch was the big puncher, and he fought, Andre Ward. Andre Ward finished him off, outboxed him, and outpowered him. Andre Ward against Kovalev. Andre Ward, the first fight, outboxed him. Second fight, battered him.
Yeah.
So it doesn't always work like that.
Let's be honest though. Andre Ward pretty much lost that first fight. We know that, and then it was below the belt. It was below the belt in the second one, and then when it came to
no.
It was. And then hold on, let me land the plane though. And then Carl Froch, and then with Carl Froch, let's be honest, that was a great fight. And yes, that one makes sense. And that was Andre Ward really, really in his prime during that Super 6 World Series. That was a great fight. And Andre Ward really put his skills on display in that fight.
Kovalev in the repeat. In the rematch, Kovalev, the right hand started it. And that's when Kovalev was on the back foot.
Man, he hit him below the belt so many times, man.
And that's when he got caught. Kovalev only complained about a low punch when it was pointed out to him by the commentators.
Oh man, come on! Like, listen. When they took off the gloves, after the fight, Andre Ward still had his nuts, had Kovalev nuts still attached to his gloves.
Kovalev only complained about the low blows when it was pointed out to him by his.
That's a true champion, man. Not even to complain about it till afterward. That's a true champion. Shout out to Kovalev. But not complaining about his nuts being grabbed.
Can I say this to the panel?
Major, put yourself on mute 1 sec because you're getting feedback.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Who, me?
No, not Major.
After that happened, the Nevada Board of State, whatever commissioner, whatever it is, they did they followed up on that, and they that it was not low blows.
Lisa, is it you?
Because you remember
Lisa, 1 second. Yeah, Lisa, drop out and drop back in because you're feeding back. I thought it was Major, but I think it's you. Yeah, it's you. Drop out and come back in because it's a lot of feedback.
Could I interject?
No, hang on 1 sec.
Okay.
I'm going to do the super chat. 1 sec. Lisa, drop out and come back in. Sis.
I'm going to put on my headphones.
Yeah, I've got a lot of feedback. Wow. Let me just do this. That are my impressions. Boxing. Oh, you just named it boxing. Thank you for dropping that $2 on your Gizero. Thank you very much. LadyChann, it is 2 N's. How many times did I tell you it's CHANN? You can see my name down there where it says Cash App LadyChann. You see it all day long. 2 N's. Please use 2 N's. LadyChann, do you still go on TBV? No, I don't. I've finished with that part of my journey. It was fun while it lasted at times. But no. But thanks, shouts out for all of you guys that still message me. And all of you from TBV that rocked with me over there. You guys are now over here as well. So, you know, it was a good thing. So shouts out. Shouts out to my TBV familia. You never know in the future, but at this moment, no. So go ahead.
Still acting up?
Lisa, that sounds clear. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say they did the Nevada State Board or whatever. They rewatched that film or whatever that, and they deemed that it was they didn't look at it as low blow, and also I mean there may have been some, but I'm not saying that, but they also I remember when his belt was his trunks considered high or low?
Too high.
They were too high, yeah. So I mean, yeah, but that fight was a trip, both of them. But that's all I had to say, yeah. But that's all.
Okay. How comes every time you put red lipstick on, right? And it only does it with red fucking lipstick. It goes on your teeth. Only red lipstick.
You asking me? What I know about red
lipstick? Have you ever noticed that, Glenn, AJ, and Ken? When you lot put on your red lipstick?
No, I've never tried to put lipstick on, so I have no idea.
No.
And you know me, I'm the lips. Yeah, Ken, you didn't warn me that every time that happens.
Hey man, I'm no Kenny Everett, man. I know we got the same Christian name, man, but Kenny Everett's a different level.
Kenny Everett. Oh, that was Benny Hill, but Kenny Everett, I remember him. He used to do his legs like that. Yeah. Do you remember?
Oh yeah, I remember Benny Hill.
And Benny Hill.
Oh my God, with the old man.
Yeah, he died.
Kenny Everett is in the best possible taste.
Yeah, Kenny Everett was the gay guy that did all of that, and it was hilarious. He was really funny, but yeah, he passed away as well. But what I'm saying is, as a lipstick wearer, any other lipstick colours don't go on your teeth. Anytime you wear red, I swear to you, don't know why, you have to keep checking your teeth because it will always be on there. Red lipstick just seems to, I don't know what it is. And any girls that are in the chat, let me know because
that's true.
I've been wearing
red.
For decades. If you wear pink or red, it's going on your teeth. Any other colour, I wear green, blue, You guys know I rock the colours, but red always goes on your teeth. It's so annoying. Anyway, UGC Flame. What up, though, UG?
Black
guy.
Horseman.
Oh my God, he said nest of hips. Yeah. I just don't do that anymore. Okay, so what I was going to say is, on the matter, this is what I was going to say. So, yeah, Clarissa Shields, beautiful boxer, punch placement, punch selection, great stuff. She was giving that other girl, Kozin, problems. Kozin was an undefeated, but she had like, baby belts, like continental belts and stuff like that. But
Okay.
so, but she'd never fought anyone, because in women's boxing, you could be undisputed, like, by the time you've only fought like 9 times, like, come on. It's totally different and it's in its infancy. So the level of opposition and the level of women boxers, great women boxers, just ain't there anyway. So it is a thing of whoever they put in front of you. If you beat them, you beat them. It's like, but Clarissa Shields is a decorated amateur. So I'm not saying that. She's a golden Olympian, but she don't got no power, dude. And could she outbox Savannah? Now, just because Savannah's a power puncher doesn't mean Savannah's not a boxer. Savannah's a good boxer as well. That's the thing. Shelton thinks Savannah's really, really sounds like a Star Wars lifesaver, isn't it? Yeah. I don't think she's super slow, but she wastes no shots either. And she gets the stoppage. And she's much bigger than Shields. And I don't see Shields if Shields couldn't get out that durable Emma Kozin, you're not stopping. You're not. There's always a puncher's chance, but you're not knocking out. You're not stopping.
Did Usyk stop Chisora? Did Usyk stop Chisora?
No.
No, but he beat him. Is that what the point that you're saying? Because he outpointed him.
Yes.
Okie dokes.
Sometimes the level of fighter, the level of performance goes up. Doesn't happen all the time.
That's a possibility.
Yeah.
That's a possibility. That would be her only way to beat Savannah Marshall. I mean, Savannah Marshall could beat Clarissa Shields equally of tagging her and roughing her up, though. That's the thing. And then Clarissa Shields is going to have to get past Savannah Marshall's jab and then her right hand, if she does, to get in the inside, to tag and to stick and move. It's going to be a task. Can it be done? Yes, it can. But all I'm saying, prepare to see Clarissa Shields. She's only been dropped on the canvas once. Prepare to see Clarissa Shields, whether she wins, loses, or draws. Her ass will be on that canvas a couple of times. I tell you this.
Yeah, but you have to catch. Yeah, but you can't punch what you can't hit. You can't. You can have a power punch.
But you're saying that Clarissa Shields needs to win by point scoring, though. So you're saying that Clarissa Shields needs to hit Marshall, right? So to hit Marshall, she needs to get in the inside of Marshall. And what I'm saying is, if she gets in the inside of Marshall, she may run into a nice fight.
I do agree with you that 9 out of 10 times, if you fight the right way, then obviously the signature punch when you're fighting a smaller fighter is range, jab, double jab, and right hand and out again, and he has to come in. So every time she comes in, boom, boom, bang. But sometimes there are ways around that. It's creating angles. Not coming square on, but coming in angles where, again, you move, you have feints, you move in, you get inside a bigger fighter, and then sometimes you go up and you go overhand. Now that is a way to get through to Savannah Marshall. Yes,
I got to jump off, guys. But listen, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, James Toney interview. All you guys are welcome. It's going to be like one question at a time. I'm going to drop the link, though. Okay. So everybody's welcome. All right? Love you guys.
All right.
Can you email me the link, please?
Absolutely.
Gracias.
All righty. Yeah, I'll be over there.
Yeah. Hasta próxima. Hang on. Yeah. So, Kenny, I love your valuation, and you're making me see it from a different angle, and I get it, and I could see it, but like these lies are saying, even Tony, Savannah's got a like. I just don't see her just continually being allowed to outpoint her and not get her ass clocked I just can't see it.
Well, she has to remember. Savannah Marshall has to win next month in her fight against Herman's.
They fought. I've just look at her box rec, guys. Let me show you Savannah Marshall's box rec. It's the level of opponents are bad, man. For the women.
Yeah.
It's fucking bad.
Yeah.
Look, so this is
it
her
is.
level of opponent. Yeah, it's really bad. Get this off. Hang on. Have I got Hang on. Let me get this off. Have I got a comment on? Yeah, I have to get the comments off. Let me get the comments off because then it's better. Mejor. Okay, so let's go. She's only fought 11 times like Clarissa Shields. Carissa's like 12-0 or 11-0 herself. So debut, she fought a girl that was 4-3-1. Next year after that, she fought a 1-6-1. It's clearly a journeywoman as well. It's a lot of upside down. Well, 8-2, and then she beat an undefeated 4-0. And then this one was fucking journeywoman to the fucking. Why is that an asterisk there? Was that a catch weight or something? There's an asterisk here. 3-25-1. That's really bad. 11-55-4. That's really bad. 2-0. That's nothing to really brag about that you beat someone near enough on their second fight, you know. And then you beat someone 8-12-4. And then you beat Hannah Rankin 9-4-0. These girls be losing though, ain't they? Fuck. Yeah.
Look at those next two opponents.
19-6-2. This girl, she took her O though. She took her O. This girl still, and then 12-3. Now let me go over to Clarissa Shields' box rec then, because I need to see.
You know, whilst you're doing that, I need to try and concentrate. Remember, we've twice already. We've bigged up British fighters, and then we've had Jamie Mitchell and Alice Baumgartner. Baumgartner twice. It's the third time unlucky for us Brits.
Yeah, Baumgartner is amazing, and then Jamie Mitchell, she took that belt off Shannon Courtney, right? So. Shannon Courtney can't stand her anyway, though, Kenny. So I couldn't care less.
I had to give you that. I knew that you would say that. Anyway.
I'd love to fuck her up. Can't stand her.
I'm sure you would.
Fuck her right up. She's a mouthy little bitch, and you know, goes around on the outskirts of London, Watford. Come to London. You get fucked up.
She does. She comes to the Islington Boys Boxing Club. She goes there.
Yeah. That's good. She ain't met the London black chicks though. That wouldn't have her mouth what she's talking about of her bullshit. She thinks she's it, mate. I can't stand her, Ken. She's never welcome on this show, ever. Because I'd want to beat her up through the laptop. Okay, so where's this now? So they did 15-8, 4-1, 16. She took this O. Better level of competition you already can see. 17-0, 18-1, 5-2, 9-1, 24-0, 20-3, 17. Yeah. Hannah Marshall, you ain't fought nobody. You ain't fought nobody.
I think what's happening, right? Look, it could work for them because remember we used to take the Mickey out of Tyson Fury's resume, didn't we?
Oh yeah, well, yeah, but look at him; he's the champ, though.
So
you could give her that argument, and she's with Peter Fury.
I do think in this country, boxing people in this country and boxing fans are so quick to big up British women, female fighters, and what's happening. They don't really look too much about what goes on across the pond. Now, obviously, Clarissa Shields, we know about her because of the rivalry there. But what I'm trying to say is that why are we having it nailed on that Savannah Marshall's going to win and win comfortably? I don't get it. I don't see it. Maybe I'm in a club of one.
Well, you don't see Savannah Marshall beating her?
No, I don't.
At all, Kenny. Ken.
Can I get it? Can I get it?
No, you can't. You stay out.
I'm raising my hand. You can't see it, but I'm raising my hand.
Yeah, I know. I can hear that. You're raising your hand. Go ahead.
Let me tell you something. Look, Shields is very technical. She's very skilled. So when I say this, understand that I'm not taking away from her, but these are facts. This is the facts, okay?
I'm with Tony.
Fact
anyway.
one, Shields is the only fighter I know in the history of boxing that I can think of that went lower in weight to win her belts. Fighters move up in weight. They don't go down to beat people naturally smaller than them. And she still can't knock them out. She started at 165. She went all the way down to 154. Marshall is 165 pounds, where Shield belongs, where she should have never left. However, my only contingent on this fight is, where are they going to fight at? Are they fighting at 165 where it should be? Or is Shields going to weight drain Marshall and make her come to 160, which is more than likely what she's going to do.
I could see it 160.
Well, Shields is a 165-pound fighter. That's where she started. So let's go to the second thing. Number two, we know Marshall is a knockout artist. She's a power puncher, okay? Yeah. Now, amateurs, from having an amateur career, is designed for technical fighters without a lot of power to do better, because it's on who lands the most punches. It doesn't matter if they're quality, glancing, it doesn't matter. Whoever lands the most wins the round, okay? So it's just the white of the glove touching your chest and your head. Also, you wear bigger gloves. Men is 12 ounces. Women, I don't know. It might be 14. I don't know what women wear in the amateurs.
Maybe 100-ounce gloves. Big suit.
Yeah, but also you wear headgear, okay? So here's what I'm looking at. In the amateurs, you had Shields putting Marshall in bigger gloves and headgear, so that neutralized a lot of Marshall's power. And Marshall still fucked her up. Still beat her. So when you put them in smaller gloves, you take the headgear off. Marshall's has already proven that she can beat Shields in a more technical setting that benefits Shields the most.
Shields was 17, Marshall was 20. There was age difference.
There's still an age difference.
Yeah, but it's quite. She was fighting a kid.
Okay, but there's still an age difference, and Marshall still has those years of experience on her. It doesn't change just because she got older. She still.
Well, Marshall doesn't have the same experience. Shields has better quality.
I disagree. Shields has beat up little people she's supposed to beat. That would be like
you beating me up.
No, well, not that much, but yes. But the point to make it like better would be like Triple G going to fight Earl Spence Jr. at welterweight. Triple G fighting Conor Benn. Triple G or Charlo fighting. It doesn't matter. They're supposed to win.
All right, the equalizer. The equalizer is all right. Look at the opponents that Hannah Rankins. Savannah Marshall's fought. She hasn't fought anyone. She hasn't fought of anyone of any.
No one, Tony. We just looked at her resume.
Okay, I got you. But here's what I'm trying to say.
But she could still stop Clarissa Shields.
But that's not my point. Is this my point? Is this
my point?
My point is this: it is more impressive, in my opinion, to beat up people your own size, whether they're anybody or not anybody, than it is to go down 2 weight classes and become undisputed against people you should never lose to because they're too small.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Okay, hang on. Go on, speak. Sorry, I was just looking.
No, I'm just saying, like, every great fighter.
I'm with you. I'm with you to a degree. I'm still saying she's had the better level of opponents, but yes, she's had smaller girls. Cool. I haven't really delved into it to see like all of that, so I can't really speak from that place. Yeah, but if that's what you're saying, then cool, I get you. And I still see what Kenny's saying.
Don't we have a male equivalent doing that? Don't we have a male equivalent from?
But Ken, from power is going to.
No, we don't.
They say speed negates power. Clarissa Shields is fast. She's not amazingly fast, but she's fast.
She's a lot quicker than Hannah Rankin. Sorry, Savannah Marshall. She's quicker than her.
Yeah, but do you know what? Hannah Rankin's got KO power.
Savannah Marshall, you mean?
No, Hannah Rankin has stopped people. Ohio runs boxing. First time on the show. Yay!
How you doing, man?
From my TBV family. What up, Dal?
How you doing? I love the show. I'm listening. I just wanted to drop it in, but I love what y'all saying.
Oh, that's all good.
Great topic.
Hey, how you doing?
By the way, guys, this is his image. This is what he wears. He does boxing memes and stuff like that. Check out his thingy. So this is what
okay, cool.
LadyChann, my sister from East London. You know, it's about midnight here, so I'm at work in the morning. So,
okay. So you out. Basically,
I got a question. Kenny.
All right, take care, Kenny Ken.
All right,
Kenny Ken, catch you on the rebound.
Kenny, I've got a question for you.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to use a UK fighter to put this in perspective to what I'm saying, okay?
Yes.
Would you be impressed if Josh Taylor fought Shakur Stevenson at 130 pounds and beat the living shit out of him?
Come on, you know the answer to that.
So hold on. If the answer to that is outrageous and you wouldn't give him any credit, then why does Shields get credit for going down beating up little people?
All right, I hear what you're saying, but we're talking about the both regimen.
Kenny, stand your ground. Don't try and tap out until you.
I've never, you know me. I never back down.
There for me, Sam. You stand your ground. Yeah,
I'm standing my ground. I'm standing my ground. I think that, you know, I understand that, you know, in terms of boxing logic, she's got the power, she's got the reach. But sometimes I've seen it many times, right, in all the years I've been watching boxing, that those attributes can only serve you well, but they only serve you well against average fighters. When you're fighting really good fighters, especially good small fighters, they find a way. And I think Clarissa Shields is going to find a way to outpoint Savannah Marshall. I want Savannah Marshall to kick her ass because she's British. I just don't,
LadyChann.
I don't see it as a foregone conclusion for Clarissa Shields. For Savannah Marshall. I still think I wouldn't surprise me if Clarissa Shields wins comfortably.
Okay, so can you see Savannah Marshall beating Clarissa Shields?
She's got the attributes to. That's all I'm going to say. She's got the attributes to. Attributes.
Yeah. Right,
lady, let me ask you a question.
We'll let you go, Kenny Ken. I'll have to stand the rest of the ground. Go on. I'll tag out. I'll tag in with you guys tomorrow. Soon. Thank you so much, Ken.
All right, Kenny.
Enjoy yourself
as usual.
As usual, love to the family.
So lady.
See you later.
I'm gonna use a fighter that you like now.
Now I've got to go back to speaking generic English so you can all understand me. Because if I continue in Cockney dialect, you'll be like, "What? Subtitles, please."
So lady, let me ask you this question. I'm gonna use your fighter who you like.
Sure.
His coach who you've done shows with. Let's go with Anthony. This ain't your yard, boy. Let's go with him, right? Would you be impressed with him if he dropped weight to 160 and beat the shit out of Triple G?
No, because that would be like, bruv, you only
That's my point. That's my point.
Tony, I'm with you. But I'm with you. I'm with you. Trust me, I'm with you. I get you. I get what you're saying.
My only thing is this. The only way I see Savannah Marshall losing to Shields is if they fight at 160, and I would be willing to bet money that Shields is going to make her fight at 160 in a weight class lower than she's ever fought, which doesn't make any sense because Shields started at 165, which is where the fight should be.
60 before.
Huh?
I think Savannah has fought at 60 before.
I thought she's been 165 the whole time.
I thought she fought at.
Doesn't she currently have the middleweight champion? She has the middleweight champion,
160, 168, and I'm 75. But I could be wrong. I know.
Look up her box rec and see what the lightest she's ever weighed.
Let's have a look, shall we?
Because I thought she started at 165 and she's remained at 165.
You could be right.
I might be wrong. She's British. I'm not.
Yeah, but I'm British and I don't know it, mate. I don't know all of this shit, man. There's always something else to learn in boxing. I only got a few female fighters that are my favourites, and you'll see them there on my show. They'll be on my show. Like I like Tasha Jonas. She coming on. I spoke to her today. She's on holiday. She coming on though. Again, and then Hannah Rankin. I like her. She coming on again as well. Is it sharing, guys? Yeah, it is sharing. Okay, yeah, so, but I'm not really well versed in. Shouts out to Julius Ring IQ. He'll be on the show at some point this week because he'll be giving everyone a tutorial where we are going to be speaking solely about women's boxing. So I'm going to get to learn. You guys are going to get to learn. And I'm looking forward to that. Shouts out to Ring IQ for that one. So I'll sort out a day with Julius. Oh, it's okay. Let's see. 165, 161, 159.
166.
166, 171, 158, 154, 158. Where was the... I'm sure she fought at light heavy. Oh, 171. That was the nearest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So she has fought as light as... So we can say she has fought at what?
158. Yeah.
58, yeah. Yeah, 54. Here's 154 right here. She fought at 54. Yeah, I knew she had because... You know, but she just didn't obtain. I didn't think she obtained. She obtained the vacant belt of what Clarissa left at 54 or 60, whatever. One of them. Or
Okay,
something.
so
I get what you're saying. Ohio runs boxing. Can I just get your opinion and point of view on anything that you want to tap in on?
Well, I heard you say a couple of female fighters that you like. You didn't mention Alicia Bogart in there.
Oh, I like Alicia Baumgardner. I'm just new to her. Like literally, this is the first time I ever seen her, and the way she stopped Terry Harper was fucking amazing, mate. I've never seen someone turn into a statue until I saw Charles Martin turn into a statue shortly after with Ortiz. I'm just seeing everyone turn into statues.
Alicia's from my neck of the woods. She's from Ohio.
She's from Ohio.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, no, she's amazing. Eddie Hearn snapped her up and signed her up. I'm excited to... I'd love to have her on the show. I know Julius had her. Ring IQ shouts out. He had her on the show. I'll probably reach out to her and see if she hollers back.
Yeah, he's signing a couple of the prospects from Ohio. He got Montana Love too.
I love Montana Love.
Yeah,
he's the one with the dog.
Yeah, he the one with the dog.
Oh, I love him, and he's cute too. I like Montana Love. I like Montana Love. Eddie has him too, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. No, you got some good boxers come out of Ohio. Definitely.
You know what's so crazy? My favorite fighter is from the UK. My favorite fighter of all time is actually from the UK. They got me into boxing.
Tell me the weight cap without telling me the fighter. What weight class?
What weight class?
Mm-hmm. Is your favorite fighter from the UK? What weight class? Because I want to guess who it is.
No, I'm not gonna do it with the weight class. I'm gonna do it a little easier. He was the best. He was the best entertainer.
Oh, is they active or non-active?
They definitely not active. He didn't.
Prince Nassim.
There you go.
Oh yeah, I know you're talking about. Yeah, Prince Nassim. Yeah.
I would have got it by the weight class as well, but yeah, Prince Nassim. Yeah, amazing. It just sickens me, and it's quite sad. Yeah, Naz. It's quite sad to see how fat he is now.
Yeah.
I
was devastated. I was devastated. He should have fought again after his loss. He got me really, really into the sport. I loved it, man. I always was big on boxing, but he made me fall in love with boxing. I love Prince, man. That's my guy.
He's amazing. I saw his son training as well. His son looks like he's got some good old speed as well, but I don't know. I haven't really seen his son box, but I've seen his son in training. But you know, the kids are never as good as the dads. But shout out to Conor Benn, because Conor Benn looks like he could be better than Nigel Benn.
Yeah.
Maybe he could be better than Nigel Benn. That might be a tall order.
Oh, no way.
Oh,
no way.
I don't know,
Better than Nigel?
Even his dad said, like, the way he trained, way better than how I trained. What his knowledge of what he does is way better than the knowledge I knew. How I see him going about navigating in boxing, I'm totally happy, way better than what I did.
I think his dad said Conor's a way better boxer. Yeah. His dad said he's way, yeah.
His dad gave him all of that, but then you can say that's because his dad.
Okay.
But his dad is a legend, so there will never be like Conor Benn takes over from his dad. But I mean, Conor Benn could equally out of the legends that have kids that are in boxing. Conor Benn is one of the best ones. Meaning he's one of the ones that he's shown improvement, and that like even what's the one with the green eyes? That Sugar Shane Mosley's son. What's he doing?
He's trash.
Losing.
Thank you. Chris Eubank Jr. What's he doing?
You know what though? You know what? I'm gonna say this. Conor Benn called out Eubank to a fight, and he Conor Benn could get beat up like his dad did against Eubank Jr. because he can't win.
Catchweight, but catchweight, that would mean that Eubank Jr. would have to come to 54. He said he'd be.
He can't.
I reported it. He said he wouldn't mind going up to 54 to fight him, but
he couldn't do that.
Conor Benn at 54 to fight Eubank coming down at 54, weight drained or not, Eubank would knock him.
I don't know. Like Chris may die on the scale. Like, I don't know if he can make one.
But you know what? Yeah, no. Take that back and wind it back in because Conor Benn may carry his power. We just saw what he did to Chris Algieri and fucking folded him like origami. But I mean, yeah, it would be an interesting fight. It would be an interesting fight. Chris has got a chin, but he'd be weight drained being at 54. So would his punch resistance be gone? Conor Benn would be bigger, but he's a short little lad. So coming up to 54, being too stocky, would he have that motion? But he would maybe have his power, and he would give probably Chris Eubank problems. It'd be an interesting fight, but it's not going to be a fight that we're going to see in the next year or two.
Eddie Hearn already poured cold water on that anyway. So
yeah, that's going to be like one of them fights. The what's the fight called? What Mike Tyson and Roy? Yeah,
fantasy fight.
Fantasy fight, exhibition fight, out of prime legacy fight. It's just like, yeah, we're just not gonna. Guys, how about you two go get a belt fast and then come back and start talking about everything else?
Well, is y'all excited for the Khan and Brooke? I mean, it's sold out. I mean, UK is going crazy.
I didn't care that much. Like, I was like, yeah, dude, man, this is. When they was in talks, because it kept being in talks and then it kept falling through. Eddie Hearn was going to do it and it kept falling through. I was like, oh, it's too late. It's like 10 years too late anyway. Who cares? Mm-hmm. As soon as it was announced, I was like, ding, ding, ding. I wish I was going. My mate's going. It's sold fucking out in 10 minutes. As soon as it went out, I reported it. Let me give myself kudos again. I was the first one to report that it was sold out in 10 fucking minutes because I fucking tried and I was like, I can't believe it.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, that's so dope about the UK, their fans and how they support their fighters. It's always been. I remember this one memory that I will never forget is when Floyd
hit the like button, guys.
Floyd fought Ricky Hatton, and when Floyd knocked Ricky Hatton out and Ricky laid on his back, the fans were still cheering and they were still singing, and I was like, that would never happen in America.
In America, they're like, boo, in the end.
They would have been throwing cheers. They'd have been
throwing stuff. I know. We don't get twisted. We do throw stuff. We do throw water, and it do depend. But we are passionate about our boxing because I heard someone say it. Like after football here, like what you guys call soccer, boxing is the second biggest sport here. There's like all the other sports are like seasonal. Like rugby is seasonal, cricket is seasonal. Boxing for us is all year round. So so it's the second biggest sport for us.
Y'all are great examples of what support is, and
it's very cultural. Because it was established kind of here. So it's a cultural thing. Whether you're black, white, Asian, and if you're British, you've always grown up with boxing. Like, I used to be free all the time on a Sunday. We just used to watch journeymen fighting each other. It was just a part of you're eating your Sunday dinner, and that used to be on. And then it used to be when we got to Sky box office stuff and Mike Tyson entered the building, that was like, Mum, can I stay up till 5 a.m.? No, because you won't want to go to school and wake up for school. And it was like, I'd be allowed to have a day off of school because then me, my mum, my stepdad, we were watching Mike Tyson. We stay up till 5 o'clock. He fucking knocks the geezer out in the first round. We're like, damn. We do it again. He does the same thing, the same thing. Mike Tyson had 10 out of his 12 fights were number 1 and 2 knockouts. Round 1 and 2.
Do you get a little backslash when you pick against the UK fighters, or sometimes where you go against, you pick the Americans? Do people get,
I got a lot of flack when Billy Joe Saunders was announced to fight Canelo, and I was on my channel doing my news and went, Billy Joe Saunders ain't beating Canelo, and they've got everyone. sometimes the UK, they could be a bit deluded. They could be a bit extra patriotic because until it deludes their mind. See me, I just told the truth, Ohio. Like, I don't care if you're British, if you're American, if you're from Mars. If you're Billy Joe Saunders, wherever you're from with those boxing skills, you're not beating Canelo. That's just the end of it, point blank, period. Do you know how much backlash?
The reason why I asked that question, because I dealt with that. I went through that experience with Josh Taylor. When Josh fought Regis Prograde, I picked him to beat Regis. I mean, the Americans was going...
You traitor!
Oh, my goodness. And
you a traitor! You a sellout! You a coon! You a Uncle Tom! You butt dancing!
I heard it all, okay? And I was just like, guys, I respect Josh Taylor. I love his resume. I like what he's doing. I'm like, he's got skill. I'm breaking it down. I just didn't understand. I was getting so much backslash for just picking Josh Taylor. And I like Josh Taylor. I can't help it. I just,
that's why I appreciate you, because we just call it. We're not saying that we don't root for our fellow countrymen and whatever. Absolutely. You can root for someone, but then you can, like, for instance, like, I could have rooted for Billy Joe Saunders because he was British, but analysing it, I would say Canelo wins, but I'm rooting for Billy Joe Saunders to win, which I wasn't even rooting for Billy Joe Saunders to win because I don't really like him as a personality, so I couldn't care less. So there was no really, like, that was the same thing with Tyson Fury and John A. Wilder. Like, I wanted John A. Wilder to win, like 1 and 2. I wanted him to win. I actually said, I said, he's gonna win, and he didn't. The first one was a draw. I was like, damn. I said, all right, he'll get Tyson Fury in the second time. Like, as far I got the memo that I am actually British, but I wasn't rooting for the British guy to beat John A. Wilder because I just thought John A. Wilder was going to knock Tyson Fury out, and that would be the end of it, and shut him up because he's too big. Yeah, I'm not a Tyson Fury fan. I just root, but just because I'm not a Tyson Fury fan, I could still analyze and say Tyson Fury beats that guy or Tyson.
Right. You know how to separate yourself from the bias, the confirmation bias. I get it. You just know how to break it down. A lot of people don't know how to do that. They're too emotional sometimes, and
you got to take emotion out of it, because I went through my trip of doing that a lot, definitely.
With that in boxing,
hang on, your internet went a bit wild there. Yeah, you back. Yeah, no, I went through my emotional time of being tested with, especially coming over at TBV and getting tested with the AJ stuff. Oh, and it would start but no, I can get, but I've always been like this though. Even if I like a fighter, like AJ and Bud Crawford are my 2 favorite fighters in boxing, yeah. And I do get a bit personal when people try to attack Bud, because they love to attack Bud all the fucking time, and I hate it, and it pisses me off. But I'm learning to reel it in. But what I'm always fair. When AJ lost to Usyk, I was calling that fight live. I said all the things that he did wrong. I went on to other platforms, for them to go, oh, what are you going to say now? But bro, just for the fact that I'm standing in the fire here to say, yo, my dude lost, and I can see why he lost, because he didn't fight good. He tried so I'm not a fan girl, but I do like those fighters. But I also have to remind people that the fighters that I like, i.e. Bud and AJ, you need to put some respect on their fucking names, and I will reel off their accolades and what they have done. Yeah, whether you like them or not, you need to respect them. Mm-hmm. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm with you on that 100%. I was like that with Terrence Crawford. That's one of my favorite fighters. But when he went against Sean Porter is an Ohio guy. I'm riding with Ohio. And
I know, but he left you guys and went to Vegas.
Oh, stop. It was a great opportunity. Sometimes they leave Ohio to get better opportunities. But no, my point is, I still thought Crawford was the better fighter. I was rooting for Sean, but I wasn't trashing him and saying, oh, this is, I just think we knew that Crawford was just the better fighter, but I still was rooting for Sean. But the better fighter.
So you was rooting for Sean, but you knew he was going to lose, right?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say I knew he was going to lose. I said I was rooting for Sean. We knew he was the better fighter. We knew Crawford was the better fighter, but I thought that Sean Porter's style could have gave.
I said this, Bud problems, which it did a little bit,
but
tiny bit, un poquito, and then Bud was like, Bud respect Sean because they grew up together from, you know, the Amis and vice versa. And you saw the pictures of them hanging out together, arms around each other, you know, families knowing each other's families. Like, I think, like Bud said, in my opinion, Bud could have got Sean out way quicker than what he did. But he showed a kind of leniency and kind of mercy. But when he realized that him doing that looked like he could be possibly down on the cards, that's when he was like, all right, killer mode activated.
But you know, some people
facts,
say that.
Facts, Chad, facts. That's what he did. That's exactly what he did. But also, I got a question from my man's right quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's good, my man? How you doing?
How you doing?
Who did you actually pick to win the fight between Crawford and Porter? Did you make a prediction? Yeah, I know you wanted Sean to win. You were rooting for him to win, but who did you?
Absolutely. Yeah. That's who. I had Sean Porter. Winning. I had him upset in Crawford.
Okay, got it.
But
Okay,
when it comes to betting, absolutely not.
No. Yeah, don't do that, bro. I mean, you got to bet with your head, not your heart.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. I mean, it's also funny because like I made a bet with my barber, right? My barber's Hispanic, and when the Jose Ramirez Josh Taylor fight was going down, I bet we kind of had a back and forth about who would win. I was picking Taylor to win while he was picking Jose Ramirez. Then he said, "Hey, you want to put some money down?" I'm like, "You sure? How much you want to put down?" "Oh, $50. Okay, sure. So you picking Taylor? You picking Ramirez? All right, I'm picking Taylor. So when Taylor won the fight, you know, like I predicted he would, I picked him on points. Because when the next time we saw each other, he's like, I just asked him, "Hey, let me ask you something. Did you happen to pick Jose Ramirez because he's Mexican, just like you are?" He goes, "Oh yeah." "Oh well, that's why you lost, buddy." You pick with your heart, not your head, bro.
Listen, I'm not betting. I'm gonna tell you that much. I wasn't betting against Crawford. I drove 9 hours to see Crawford fight Hank Lundy, so I was a fan of Crawford. I've been defending Crawford for over years. I was one of the first to actually compare Terrence Crawford before he fought Sean Porter. I compared him to Aaron Pryor. Aaron Pryor didn't have a resume that really piqued everybody's interest. He only had what's his name?
Arguello.
He only really had a Grail, and he fought some other decent fighters, but not to that level. But he was still a Hall of Famer. He still accomplished a lot, and he had the eye test where people just knew he was great. That's how I looked at Crawford. I've never budged. I always thought he would beat Earl when they finally meet.
Me too.
I've always
said that. I've always said that because I pay attention to skill set. I don't pay attention to names. It's all about the skill set to me.
I know,
and what I see. So that's why I actually I love Crawford. I actually respect Earl too. But it doesn't matter when they fight. I don't care if it's 2 years from now. I just feel like
even before.
Bro, you can wait. You can try and age Bud out. You better a 38-year-old Bud beats a 34-year-old Spence.
It's not gonna matter. It's not gonna matter. You try to age him out all you want, 2 years, 4 years, it doesn't matter.
And Earl just doesn't. He does certain things well, but he does some other things that he doesn't do well that I think Crawford that can capitalize on. He doesn't fight on his back foot. It's a lot of things that
he don't fight on his back foot. He's got a great jab. I give him that. He's got a decent amount of power. I give him that. But I mean, he's pretty predictable. He doesn't seem to adjust to any other different style. And I've seen Bud. Bud is one of the best switch hitters that you can fight. In my opinion, I think naturally Bud fights better southpaw. Anyway, all the time. I think
not only that, he's one of the best finishers in the sport.
He's the best finishers. He's the best finishers. He can turn it on. He can turn it off. He can box on the inside. We saw him do some back foot boxing when it was with Sean Porter. When Sean Porter had him on the back foot. He's elusive.
Yeah. You know, one thing about him, he can throw that left. That's the one thing that he has when you fighting on the back foot is that check hook.
That check hook. Pull back, bang. Yeah, pull back, bang. And it's just like a little, like he's so accurate. Like when you're doing like the check hook. So when you're pulling back, some people pull back like a whole step, but even in the Porter thing, Bud pulled back just like half a step. Boom. Like he's so accurate. You don't have to do a full step. He just knows how to gauge stuff.
Yes, he knows it. He's great at throwing. And that was
y'all also know what makes me laugh. Like everybody wants to say, like, Jaron Ennis or Virgil Ortiz will beat Bud. Okay, don't be
No,
surprised.
they'll
Don't
give
be
him
don't be
problems,
surprised.
but no.
Don't be surprised when if those fights happen and Bud gets
They'll
in
get
there
their first L.
and Floyd does. And I
They
mean,
get their first L.
he does what Floyd did to Canelo.
They get their first L. Because,
you know what? I don't think that and I agree with you. I think those guys are young, they green, but when they get in the ring with some of the guys they've been following, the social media influence these kids. Like, they become real big fans. They got so much access where they can watch everything. They're sparring certain things. You know, they follow their social media and they get shell shocked. I mean, look what happened to Plant. Plant was in the 10th round asking for Canelo's validation.
I am good, I know. What do you think of me?
He turned into a fanboy. He turned into a fanboy.
You know, and I'm like,
and then the minute you turned into a fanboy, you got knocked out the next round after that.
Absolutely, and that's my thing. I was like, I've always stated this. He should have had a tougher fight to prepare himself for Canelo. This is why I don't like the fact that they trying to say Canelo need to fight Charlo. He need to fight David Benavidez. He need to fight Demetrius. Why are these guys not fighting each other? Kelly Pat.
Why are they fighting them?
Kelly's
seen a million of yous lot. He's seen a million of yous lot coming up in life. You lot ain't seen a million of Canelos. Why don't you lot get prepared for Canelo and fucking fight each other?
Absolutely.
How about that first?
Y'all also know why I thought that Plant was going to lose. Like before, like at the weigh-in, right? I mean, I already knew. I mean, but what really solidified for me was at the weigh-in when how the crowd was booing him. He addressed the crowd and he didn't like that. Why do you care what the crowd is saying?
Whoa,
Deep down there, human, just like us. At the end of the day, just as they're fighting. Sometimes, you know, if I was up there, could you imagine me? I'd be like, "I'll suck your mum. Fuck all of you."
Right.
Like me, it's just like
but still, a mentally strong fighter.
Used to being on that main stage and not reacting to people's thingy like that. But what I will give Caleb Plant is like he survived way longer than what I thought he was. He boxed better than what I thought he would. Billy Joe Saunders, you could shut up because you only lasted 9 and you quit on the stool. And do you know what I mean? So, and I was fucking right about Billy Joe Saunders. But yeah, again, I was right about Caleb Plant. I said he's not going to beat him. And everyone was like what they did with Billy Joe Saunders. It was like Groundhog Day. Oh, but you know, if anyone could beat, I'm sick of hearing this words. If anyone could beat Canelo, it's this guy. We heard that 50 fights ago. 50 other people said that. The only one that did it is Floyd Mayweather. I said it. I called it. If Billy Joe Saunders or Caleb Plant are not on the same level as Floyd Mayweather or better, then they can't beat Canelo.
You know, and you know, to top that off, the finish what you was just saying, you know, with Canelo, with the Caleb Plant fight, there's so many reasons why we knew that Canelo would beat Plant. He actually got sparring with Rashidi Ellis, who I'm very high on. I mean, when he got Rashidi Ellis, he's mastered his kryptonite. He didn't like lateral movement as much. Canelo has learned how to go to the body and sticking to the game plan, slowing these guys down who's elusive.
Yeah,
and not
with
get
the
so
body shots.
Absolutely, and not get so undisciplined trying to headhunt. He has mastered that. He's mastered that
because he knows he's flat-footed and he ain't got that
he
speed.
Got the footwork to
so he knows how to
negate
the nippy fighters by just hitting to the body and slowing them down. Yeah.
Yep. And that's why I think he didn't got better at that. Billy Joe. I think Billy Joe is a good boxer. He moved.
Me too.
I think he's a great boxer, but he's just, you know what I mean? Like I said, he
didn't have the tools to beat Canelo. I knew he didn't.
Absolutely not.
No, I knew it.
Plan is too, and I hope both of those guys bounce back. I still want to see
but Plant did better than Billy Joe Saunders.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah,
he did.
I was actually picking Billy Joe to beat Plant if they ever fought. Believe it or not.
Yeah, Plant beat.
You know what?
Plant beat.
I did have Billy Joe. I say about 2 years earlier, a little bit. I could have.
Plant beats him now, innit? Yeah, Plant beats Billy Joe Saunders. Plant beats Billy Joe Saunders. Plant whoops fucking if Eubank Jr. came back to 68, Plant beats him too.
Oh God!
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't know if he beats David Benavidez. I think
no. Not David. I think David will beat Plant.
I think David beats Plant because of the sheer power, and Plant don't got power, and he won't be able to keep Benavidez off him. And
David is big. He should be like
Benavidez is a bit younger.
Yeah.
David got a work rate off this world. I think Canelo will give David problems from the respect. He can counter him. And, you know, David throws a lot of punches. But when you fight a guy that can actually counter and got great head movement, you ain't going to just be throwing punches like you
ain't.
Other people.
And you'll gas out eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's
and then
about
Canelo will
respect.
just finish you off. He's a great finisher.
But is it me, or is like a lot of us is getting to the point where we're trying to find who can actually give Canelo a competition?
Beterbiev.
All the guys are light heavy. The guys are light heavy.
Beterbiev, light heavy. The light heavy guys, he won't be undisputed.
That's the danger zone. That's the danger zone.
He won't be undisputed at light heavy.
Bivol could beat him. I would say Beterbiev.
Beterbiev.
He could possibly beat Joe Smith. Maybe I'd say. Yeah, that's.
You think Beterbiev? You think Beterbiev got a chance to beat Canelo?
I do.
Don't worry that he's 37 or whatever. Yeah. His power is. He's got what is he? 99%. Is he 100% knockout?
Yeah, he's knocked out all of his opponents. Yeah, 100%.
Everyone.
Every single one. He stopped them. Even undefeated guys.
He stopped everyone. Yeah. Beterbiev, don't try and age him out because the last hi Jed. The last thing that goes is power. And I saw him in his last fight. He has slowed down a little bit, but he still stopped that guy. Yeah, Beterbiev's 100% knockout ratio. I don't think Canelo would be undisputed at 75. Maybe you can get a Smith and beat him up. Yeah, cool. But no Bivol and no Beterbiev. Bivol would be an interesting matchup because of their styles. Because Bivol is very technical as well, but Bivol is also a power puncher as well. Not as powerful as Beterbiev, but he's got power.
He can still punch.
But he could punch. So it's just about, they could counter what Canelo dishes out, they can give back.
Yep.
Yes. And they're naturally coming down from like 200 pounds, sometimes 210.
Yeah, Beterbiev, he fought a heavyweight in the amateurs.
Yeah. But don't get it twisted. Canelo comes down from be up at 190 on his walking around weight.
Yeah.
He walk around at 190, but I think Canelo just looks better at like 75 is his max. Him going to cruiserweight, we would have saw a very slowed down, even more flat-footed Canelo.
Yeah, I think that's dangerous too. Going up and down the weights is not healthy.
Yeah, it's not good for the body.
No.
If you're gonna go up, just go up to 75. But the reason why he picked to do cruiser, because he wants to be the 5 division world champ. He knows that it's probably too hard to be a world champ in 75, but you get the weakest guy in cruiser. So it was easier to achieve it there.
To be honest, I don't even think I don't think it was actually Canelo's idea to actually do the cruiserweight. Go to cruiserweight. I think it was the WBC. They did him a favor by giving him the belt with Yeardrum. Hey, we pretty much gave him the belt. Now you give us a favor by bringing interest to this cruiserweight, and then who knows? He might open up that new division.
I mean,
it was a cherry pick. It was a cherry pick. It was a cherry pick.
In all fairness, just to correct my man Ohio right quick, like when he fought Yildirim, that was a mandatory. He got the vacant WBC belt when he beat Callum Smith.
Yeah.
So, but you think what I was just saying.
Yeah.
You want to bring money.
Mandatory, right? By the WBC. They mandatory a guy who wasn't even supposed to get a shot.
No. David was actually supposed to fight Yildirim before that. A lot of people keep forgetting that he was actually mandated to fight when David still had the belt when he before he blew it with the weight.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yildirim was going to fight.
On the scales.
Yildirim was actually being set up to fight him. So then Canelo inherited that problem when he got the vacant belt. So a lot of people don't remember.
But the WBC made it still very easy for him to be able to go and fight Makabu. They made that. They granted that real quick at the fucking convention. When Bud sent his representative to try and get Errol Spence, it was like, you need to have a promoter and because it was just politics.
The WBC will let that
Makabu, it was all they had a face off. They acted like there was a date to the fight. They had a fucking face off, and then they was like, oh, actually, he's got a Mando.
Chan, the WBC will let Canelo get away with murder.
When you just fought, so Canelo's like, actually, we made.
No, you're right. She's right. She's absolutely.
They let him get away. They let him get away with murder. They let him do anything.
They let him get away with fucking murder. They do. So I would more respect it that Canelo tries to plow through 75. Like, there's no shame in getting losses up there. Like, you've got nothing more to prove, man. Like, you beat some people, you lose to some people now, man. Like, who cares? Like,
now when he be good.
It's still respectable that you went to 75. You already got one, but you got Kovalev up there. Go back there and do what you can do there. I more respect that move than you going to fight the weakest champ at another weight. It's like you did that with kind of Kovalev-ish, like
well, you know, Roy Jones did it. You know,
with John Ruiz.
Yeah.
Okay, but Roy Jones cleaned out like top opponents from before though. Like Roy Jones actually, like, he's the greatest, fam. Like, he started off what? What did he start off as?
It's all
Roy Jones started off junior. What did he start off? Junior middleweight.
154, yeah.
Yeah, 154, 154, 160, 168, 175. I don't know if he did cruiser. I think he just went straight. And then you know, then he went to heavyweight, and then after heavyweight, then he went back to super middle, didn't he?
But light heavy.
The point I'm
getting is sometimes these fighters they do strategy. You know, Cotto did. Yeah. He went to 160 and didn't fight Martinez with the bum leg, but he didn't want to fight Triple G. You know?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, there's strategies, there's strategies, and I get it. But Canelo's always been accused of, like, you know, cherry picking certain of his fights. I get the strategies, but I mean, this one, it was just so obvious that this was just the weakest link guy going to cruiser.
Got
you.
I agree.
Why didn't you want to fight Lawrence Okoli then at cruiser? Why didn't you want to fight him then? Because you know that's you would get fucked up. So, like, if you're going to do something, I'd rather you lose, but doing it, but with the best intentions. Like, you went there to win, but you picked the best person.
But I get what you're saying, but you also got to be careful, because when you go in the weight class you're not familiar with, you can end up like Kell Brook.
Yes.
Yeah, with your space fashioning. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could. You could. And that was Chris Eubank's fault as well, because he was supposed to do that. He was supposed to fight.
It was supposed to be him in the ring, not Kell.
Yeah, it was supposed to be him in the ring, and Kell Brook stepped up to that weight class and got fucked up. But I respect that though. At least you tried.
Yeah,
like, at least you tried.
At least you went for it.
At least you went for it. That's a great name on your resume. Chris Eubank needs a good name on his resume. Whether he won, lost, or drawn, we would have respected the move, is what I'm saying, because you're challenging yourself. So Canelo, if you're going up to fight Makabu, I'm not excited. I saw Tony Bellew knock him out like real quick, like and that was a few years back. Like, you ain't got any better.
Let's not forget that he lost to Mchunu. He lost.
I agree.
What with this guy just now?
Yeah. Makabu lost that last fight.
But they gave it. But I didn't even watch it because I have no.
I know, but I'm just.
They gifted him it, didn't they? They gifted him the win, right?
Yeah, that was
robbery. That was robbery.
You know why they did that? Because the WBC need to keep him just in case Canelo wants to fight him. So we need to keep him with that belt, because he will bring us some money over here. There's no money in cruiserweight.
No,
I mean, until Canelo steps up in it, there was no money in 168 until Canelo steps up in it.
I gotta ask you a question, sweetheart.
He brings the money.
I gotta ask you a question, LadyChann. Is it safe to talk on here being an American today? Because you were pissed last time.
Oh God!
What happened?
I had to switch. I had to do the switch mode. I had to do the Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
I was wearing Ohio. I was Raiden. Raiden, win. I had to zap all of them. Do you know what they did to me? Ohio, like, I'm always hanging out with the boys, as you can see. The panel's always the lads, cool. Usually Lisa's with me as well, but she's having tech problems. So usually I just let everybody chop it up. But then what happened, it was a Friday night late one, 2 a.m. in the morning for me. It was like just Friday. So everybody was getting lit. They was drinking, and they was on the panel. And then one of my panel members, he was like totally drunk, and someone else came on and he was just attacking him. It turned into just a war, rah, 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 rah. And then other people started joining. And then people that was here, even Tony was here. Tony started to overtalk me. And then I was just like, guys, stop overtalking me. And everyone was trying to overtalk me. And I was like doing this all the time, order. And then they would stop and they would be cool. It was for 5 hours. It was for 5 hours, right, Ohio? For 5 hours, and then this other guy came over from this other channel that I really don't like, but I like this guy, but he's from a channel that I really hate. And then and then another guy from the other channel came in, and then it turned into this bitch ass nigga, bitch ass nigga, pussy ass nigga, bitch ass nigga, pussy, hoe ass nigga, pussy, bitch ass nigga. Like, it turned into that show, It turned into Jerry Springer, and that's not what I'm doing, right? So I was like, guys, you're gonna like stop doing all of that. Oh, hoe ass nigga, here's my address, nigga, here's my address, bitch ass nigga, bitch ass nigga, bitch ass nigga. And I
You
was
making
just
a
like,
song?
what
What
the?
into?
So I just had enough in the end, yeah. I
Oh,
just had enough, and
man.
then the guy was trying to overtalk me, and then he was doing his top 10. We was doing top 10 heavyweights, and then he contradicted himself, and I was trying to like say, but that doesn't make sense of what you just said. And then he was like, "Oh, I'm doing my list. Oh, I'm doing my list." So in the end, I was just like, "Do you know what? Just like everybody, just fuck off. Like, fuck off." My temper just went. It went. Oh, hi. You've probably seen my temper go on TVV, but no. This one was super saiyan.
Yeah,
Like
she was
it was
pissed.
crazy. I
Ooh.
went, everyone that was on the panel, I said, everyone get off. Like I said, sign out now, drop out now. I said, because I'm gonna say something about everyone's, and like I might the stuff that I might say, you might never come back again. Like all of you never come back, because the things that I'm gonna say, my temper's gone now. It's called a bad temper because it's not good. Why are you guys not just letting me have a good temper? I let everybody rock. It's 7:45 a.m. in the morning. I've been on since 2 a.m. for you guys because I'm accommodating for the American audience, and you guys are going to overtalk me and do bitch ass nigga, bitch ass nigga. I said, everybody get the fuck off.
Yeah, she was pretty adamant.
I saw
Who was doing that?
You got told to drop off as well.
No, I didn't. I was already gone.
You was already gone. Was you already gone?
You never told me to drop off.
No, Tony, you were there, man. You
at the end, at the very end.
I never got told to drop off.
Was you at the end? Did you continue at the end of the show on the panel?
I left. Your panel was still going.
Yeah, you left. You weren't on. Yeah. This is what I'm saying. You dropped off and you was in the chat, Tony. You was in the chat, but then I switched that on Drew. Drew was here and TY was here. Jed was on the panel. Lisa was on the panel, and someone else. I told everyone just get the fuck off. Everyone got
I heard.
Young Billy was on. Young Billy was on. Debo was on. It was a full panel. It was like nearly 10 of us. I said, everyone just get the fuck off. I said, everyone get the fuck off. And then all the squares started dropping off. I said, keep going. You know, some people tried to go, keep going. Get off.
Dude, I didn't even say goodbye. I didn't want to say
I didn't want a goodbye. I didn't want no goodbyes. I want everyone to get the fuck off now. And I said, I'm sick of you Americans moving like you're crazy. I said, at the end of the day, yeah, we're all representing you represent your country well. Represent who you are well. Like represent your household well. It looks like you're not representing how you've been brought up. I said, it looks like you've been dragged up and not brought up. Like you're doing a disservice to whoever brought you up, parents, aunties, grandmothers, whoever. And then to your country, already people, you know, look at all them crazy Americans. Like you're actually feeding into the fucking stereotype. Like I'm British, yeah, I am black, but we're not doing bitch ass nigga, bitch ass, hoe ass nigga. Like we're not doing that here. We don't rock like that here, you know. Like if we want to do that, we can do that. But let's do that shit like off camera, when we we're all rocking no pussy ass niggas, yeah, bitch ass niggas. Like we can do that off camera. But at the end of the day, you guys forget we've got eyes that watch these channels that you don't know who's watching. You don't know what big heads or big wigs are watching and seeing what's going on. And us doesn't matter if we're black British, black Irish, black French, black American. Certain eyes will be looking at like, look at them black people, man. They're just fucking trash, man. Do you know what I mean? Look how look what they're doing. It just don't look good. Oh, look at them New Yorkers, man. Look at that one. Tony's going apeshit over Dillian fucking White. Like going mad. Like, and I'm trying to calm him down. He's over talking me. I'm just like, everyone, get off. Everyone fuck off.
No, I agree.
There were definitely some trigger words. All right. Dillian White was a trigger word.
Dillian White's a trigger word for Tony at the best of days. Tony had COVID. Tony had COVID, and he weren't even on the panel. As soon as we said Dillian White, the back call, he came on with a 38-degree fucking Fahrenheit, 100-degree Fahrenheit temperature.
Wait a minute.
And was on the panel.
Wait. Time out. Hold up. Time out. Wait, stop. The last show I was on with you, I was arguing with Troy King, or not Troy King, Troy Graham.
That was the show
Troy
before.
Graham. Hold on,
Yeah,
listen.
was. Yeah.
I was saying that Dillian White would get knocked out by Joe Joyce.
Yeah, you was. Yeah, but that was on the second phase. The first phase of when we were talking about Dillian White and we were saying, certain things, and you came on and Haplo rubbed you up because Hap hates Dillian White. It was you and Hap. It was you and Hap.
No, it wasn't. It was Lewis and Hap going back and forth.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, it was Lewis and Hap going back and forth, but you and Hap going back and forth with the Dillian White thing a bit. And Hap was in a
There
chat.
was another. There was
someone else that came on, but Tony. Anyway, we know that you love off Dillian White. Like if we say Dillian White is gone left, you come on the panel 100 degree 38 hot and say no, he turned right, LadyChann. He turned right.
Nah,
we can't tell Tony nothing about Dillian White at all. You may as well just forget about it because
I don't see how when I said Joe Joyce would knock him out.
No, but that's the first time I've seen you been objective on Dillian White. You had to tell the truth because I'd just be like, no, Tony, now you're just being super deluded. Like, yeah, I've let you fanboy. I've let you fanboy for about.
No, I'm objective with all the fights. Just people don't see what I see.
No, you're not. You're not objective with Dillian White. You're getting there. No, you're not.
Don't agree with me. That doesn't mean I'm not objective.
No, you're not. You go into full arguments, and that you are 38 hot, as Ma would say. You 38
I argue about anything.
Let me ask Tony. Hey, Tony, let me ask you a question, Tony.
What's up?
Tony, I love
do you think Dillian White earned a shot at Tyson Fury throughout his career? Do you think?
Yes, I do.
Go.
Everyone, yes. Yeah. Yes. He didn't earn his shot at Tyson Fury. He earned his shot at whoever had the WBC belt. Point blank. When Wilder had it, he earned his shot when Wilder had it. When Fury had it, Fury then said to him, go and get the diamond belt and then I'll entertain you. Dillian White went and got the diamond belt, came back and Tyson Fury still ducked him. Yeah, he's earned his right to fight whoever holds that fucking WBC belt. And Tyson Fury's trying to make it like it's all about him, like Dillian White is just trying to go at him. Dillian White's always tried to go at whoever's had that belt. That's it. Yes, he has earned it. He's earned it from Oscar Rivas. He's been the interim champ since 2018, 2019. Yes, he's well and earned it. He's been paying sanctioning fees all those years.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I heard that this was the highest purse bid in boxing history behind Buster Douglas and Holyfield.
Yeah, it was.
Yep.
Yeah, it was. And then Eddie Hearns would have been the second highest in boxing.
And in my honest opinion, neither one of those boxes is worth that money. But that's just my opinion.
In the
Dillian White's hardly
so much.
No, Dillian White's hardly not getting any money. This is what people are trying to sell this thing. Oh, it's his biggest purse to date. Only by 2 million. Can I tell you that Dillian White gets 4 million, 3 and 4 million here anyway. Normal fighting just anyway. So to then fight Tyson Fury and then get 6 million. Mate, and then Tyson Fury's walking away with 24 mil. No. Tyson Fury hasn't fought here for years. Tyson Fury has never sold out any arenas of seats. Dillian White has multiple times. Dillian White has always been a pay-per-view boxer multiple times. To give him 6 million is a fucking liberty.
So check this out. The proof is in the pudding, and you can see where they were lying. They tried to say Dillian was not marketable, that he does not sell. However, that's why they did the 20% because they said they wouldn't move any tickets. However, what do? They do a $41 million purse bid for this fight because they know what it's going to sell. They know how many units it's going to move.
Exactly. Tyson Fury don't sell shit here. I'm telling you that point blank period. Maybe after these Wilder fights, he may have, a bit more fans that might come out, but his fans are more in my comment section more than buying fucking tickets. That's what his fans do. They sit in comment sections, but they're not fucking buying the fucking tickets. They're not supporting. Yeah, they're not supporting. Like Tyson Fury's fights are boring. Like the best fights that we've seen of him is the Wilder ones under the tutelage of Sugar Hill. His fights are boring. The one with Klitschko, he only sold there was only 6,000 pay-per-views on that. 6,000 pay-per-views. Anthony Joshua does 1.5 million when he fought Klitschko. The lowest pay-per-view he's ever done is just under $1 million. All of his pay-per-views are 1.2 mil, 1.1 mil, 1.5 mil. Dillian Whyte does high pay-per-views as well. Him and Anthony Joshua was the first ones. They were pay-per-view when they first fought, and they've always pay-per-viewed since then. Dillian Whyte, you wouldn't be pay-per-view here if you're not pay-per-view worthy. It's not like PBC over there where everyone's just pay-per-view. Do you know what I mean? Here, you got to be pay-per-view worthy. Otherwise, you can just go on normal Sky Boxing and we'll watch you for fucking free. You know what I mean? Tyson Fury's not pay-per-view worthy. If it weren't Dillian Whyte, it wouldn't be.
All I know is that I'm going to watch the fight and I'm going to be happy because a fighter that I dislike is going to get their ass kicked. And it doesn't matter which one. I'm happy.
Because you don't like none of them. You don't like any of them.
Nope.
Yeah, well, I think Tyson Fury may just edge it and beat Dillian Whyte if I just use my head. Yeah, but I want Dillian Whyte to fucking fight. Do I think Dillian Whyte can beat Tyson Fury? I do think Dillian Whyte can beat Tyson Fury. Don't let all of this smoke and mirrors get it twisted that you think like Tyson Fury is the best since sliced bread. Dillian Whyte's resume is one of the best resumes in the heavyweight division, win, lose, or fucking draw.
Absolutely.
He's way better quality opponent than Tyson Fury.
He's going to knock Fury out, period.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? So, like, they used to spar together. And
Tell us again, Tony. Say it again, Tony.
And he dropped Tyson Fury 2 times in sparring. Tyson Fury, with the biggest mouth that he's got, he's never denied it.
LadyChann, let me tell you, to top it off like this, with the Tyson Fury and Dillian Whyte, why this is important, I'm rooting for Dillian because we can actually have an era where even Usyk, I like Usyk too.
I like Usyk as well.
Yeah, I like Usyk too. But got these guys that's left in the heavyweight. If let's say the Tyson Fury beats Dillian Whyte, you just nailed it on the head. No one's going to care about him being the champion. It's like, who wants to watch Tyson Fury? It's like, it's going to be like Klitschko reigning
again. Yeah.
And no one cared.
And all they do is hold, and all Tyson Fury do was hold that belt hostage anyway.
Yeah, so
and like all the good fights that could happen at heavyweight, they're going to be blocked. He'll have the last Infinity Stone. It's just he always blocks fights. At least with Dillian Whyte having it, the fights will happen.
Absolutely. So if Dillian Whyte wins, it makes the Wilder and Dillian Whyte a super fight.
Makes that super fight.
We would love that.
You could do Joshua again. That makes it a super fight. You could have Joshua and Wilder, regardless of belts. These lot have now superseded like the belts. Like I believe Joshua. Like, I would still want to watch Joshua fight Wilder. I don't care if Wilder don't got a belt or Joshua don't got a belt.
Me too.
I would love to watch Dillian Whyte fight Joshua again. I don't care about if they've got belts. I'd love to watch Wilder and Whyte fight, regardless of belts. Those set of people, I don't care about the belts. They've superseded the belts, in my opinion.
It's the same like when Tyson lost to Buster Douglas and they messed up the Holyfield fight. A couple years later, we still wanted to see Holyfield and Tyson. They got that fight. That fight still wanted to.
Yeah, and it was it was delayed, but we still wanted to see it. And then we saw it twice in the end. It was twice they fought, right? Yeah. We still wanted to see it regardless of who had belts. Who had belts? Who had belts? Who had belts? Who didn't have belts? Who went jail? Who didn't have jail? We didn't care. We just wanted to see the fights. But Tyson Fury, he's a hold up. Like, he holds shit up. He does. He's always held shit up. You can't rely on him if there's going to be a rematch. Like, he may just vacate a belt. Just vacate it and go. Like, I just rather
you gotta make sure. You know what? He needs a little time to do his rails of cocaine. You can't, give him some time. Once he's done with his cocaine,
he does that. And he's downtime.
I mean, can we all agree on one thing, that Tyson Fury is not good for the heavyweight division?
No, this is what I've always said. People were mad at Wilder because he wouldn't fight AJ, right? They claimed that he was holding up the division. However, what I can say,
he did a little bit.
No, but listen. At least what I can say is, at least Wilder was actually fighting people.
Yeah,
Fury ain't fighting nobody.
I give Wilder that. At least he was like doing some stuff. Do you know what I mean?
He defended his belt numerous times at least.
We really wanted to see, I don't know, business, politics, who this one, 50 million, this one, that. Like, it was all politics at them days. Cool, I've gone past that now. But at least he fucking was like, he was still fighting. But he didn't fight Dillian Whyte and did say to Dillian Whyte, like, I'll freeze you out for 2 years.
I don't like that.
I didn't like that, and you just decided to keep doing Fury, you, and tune-ups, and then Ortiz twice, and then this, that, and all they kept doing was fighting other people twice and then each other. Like that bit I didn't like. But if Tyson Fury leaves, like, then I think it just makes the heavyweight division a lot better. And if Dillian White beats Tyson Fury, it makes the heavyweight division a lot better.
Tyson Fury has a habit of, no one ever really knows what he's gonna do. So he may
vacate. He may just vacate. He may even still vacate this belt. He said, "Oh, I want to do all the fighting. I'm a fighting man." Like, he'll get to the 11th hour. Tyson Fury in this 11th hour. It's always reported the 11th hour. I don't know what hour that is. Is it 11 a.m.? Is it 11 p.m.? What time is the 11th hour? Because there's always this 11th hour. When he had COVID, 11th hour, had to pull out 11th hour. Like, dude, what is this 11th hour? Is it like some devil demonic witching hour that happens where everybody just says fuck it on this hour? Because if it gets to that hour, Tyson Fury may say, "Oh, I don't want to fight and I don't want the belt. The belts don't mean nothing." Now all of a sudden he wants to do undisputed. But when he could do undisputed with Anthony Joshua, he could have paid Wilder the step aside money. He could have.
Yeah, or he fucked that up.
And he fucked that up. And he said, "I don't care about belts anyway. Undisputed, oh, who cares?" Now all of a sudden you care about undisputed. And when Joshua could step aside, but Joshua's team said, "Give me 5 million more. We don't know what they really offered." He straight away, if you really wanted to be undisputed and Anthony Joshua asked you whatever it was 5 million more, you would have said, "Because I really want to be undisputed." Because I know Anthony Joshua would have paid off someone an extra 5 million more than they was worth to get that last belt. I know that for a fact. So Tyson Fury, if you really cared about undisputed and Anthony Joshua answers you for 5 million more and you say, "Oh no, I'm not doing it now," then you didn't really want to be undisputed.
You got a question in the chat.
You didn't really want to be undisputed, and you tried to change the deal and say, "Oh, I'll fight a tune-up first before I just go in and fight." Bro, you just fought Wilder just a minute ago. Why do you need a tune-up? Hey, I don't know you, but hey, welcome.
Yeah.
Why do you need a tune-up? Like, do you understand? So that means you want Joshua and Dillian White to wait before you do a tune-up, then Usyk, then there may be a Usyk rematch, and you can't rely on Tyson Fury. That could take up to 3 years before he even does any of that. He may take the belt and then say, "Oh, I'm not fighting you now, Joshua. You're a bum dosser. I'm gone."
Right. but Chad, it's funny, for all his claims to be a fighting man, he sure seems to do an awful lot of talking.
Right.
So that's what he does. He tells so much lies. He's just a liar.
So I'll be honest. I'm like the biggest Fury fan. I love Fury.
Where are you from, Don? What part of America? Welcome, by the way.
Chicago area, like South Chicago. Okay.
Okay.
So you can see the MJ, if I can get it, the MJ jersey in the back. So I love Fury, but not because he's an asshole. Not because he's an asshole. I know he's an asshole, but because of his story of overcoming drugs and alcohol and getting back into it.
I know it's that one.
It's dumb. I know it's dumb.
We're
it's
from
dumb.
London. Everyone's overcome drug and alcohol.
Right,
and
but I do agree that he holds the belt up. He holds the belt up. He talks a lot of shit and then doesn't do it. He talks about who he's gonna fight and doesn't do it. And so I can agree with that. I do, and I agree that he could be boring for a lot of fans. Like he could be if you don't enjoy that style and the holding and the pulling on the neck. It's all illegal, I did boxing, so I know.
Let the ref at the end of the day. Get away from
right.
It's the ref to ref at the end of the day.
Canelo does things too that are not dirty. It's how you box. That's how you fight. You push it to the limit. You don't let them. Yeah. Otherwise, the other guy does it. So.
Yeah.
But I do think he overextends his racist views as a gypsy. He is a gypsy. They did have hard times, but to pretend that's the same as slavery or these other things is kind of crazy.
You're still white, Tyson Fury. No one goes, "Oh, there's the gypsy."
Or how about his dad has millions of dollars?
You're still white. There's two different gypsies here. There's the Romany gypsy, that they're brown and olive. He's not one of them. He's the Irish gypsies, where it's not really the lineage of gypsies. Don't let
There's
me
a
go
lot
down
of Americans like this too, that are from the South, that'll say, "Oh, Irish were slaves too," and it's like, no.
No, they was here. There was a lot of prejudice. When my mum came over from the West Indies, in the shops there was no blacks, no Irish, and no dogs, and they and that's
so
why
it existed.
Irish people and Caribbean people are very, very tight.
Right, but for someone from the Confederate States to pretend that they're so Irish and that's why they're hated is a joke.
No, it's not that. No.
Nobody hates them for being Irish anymore. You know,
it's not racism because they're not different races. It's there's prejudice.
Well,
there's some prejudice, and he tries to tie it in like it's woe is me.
That's why they're hated.
Oh, bruv, you live in
Can I
you live in a
something
multi-million-dollar like mansion in fucking Vegas. If you're really a gypsy, why aren't you living in your caravan? Your dad still does.
Well, that's why I think his dad's silly, right? His dad still pretends he lives in that caravan. We know you don't live in that tiny little piece of shit. Like, we know you're a millionaire.
His little BT fucking sports interviews.
He does interviews in that little caravan.
Could I ask a question that's a head scratcher right quick? Watch, let me ask you this. All right, so like, if Tyson Fury never told anybody he was a gypsy, how would we exactly know?
You wouldn't know. You can't. Us, we would kind of know a bit. Like what you're saying, if he walked into a room with like all white people, they wouldn't necessarily know he was a gypsy.
No one would pick you out.
If you grow up with gypsies, you would kind of know that Tyson Fury is a gypsy by the way he chooses his vocabulary and the way he dresses. It's a bit garish, and gypsies are kind of like that. And they've got kind of like a dialect of how they speak. They sound like pirates. Oh, bless me heart, and I'll kill you. And no man out of his mother's cunt will ever beat me. Like, bum dossa. Like, that's how you know you're a gypsy. But if he shut his mouth, walked into a room with all white people, they would just go, "Oh, there's another white guy with us."
Exactly.
You know what I mean? There's no racism. Nobody runs down gypsies and pelts and stones them. Like, don't get it twisted. And you see the story.
Running around broadcasting
we respect the story. You got over coke and thingy. Whatever, fam. Like, there's loads of people that did that. Like, there's loads.
And that's
how much time do you want me to give you credit for that? Like, how long does that last? Like, how long, fam? Like, you did it. Well done. You wrote a book.
And how impressive is it? It's not that impressive.
New York Best Times book, selling book. Like, you're a multimillionaire. We don't feel that sorry for you.
But it's not that impressive, but it's relatable is how I feel.
Yeah, I get you. Go ahead, Ahaya.
No, I just said I respect Dan coming on the panel and
yeah, me too, Dan. Because you came into the fire.
Well, I was trying to comment earlier. I want to get into this. I like talking about boxing, and I don't.
Yeah, me too. You're
see
welcome
why I
anytime.
shouldn't.
Yeah, we all do, man.
You're welcome anytime. You just you're just gonna have to accept that I'm not a big Tyson Fury fan at all. He will be desecrated at all times when there's.
No, I know. I wouldn't still be watching your show if I didn't know that. Like, I know. I got beef with you one time because I called you a Joshua fangirl, and you were like, "I am not a fangirl," and I was like, "Damn, I pissed off Chan today."
Did you call into me on my channel or on another channel?
Just in a comment, just in a comment.
But in my channel.
Yeah, on your channel. But I apologize.
Would you call Dan on there? Would you call Dan?
I don't even know Dan. I'm Dan.
No, but what you called Dan was when you called me.
Oh, it's Daniel Burr. Daniel Burr on YouTube.
Oh yeah, I remember you.
Oh boy! Oh no!
Yeah, I remember you.
Here's the truth: is I love Joshua, Fury, and Wilder. I like all three. I think they're great personalities, great for the sport. I think they're all unique.
Did you get blocked? Didn't you get blocked?
No, I never got blocked.
Oh no!
You're lucky.
No. I mean, all I said was the word fanboy. I didn't use any language.
You're just a fangirl. That really pissed
or fangirl. Sorry, not fanboy.
Yeah, you called me a fangirl. You did.
I tell you what, though.
I'm not. I'm so not.
I don't mean it in a mad way. I mean it in the same way I'm a Fury fanboy. You know, I love.
No, but I'm not a fangirl. Like, that's the thing. Like, I can critique him, and I can be really objective when it comes to Joshua. This is what I was
That's why I love your channel, though. Is you do take a outside stance instead of only giving your own views.
I'm gonna say this, LadyChann, and I'm gonna be very honest.
Lady,
every
you
time I come up,
you are though, Tony.
Every time I come
if he's a fanboy, then I could call you a fangirl. I don't see the difference.
No.
But I don't know him as well either.
No, Dan, Tony goes off the rich girl.
every time I gotta say this, and this is the truth. Every time I come up and I explain my disdain for white, I catch shit in here a lot when I'm
not from. Is it from me or is it from Tony mainly?
Mostly Tony. Mostly Tony.
Talk about AJ. Talk about AJ. Watch how quickly she jumps on you.
No, we've done it. Electro Jed has said it. Loads of people have come and test my boundaries. They come and do it on purpose. Like, here's the challenge. Just go on her channel and chat shit about AJ and see how she reacts, and then we'll get the numbers. People invite me on their channel just to talk about AJ because they want the views. Because they think if we get LadyChann on our channel, talk about AJ, she's going to switch. We get all the numbers, and then it's entertainment. No, sir.
Let me say something real quick.
Go on, Ohio. One sec, Jed.
I'm a Frank Sanchez fan.
One sec, Jed. Sorry. Let
No,
Ohio go.
I'm sorry.
All right,
no, that's fine. It's quick. I just wanted to say this to Dan. He said he was a fanboy of Tyson Fury. I disagree. Most fanboys don't
say what you just said.
Right. I use the term loosely, as in like.
Yeah, you're not a fanboy because you just said the facts.
I'm from Chicago, so we talk shit like all the time. Like we are always bashing each other.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I said you don't. A fanboy don't see other people's point of view. They just go with their logic and their mindset.
Yeah.
I heard you say that
I just meant fan. I just meant fan. Yeah.
There's a difference. Like, I don't have a problem with anyone that's a supporter of Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder. I've got people that are subbers that are
Deontay Wilder
supporters. I've got Canelo supporters. But then AJ supporters, Fury supporters. It goes wrong when you don't go into fanboyism. I don't want AJ fanboys on here. I don't want Tyson Fury fanboys on here. I don't want any fanboys on it. It's when it's fanboys. Pacquiao and all that. Canelo fanboys. Like,
if you think Pacquiao is the best fighter ever, you're just wrong. You have no idea what you're talking about. Like, it makes no sense.
He's one of them.
He's great. He's a legend. Probably top 20. He's great.
Now we're going to have a discussion. Okay.
Sure. Explain to me how Pacquiao is the best fighter ever. I mean, he might have the most heart and the cutest personality or something, but like, I don't think
he's not just one spot.
Well, he's got the most accolades.
No,
hold on. That too.
Pacquiao.
He lost to Ugas, like
fighter in the
No. But it doesn't matter. Mike Tyson lost to Buster Douglas. Fucking at Muhammad Ali.
I would never rate.
Muhammad Ali
Tyson
lost to Leon Spinks. Muhammad Ali lost to someone.
So losses aren't what matters.
Does that mean
my point is that he lost to a fighter that's not even the best fighter in that division.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
But he was 42 coming off a 2-year layoff, to be fair.
Muhammad Ali is not even my number one. I have a weird list, I rank it on who I like,
Let me hear your list.
But Dan.
I haven't formulated the whole list, but I could probably come up with like a top 5 or something.
Do top 5. Let's have a go. Let's hear it.
I'll just do my favorites because I think that's more obvious that it's biased,
Tyson Fury.
No. Number 1 is Joe Frazier for me.
Oh, not bad.
I just love his fighting style. I think his story is just as good as Muhammad Ali's, just a little less popular.
Yeah.
And I'd probably rank Ali after him because those two guys and Foreman had the best.
Go on, say your list. So Frazier, Ali.
Okay, so yeah. I'm just explaining a little bit, but Frazier. I have to think about it too. Frazier, Ali. After that, maybe Jack Johnson or Jack Dempsey. So those would be my 3 and 4. Because historically, they're very relevant. They're important. You can't deny that, even if you don't like them.
What is it? Because they're white.
Well, Jack Johnson's black. He was the first black boxer that won a championship.
Dempsey's white. I know you're
The reason I love Jack Dempsey is because I was born in the same town as him in Colorado. So I visited his home. He kind of got me into boxing. I loved his style when I started boxing, and it just kind of
got you. So this is based on your favorites. So if
I were to rank skill, it'd be totally different. Muhammad Ali would be number 1.
Let's go with skill. Give me your top
Muhammad
5.
Ali would be number 1.
Give me your current heavyweight. Your current heavyweight list.
By skill?
By
just skill.
Yeah. Like who would
not
you?
Not my
rank?
opinion.
Your opinion. Who would you rank? Who's the number 1 heavyweight?
Pound for pound heavyweight list right now. How about that?
I've never put heavyweights on pound for pound because they don't, unless they've come from.
They're the heaviest, right? But let's just call it that. I would start with Usyk skill wise. He is a master. There's no other way to put it. The guy is a genius.
Yeah, there's no wrong or right answer, but actually there is
Right.
going to be a wrong one until
Right, you guys can argue, obviously, but I mean, like,
Usyk.
yeah, I'd say Usyk, then Fury, then Joshua, and then it gets really confusing.
Come on,
I
you
would
can go
probably 5. I would probably go like Frank Sanchez right now.
No, you're
I don't
at
really
number
know.
4. You're at 4, love.
Oh,
You said
4?
Fury, AJ.
So
Who's 4?
Oh, so Wilder at 4 because
Wilder.
he did hold the
Yeah.
belt for a while.
And then who's number 5?
And then I would probably say Frank Sanchez right now as far as skill goes, not as far as record goes. Just as like.
Yeah, but you can't mix and dabble them. It's just either the
Right. I'm just having trouble like different. I don't know how they really come up with.
So Dillian White isn't in your top 5. Would it be in your top 5?
As far as skill or as far as record?
Well, it's just why is
my
Usyk
top?
in your
I know
top
it's
5?
complicated. I'm making it more complicated than it needs
Yeah,
to
you
be,
made
but-
it complex. Can I just give you what my top 10 was?
I have a weird I differentiate between my opinion versus their skill versus
I'm just doing it
fights
as a
they've had.
Okay, let me do mine. What mine is as an objective person, not as a subjective. Like my
Right.
this would be different if it was that. So objectively, this is my top 10 heavyweights. Number 1, Tyson Fury. Number 2, Alexander Usyk. Number 3, AJ. Number 4, Deontay Wilder. Number 5, Dillian White. Number 6, Andy Ruiz. But White and Ruiz could interchange. Number 6, Andy Ruiz. Number 7, Joseph Parker. Number 8, Joe Joyce. Number 9, Ortiz. And number 10, Ergovich.
That's perfect. That's a perfect list.
So
Yeah.
Let me ask you one question.
Yep.
My guy from Ohio, Jared Anderson, you think he's gonna get on that list pretty soon?
Yeah. I'm a big fan.
Anderson's going to be a.
I prefer him than Sanchez. Sanchez is boring to watch.
I think he beats Sanchez right now. I think he beats Sanchez right
I
now.
agree with that. Yeah.
He's
I
mad.
think he's young.
I've seen Anderson rock.
I think
I've
Sanchez
seen
is
him
a great
rock
fighter.
Against eBay, because eBay is a good fighter. He's just not got the pedigree.
I have no clue who that is.
I think
Anderson fought this guy
eBay.
eBay. I can't remember. His last name is IBEH.
Yeah, I remember that fight. Yeah,
Kingston, I think.
He knocked him out
Kingston eBay.
like with 10 seconds left in the fight. I think.
But right, who did Kingston fight? Kingston eBay fight before he fought that fight? Before he fought Anderson. He fought an Italian Olympic winner. The Italian bronze winner or something. Guido Vianello.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah. I know you're talking about. Yeah.
That guy is a good boxer too. And
yeah,
Kingsley won that fight. It was a draw, but he won that fight.
And they gave it to what would they gifted Guido a draw?
They called it a draw, yeah.
Yeah.
And it was a 6-rounder, so that was kind of tough to call, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean,
so I think Kingsley is a good fighter that maybe might get his career cut short because of Anderson. You know, he really.
Anderson fucked him up.
Yeah, that was a good fight. It was back and forth for a bit, but it was a good fight.
I think Big Baby is going to be a force to be reckoned with. Honestly,
yeah.
And I think there's going to be. I honestly think there'll be like a super fight between him and Sanchez in like 2 or 3 years.
You know what I want?
My problem.
I really do.
Here's my problem with Anderson. I've already seen his ass rocked against low opposition, so I don't have a lot of high hopes for Anderson.
He doesn't keep his guard up.
I really don't see this unstoppable heavyweight. No. I don't even think he could beat a Daniel Dubois, to be honest with you.
Hold on.
That would be a good fight.
Hold on. You started off by saying he got rocked. Like the heavyweight division, they all don't really get rocked. Bob Sanders knocked out Klitschko.
Right.
These
guys can all punch if they're top 50 or 100.
I understand that, but that was an actual good fighter. I've seen Anderson get rocked by low-hanging fruit, and that's not a good sign early.
Loser alert. Loser alert.
Earl Smith got rocked.
Look at this loser comment.
Fight by a guy that was low.
Ohio, sorry. Look at this. Comment. Look at this loser comment. This idiot woman, but you're an idiot because you're on the idiot's channel, so you're an idiot as well. Then.
Right, you're giving the
I'm
idiot
giving you
comments.
Look, Big A. this idiot woman can't stand white people. A pathetic excuse for a human
She's
being.
literally talking to two white people right now. What the fuck are they talking about?
Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
We're having a casual conversation. How could anybody here hate each
white
other?
friends, you know, when racist people say that. I got a black friend. Like, no,
right?
No,
who? What's his name?
I'm not. Name's John. No, not racist. Not racist.
John at work. Like, I ain't your friend, bro. You don't hang out with John.
Like, if they even knew me, they would know that that's not even true. Like, my mum's biracial, so.
Well, that's how they do it now. That's how they do it now.
So my
they
nan
reverse the racism.
Wasn't like, but anyway, like, it's just ridiculous. Yeah. But I hope you feel happy that you said that statement. Because
now they're embarrassed.
One of my all-time favorite fighters is Joe Calzaghe. The last time I checked, he was clearly white.
Back to just boxing, what we're saying, but again, I just feel like
But anyway, block him, moderators. You can get blocked now.
But getting rocked in this part of the box, it's part of boxing.
It's a good thing in a way, as long as you don't get knocked out.
I remember somebody said the same thing in this.
Getting knocked down is fine.
Well, if you can get back, it just does brain damage, you know.
When Laura fought Angulo knocked Laura down 2 to 3 times, and I remember people saying after that fight, because Laura still won, Angulo had a hematoma over his eye, and he won that fight, but he was knocked down by a lesser skilled guy by Angulo. But when he fought Canelo, people assumed that he was going to get dropped by Canelo because he was the better. Canelo was better than Angulo, but style make fight, and Canelo rarely really touched Laura up top. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Right. But Ohio, I understand where you're going with this, and you used Earl Spence as an example as well. However, we're not talking about little men. We're talking about heavyweights. So as you go up in quality, those punching powers increase tenfold.
From you hit 200 pounds.
To be real,
hold on. There's no division. There's no division in boxing as dangerous as heavyweight. And the thing is, if you are getting rocked against low-hanging fruit when you're supposed to be this next superstar, it doesn't bode well if you get in there with guys who are extremely skilled that have one-punch power. That's all I'm saying.
There's no shame in it.
But I get it. I get what you're saying from that standpoint, but it's just the heavyweight division. We can't sit there and use
I think you're forgetting the fact that there's always that puncher's chance of shit happening too, because that's a definite a definite factor in any fight, and especially the heavyweight fight. I would never judge on somebody getting rocked by low-hanging fruit. It happens. It happens. It happened to Ali a few times. It happened. It happened to Tyson.
Look at Dillian. He got dropped by Ortiz. Well, not Ortiz. What's his name?
Rivas.
He got dropped by a lot of people.
Rivas is good, though.
By AJ Chisora. He's been dropped by Parker. He got knocked out, sparked out.
Tyson Fury got knocked down by Steve Cunningham. He was a cruiserweight as well.
You guys were talking about Povetkin the other day and how would he be rated at that time when he knocked out Dillian White? I would still have rated him pretty high. Like, I think he was.
I still think he was
one of the heaviest punches.
I consider him like our modern Mike Tyson. Yeah.
By the way, can I just add that there are more white people on this panel than black people, by the way. So that just
I can't see most people's faces. So.
Yeah, don't even entertain it. Don't read it. Don't let it bother you. Like, who cares?
That guy's an idiot. That guy's a moron.
Yeah, I know, but sometimes you have to
let the moderators deal with those guys.
Yeah.
Ban them, kick them.
This is stupid.
The less you mention them, the better, I think.
Wait, hold on. Hey, Tony, could I ask you something?
What's up?
Could you say Dylan's gonna knock out Tyson one more time?
Oh yeah, he gonna spark him flat out. He gonna be sleeping.
Gotta put him on his ass.
I could see a knockdown.
Yeah, I could see a knockdown. But do you know what Javon said recently at the fight that just gone by? He said when he was asked how is he gonna fight Dillian White because you can't fight him the way how he fought Fury Wilder. He said, "Oh, he's gonna box." So now, that's showing you that you can't come with this come forward style. Now you got to go back to boring Tyson Fury style now. And I don't know if Kronk teaches you that to box on the back foot.
How well could he do that? How well could he do that?
No, I don't even think he can do that. I think his legs are gone, bro. Fury's legs, I think, are gone. I don't know.
They're gone. You can see it in the third.
How you doing,
You can
brother?
see it in
Hell,
the.
I agree. I think he might get sparked now that you
Come
mention
on.
it, because he might have brain damage at this point. He's taking a
Nah.
No,
lot.
do you know what I give credit for Tyson Fury? He has got the best recovery in the whole heavyweight division.
That's true.
The best.
You know what
He's
it
got
is?
the whole recovery
Lady
in the whole
LadyChann, you
division.
know why his recovery is so good? Because he's so much bigger and stronger than these guys. He can tie them up and hold them and
He's a
regain
giant,
composure
yeah.
repeatedly. Here's the thing, and this is what I say. I do not believe he is going to be able to clinch with Dillian White. I believe that Dillian is too strong, big.
I don't think, but I wouldn't use the clinching. I mean, he done fell on his back with Wilder 4 times and got up. So
The reason I don't think
Wilder
he would win.
Wilder's highly overrated. Highly overrated.
Yeah.
Talking about his punching
The
power.
reason I don't think Dillian White would win is basically because he hasn't proven himself recently.
Can I just say something about Deontay Wilder's punch power? Yes, he has got one punch, knockdown power, knockout power, but that is
Crazy
subjective
power.
to your opponent. If your opponent is an Uber driver, his punch resistance isn't going to be the greatest of someone that is used to always getting punched like that. So it depends who you're punching.
Yeah.
But
The amount of punches that land.
Listen to this though. Let me give you a statistic, Ohio. Then you can correct me where I'm wrong. Okay. In Deontay Wilder's career, 40+ fight, he's only fought 3 top 10 heavyweights. Okay. Stavern had the belt. He couldn't knock him out. He fought Ortiz. He knocked him out. He fought Tyson Fury. Couldn't knock him out. So that means out of the 3 top 10 heavyweights he fought, he could only knock out one of them. That's only a 33% knockout ratio at the highest level.
Right.
Hold on, let me correct that. He fought Stavern again and knocked him out. You used
so
that.
Let me correct that, Ohio. Incorrect. Stavern was out of the ring for 2 years. 2 years.
Was no longer a top
fought,
heavyweight.
and then comes off of a layoff. Somehow he's now the mandatory without fighting for 2 years. He was damn near retired, and then he gets knocked out. When he was active, when he was fighting, he did not get knocked out.
That doesn't have nothing to do with a solid punch hitting your chin. If you knock out 40 guys, grown professional men, you have punching power.
Let me ask
you. How about the areola fight?
Hold on. It does not mean you have to fight a skilled guy to show that you have punching power. Kelly Pavlik,
you do.
Hold on. Because skill is more about elusive shaking and setting them in traps. Punch. Kelly Pavlik had punching power before he fought Erison Miranda, before he fought Jermaine Taylor. Those are named skilled guys, but you can't tell me that a guy that has 39 knockouts or 40 knockouts in any weight class.
Lady, let me respond.
Hold on. He has to knock out a named guy to be considered a puncher. Ernie Shavers did knock out some of the big names, but they said he knocked out 74 men. So you got to go by the knockout.
Okay, Ohio.
You get what I'm saying?
Let me ask you this. Do we judge people's resumes off of the bums they beat or off the top tier opponents?
Do we judge them off what?
Do we judge fighters off the bums they have beaten or the top tier names?
But see, that question right there is kind of hard to answer because I don't think every fighter is a bum.
I do.
I agree.
Look.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Let me rephrase then. Let me rephrase. I'm going to rephrase it, Ohio. Let me rephrase it, Ohio. Do we rate fighters off C-level fighters they have beaten, or do we rate them off of elite fighters they have beaten?
Right. I see both of your points.
Yeah. No, we really base it off on the high level. We base it off on the high level when we or when they get to the high level. We try. But
so listen. I'm gonna give you an apples to apples comparison. Look at a guy like Berlanga, who was supposedly the next Mike Tyson, right? He stepped up in his last 2 fights and he couldn't get the knockout. Why? Because the power that he supposedly has, he doesn't. It looked good against low opposition, but when he went up there against guys,
he got dropped.
But here's the thing you're missing. You're not giving credit to certain guys that got chins as well. Like
who had chins that Wilder fought?
Hold on. There's guys that can take punches. Sean Porter was fighting Earl Spence, and he'd never been stopped, right? But people was assuming Earl was going to stop him because he was stopping everybody. But it's all about the styles and matchmaking. Earl was going against guys who wasn't punchers, Jerry and Lamont Peterson, and he was walking through them. He got the hashtag man down. It's about style matchmaking as well. We have to look at it all as a whole. So
yeah, we looking at it all as a whole. Wilder's resume is doo-doo. So
I mean, it's easy to get knockouts when you're fighting bums.
When he stepped up to the level.
My problem with the argument. Y'all say they only knock out bums. Everybody should have the same box rec of knockouts if they only fight bums that you have never heard of. It makes no sense. The argument.
Okay, so it's Anthony Joshua. It's Anthony Joshua only fought bums. He's fought what was the best that was deemed as the best in front of him, like undefeated fighters, undefeated champs. So he beat them. So we have to go with elite for elite. He's fought more elite fighters and beat them more than Wilder.
I get that, but I'm talking about when you talk about knockouts. If we base knockouts. We base these guys on their knockouts. When you're able to knock out guys who you supposed to knock out, we see a lot of the elite guys go the distance. Jamal Charlo going the distance with Monty. We see it all the time.
Yeah, so that's why we put a question mark above Jamal Charlo.
So Ohio. Let me say what I was saying. Because I dropped.
Yeah,
hey, just hear me out, Ohio. So what I was trying to say, and I don't know how much you heard, is I could do an apples to apples comparison with Deontay Wilder's power, right? You can look at Berlanga. He was supposedly the next Mike Tyson, okay? When he stepped up in levels in his last 2 fights, he hasn't got knockouts. That power wasn't what it was made out to be. Here's the deal. When you step up in quality, when you step up in class, you're fighting guys who don't get knocked out. That's why they're at the top. That's why they're amongst the best. Yeah. So if you can't knock out guys who normally don't get knocked out, then your power is not all that great. It's average to a little bit better than average at best. Now, you said Deontay Wilder had the best knockout ratio. That's a lie. Anthony Joshua, hold on, I'm not done. Hold on. Anthony Joshua, until he lost to Ruiz, always had a higher knockout ratio than Deontay Wilder. The difference here is he did it fighting better opposition.
Yep. Facts. Yeah. That's facts.
Mm-hmm. All right, so just a point.
Makes fights.
Just a point here. Think of Christopher Lovejoy. His first 20 fights were all knockouts. Nobody thought that guy was good. Nobody thought that motherfucker was good. Nobody was like, Christopher Lovejoy is the next big thing. Just like Trevor Bryant. He doesn't get knockouts, but that motherfucker has wins and a belt. Nobody gives a fuck about him. You know what I'm saying?
Because
he sucks. He's a liar. Yeah. And
you put Trevor Bryant in there with Usyk, Daniel Dubois, any elite.
He's gone.
He's fucked up. He gets destroyed. He gets decimated.
He's gone.
Yeah.
And this is
so my point about that.
To Wilder, but
my point is that you have to take in both. If they got a bunch of knockouts early, then they also have to get them later.
Weren't nobody.
Like I said, Keith Thurman is definitely going through that right now, where he doesn't have knockouts against certain guys, and Earl Spence too. But hold on, but Earl actually fought guys who've never been stopped. So you got to look at it both ways. So I keep hearing y'all talk about bums, but there are guys who got 20 losses. There's guys that's got over 200 losses on BoxRec that's only been knocked out 10 times. There's guys,
but they've still got upside down records. And if you look on Wilder's records, like Wilder has the people that he's knocked out, they've been knocked out before as well. Most of them.
Right.
Yeah.
Most of them have all been knocked out before.
Lady Chann. I'll even go one up with that. Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua fought 3 opponents, the same 3, right? Did you know Anthony Joshua knocked out those? If you combine all 3 fights together for rounds, Anthony Joshua knocked them out faster when all 3 fights combined by rounds. My point is this. AJ was knocking out, he knocked out 3 of the same low oppositions that Wilder knocked out, okay? I'm not saying Wilder's a bum. I don't know if he's good or bad. My thing is this. What I'm saying is, until he fights the Dillian Whites, the Joe Joyces, the Andrew Ruizes, etc., and knocks them out, his power is highly sus. Like, we don't know how good or how bad he is.
Hold on. Where do you rank Tyson Fury in the heavyweight division?
Well, currently, I have Tyson Fury as my number 2.
Okay, cool. So he's number 2. He went down 4 times in the trilogy against Wilder. Right?
He's also been knocked down by Steve Cunningham.
No.
Devin Pyatt knocked Fury down. Devin Pyatt.
did too, yeah.
But you just said about skill, seeing a guy that's a highly level skilled guy. Tyson Wilder knocked him down 4 times.
But he
But
got
didn't
up.
knock him out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Listen, hold on, lady. Did Buster Douglas get up for Mike Tyson? Did Mike Tyson have punching power or not?
Buster Douglas should have lost that
Buster
fight.
Douglas got up. So does that mean Mike Tyson doesn't have punching power?
But that's what.
I
That's
didn't say that, but here's the problem with what you're saying. Hold on. Here's the problem with what you're saying. Mike Tyson didn't only fight Buster Douglas. He fought a whole list of people.
He knocked out a bunch of people.
Larry Holmes, Bone Crusher Smith,
and he fought those guys.
Tony
He
Tubb,
fought Lennox
so many
Lewis.
people he
Yeah.
fought that he knocked out that were high quality opponents that we could say that he does have punching power because he knocked out high quality opponents of his era. Now, what I'm saying is that is what Deontay Wilder lacks. He lacks the high opposition that he's finished because he hasn't fought a bunch of high opposition. He could be, look, you could be right, Ohio. He could be the hardest puncher who ever fought before. Okay, just stick with me. He could be. But he has to fight the top guys to prove
That's fine. No, that's fine. Even if he fights the top 5, but you can't take away. Why do everybody have Ernie Shavers as one of the hardest punchers of all time?
But Shavers knocked out Ken Norton, bro. Elite fighters. Wilder hasn't done that.
Yeah.
Punching power is Julius Jackson.
Deontay Wilder is one of the hardest.
Julian Jackson knocked out Terry Norris, bro. One of the best fighters in the world.
Was a puncher.
Yeah, Julian Jackson knocked out elite competition, bro.
Julian Jackson was amazing. Yeah, 2 different levels of fighter. Yeah.
Wilder ain't got that ladder.
Julian Jackson was a true star.
Hey?
Who did Julian Jackson lose to?
Gerald McClellan, and he lost to Mike McCallum in his first fight. That's his first loss.
Those guys are good.
And Gerald McClellan was the second
good
fighter.
guys, but they was
Great guy.
too.
Great guy.
He touched them. There's guys that's good with chins. We got guys with chins. We got guys that don't have chins.
That's but Julian Jackson knocked out great fighters. Terry Norris, Harold Graham. Wilder hasn't got them on his resume.
What's the guy in the orange's name? Sorry, I can't see everybody's name.
Ohio.
So Ohio. What I agree with you on is part of being a heavyweight and being a fighter that people like to watch. Look at Joey Dwejko, right? Terrible fighter. But he can take a punch like a motherfucker. Like he can. He's not the worst fighter, but no one would rate him. But he has a career that he can now end if he wants because he's made enough money, you know. But no one wins championships off having a chin. You might get up like Fury did, and that's how you win in theory, I guess. But like he won by punching the other guy.
Right.
So I see what you're saying. Like the power matters, but if all you have is a punch power, it means nothing if you can't hit the guy, you know?
Yeah, but that was never my argument, saying that Wilder was just elite. He had one tool that got him as far as he did. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He had the punch. He brought the heavyweight back to.
It's a hell of a tool.
You know what I'm saying? And there's an opponent that Wilder fought that never been stopped. The referee had to stop the fight. I forgot his name. Wilder hit that man with everything, and he did not go down. The referee had to stop it. I forgot his darn. I think it was Dulaps. I forgot his name.
Duhaupas.
Never been stopped.
But he's not an elite fighter, and has never been an elite fighter.
Duhaupas was pretty good, but not elite.
Ohio, my point is this. Hold on, Aldo. My point is this. I do not question that Wilder can hit hard. I do not question that he can hit hard. What I question is how hard he can actually hit. Because the fact is, you have to knock out the guys who are proven commodities to really prove that you have power. For instance, let's do another analogy. You could beat 100 high school teams with your football team, but that doesn't mean that your football team is going to be the NFL team.
Right. There's levels to everything.
There's levels to it. And the fact is, if you've never knocked out another elite fighter like other knockout artists have, any guy that you can really mention, even the few names that you've mentioned, they all beat elite fighters by knockout. They have.
Let me help you. Let me help you, because we can agree to disagree, because I don't agree with this. But I'm going to sit there. Let's take boxing out of it. Street fighting. If a guy, street fighting, he's working at Taco Bell, he fight 25 employees from Subway, and he knocks out 24 of them. This street fighting. He knocks out only 24 of them. Only one survived. How would you rate that man's punching power?
That's a badass, bro. That man just took out a whole subway.
Let me answer it. I would say on that level.
Let me answer it. I got you.
On that level, yeah, he's the hardest puncher. But when that Taco Bell fighter then steps up to the guy that works in fucking Burger King.
No, I got this, lady.
He gets clapped by the
I can answer this easily. I can answer this easily. This is easy to answer. So what I would have to look at is, are all 25 of the Subway employees on the same level? Okay. If the one guy who won the fight had several fights that he had already won, he was undefeated as well, then I would say the guy that knocked out the other 24 was just a big fish in a small pond, and then he came against a big fish in a big pond, and he wasn't that good.
Now, hold on. Now, what
that's boxing in a nutshell.
Tony, what's the promoter sell? They get that guy that's got 24 knockout, only one survival. What do they
that's
sell?
the promoters. But
I'm not saying they wouldn't sell. Of course, anybody.
A casual would see that what Wilder's done is super amazing. But when you get people that are really into boxing and then we deep dive into the level of opponent, that's when the flags will flag up. And we realize...
Ohio, let me use myself as an example for you. Ohio, I'm going to use myself as an example, right?
Louis Ortiz is not elite.
No, I'm going to use...
Louis Ortiz is no big deal.
Ohio.
That was a pretty good knockout.
One sec, let me just finish. But if you look at Louis Ortiz's record, who has he beat? Nobody.
Right. Well, he's an Olympian. He's an Olympian, right?
Louis Ortiz got the Olympics, bro.
You got to have it sometimes.
Oh, yeah, he couldn't do the Olympics,
I said
right?
this with Crawford. Sometimes it's eye for talent. You can see a guy who has talent. Jerron Ennis has talent.
But talent and power are two things that are different. Power we can measure by the chins that you hit. Let me give you an example. I'm going to use myself as an example, right? I had an amateur record of 32 wins, 0 losses with 30 knockouts, right?
Damn.
Knocked out 30 people in the amateurs out of 32 fights.
So you could have gone pro.
Yeah, but listen, I'm about to make a point. That doesn't mean that at the weight class I was fighting at, which would be where Canelo is now, pretty much, it'd be in the middle at 165. But pretty much, that doesn't mean that if you would have caught me back then, I could knock out Canelo. That doesn't mean that I could knock out Billy Joe Saunders, because those dudes. No, hold on, let me finish. Those
I don't even know you.
Well, whoever's above me talking, those dudes are used to taking hard shots on a regular. So even though I was knocking out everybody in the amateurs, when I hit them, it might not be shit. My power may have been a lot weaker than what I thought it was. It's rated off the chins you hit.
Yeah.
So, Tony, you're the Wilder of the YTBC, Tony. You're the Wilder.
Americana is a what? A silver medalist, gold medalist? What is
silver medal.
Silver medal.
No, it really means nothing. Like Callum Smith.
We're talking about Wilder still?
But Canelo was an Olympian and Callum Smith got stopped. It depends what you
American is still a very skilled welterweight, very highly skilled welterweight.
Yeah, but he's got no chin.
Okay, but he's skilled. Y'all just said
he's still good.
But he's still good. It's good to have on your resume. If you knock him out, you knock him out. Cool. But he's been knocked out by a few people himself.
Nobody really rates him.
At the end of the day, his
skill is skilled too, but he's been knocked down multiple times. Your argument doesn't make no sense when you sit there and try to say you have to knock out.
He hasn't been knocked out. John A. Wilder's been knocked out by pillow fists.
Do you mind if I say something?
How hard does he hit? Really, how hard does he hit? Because all the other people didn't get up. But when you stepped up to elite, the person that you hit, granted, you are a hard hitter. They went down, but they got up.
Tyson Fury been down before. He just said it and got back up.
Yes.
When are you going to start respecting? When are y'all going to start respecting these guys who actually got chins and who been through? That's what I'm saying.
When he fights, when he knocks out the people that have got chins,
let me tell you something.
Bro, we're just saying Wilder's not a great puncher. Like, it's not an all-time great puncher. It's not that people don't respect him.
I think he is, but I think it's unproven.
Yeah, we don't know that. We don't know for sure.
But what we're saying is, we're not really measuring it. It's like smoke and mirrors. Where's the comparison? You can't compare.
Right. You need more data.
You can't compare.
Yeah, exactly.
We can agree to disagree, but all I'm saying is, if Wilder knocks out White, I won't be surprised because White has been knocked out before.
No, but
I agree.
Said that.
I agree with that.
Ohio, look. if Deontay Wilder knocked out Dillian White, right? That's a good knockout, even though he's been knocked out before. It's taken, hold on, no, just hear me out. It's taken two elite fighters to beat Dillian White, Anthony Joshua and Povetkin, both elite fighters. So listen to me. If Deontay Wilder knocked him out, that would prove that Deontay Wilder is good. If Deontay Wilder knocked out a guy like Joe Joyce by chin checking him, a guy that we haven't really seen hurt, then you could say that this dude possibly could be one of the hardest punchers of all time. But it takes fights like that for there to be a measuring stick.
Okay, and that's my thing, and I agree with you. But and when you said Joyce has a chin, what are you basing Joyce's chin on?
He's fought good fighters. What do you mean?
What do you mean? No, it's true because Joe Joyce hasn't really been tested by the elite.
It's sort of true, but he got tested more than Wilder did.
Hold on.
He has.
We talking about skill or we talking about power? I don't want to confuse it. How do you know?
We're talking about chins right now, aren't we?
No, we're talking about chins.
We're talking about chins.
And yes, you've got a point, Ohio, because
Ohio has a point.
Joe Joyce hasn't been tested by the elites. He got rocked a bit by Carlos Takam. We saw that. So now we need to see him against Anthony Joshua, a Tyson Fury, a Deontay Wilder, a Dillian White, and see if that, then we can measure it. That is correct.
It's a great discussion.
Can I say something?
Are you trying to say that a guy got to get chin checked to see, and not just like if the guy's talented enough not to get hit? You're telling me that you're not going to know for sure unless he gets chin checked? That's total and utter bullshit.
That's that. Let me finish. Hold on.
I guess I see that.
Floyd Mayweather has a chin. Did he get rocked?
We need to see someone get hit enough to got a chin. That's the only way we know.
Well,
here's the problem, though, Jed. Here's the problem. Joe Joyce isn't a Floyd Mayweather. Joe Joyce isn't an elusive fighter. He gets hit a lot, and he eats them. He's like what his name says. I'm the juggernaut, and she just walks through the shit.
Yeah, but Ohio has a point. He hasn't walked through an elite opponent.
Yeah.
So
Daniel Dubois punches hard.
I'll put it like this: if Deontay Wilder is an elite puncher, then Daniel Dubois can't be far behind because his level is true. And he took everything Daniel had.
Absolutely.
And it didn't hurt him.
I agree.
Right.
Listen, this is my only thing. When it comes to this, I stay consistent in my stance when it comes to every different weight class and the heavyweight. When Triple G got hit by Curtis Stevenson, who I believe is a puncher, I told everybody that no one's knocking Triple G out. I stand on that. Maybe at the end of his career, but he fixed me his chin. Same thing. Danny Garcia. You have to face a guy who can punch in order for you to say you have a chin. He faced Lucas Matisse.
Right.
So who did Deontay Wilder face then?
We never listen. Hold on. Wilder actually was knocked down in a fight that they took off network. So I never said he had a chin. I never said he had a chin. Y'all keep confusing me, thinking.
No, but I'm saying who is he knocked out at an elite level?
That has a chin. That has a chin.
Who? That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know who I think who I can't really think about who.
There is no one. That's why.
There is no one, babe. That's why you
Bermain Sturvain after he quit for 2 years.
He could fight a Parker. He could fight a Parker. He could fight a
hold on, Tony. This is my thing though. We have to be careful when we make these type of these matches because you remember these heavyweights ain't moving their head as much too. We don't even know how these guys can take Wilder's punch from another fighter.
Yeah, well, he needs to fight him.
Yeah, let's
That's our point.
Look, I think. Let me tell you something. I'll tell you a lower tier elite guy. I think he is elite. I think he's fringe elite. I would say Chisora, Derek Chisora. He's never really had the big win, although I thought he beat Joseph Parker in the first fight.
He's been robbed a couple times.
He's always found a way to remain within the top 10. He's normally around number 10 world ranking. He's always managed to stay there despite his losses.
He's in the top 15.
Well, I think Derek Chisora, if Wilder was to fight somebody like that, which would be a great fight for him to come back to, and Chisora said he's open for it. If he can knock Chisora out, who's been proven to have a chin, then he would have an argument. And that's one of the lowest elites that he can knock out.
Right, but this is my thing with Wilder. When it comes to Wilder, I look at the skill set. Most guys that Wilder faced in the ring had the skill set better than Wilder. They respected Wilder too much. He was hitting guys with extended right hands from the outside. He's not a good inside fighter.
We know this.
So I
right.
get that. So this
we know that.
Hold on, but this is the thing. You go when a guy, anytime you face a puncher, I don't care what weight class it is, you go into the kitchen and you push him back.
You got to get him on the back foot.
Mel Charlo, Tony Harrison. I can give you so many examples of fighters who face punchers. You go into the kitchen and you push them back. That's what Tyson Fury did. He was more skilled.
Yeah, put him on the back foot.
In there and he was on a better inside. Every heavyweight to y'all name, White. I think White is a better inside fighter. I think Joyce is a better inside. Every heavyweight in the top 10 will probably be better inside fighters than
he
White.
has no inside game at all.
No
I've never seen that at all.
Backup plan. Even when he was fighting Ortiz was up 7 rounds.
I was just about to say that Ortiz was up on the cards. This is what I'm saying. So he hasn't really fought any skilled. He hasn't really fought that many technically skilled boxers. Ortiz is a skilled boxer, but Deontay Wilder hasn't fought skilled boxers really in general.
It's the game plan with Wilder. When you're fighting a guy who has a devastating power from the highlight,
you crowd them.
They stay on the outside because they don't want to get hit with that punch. But you in his range, you have to smother him. Gerald Washington was doing it.
You got to push him on the back foot.
So,
now that's been exposed. But now that's been exposed. If you're a great boxer, like you should still be able to box on the back foot.
And I never said he was a great boxer. That's what made his story so unique. He was like a Bible story. A guy who only had one punch power.
Yeah.
He actually became Olympian. He had the power that most heavyweights.
And I give him credit for that. He's come a long way. He's come a long way for someone that has no skill. Kudos to him. I give him that. But
can I say one thing?
Just because, like with the Tyson Fury story, what I'm not going to give him is how long are we going to go on this woe is me story that he came in because he wanted to help his daughter. Kudos for that. But you're playing the game now. You got to play by the rules. We've got to see you fight elite boxers, beat them, and then we could say you're elite.
But
you're not.
Listen to this, Ohio. Here's the thing. For me, I don't see Deontay Wilder as being some super unskilled fighter, and I don't see him being a super skillful fighter, okay? Because at the end of the day, even if you only have one punch, if you can stop everybody with that one punch, then you're skilled at what you do. It may be limited,
that's your skill.
But your limits is greater than what they're well at. So it's irrelevant. So here's what I look at. For Deontay Wilder, for me personally, I cannot rate him as being good or bad. I cannot rate him as being a super hard puncher I already know he's better than average, but I don't know how great that punching power is until I see him in there with more top guys like Fury. Now, it could be that Fury's the only guy who can beat him. It could be that Joe Joyce, as stiff as he is, as good as his chin is, just crumbles to Deontay Wilder. It could be that Dillian White is 6'4", comes across the ring, Wilder meets him in the middle with the right and puts him to sleep. It could be. Yeah. But this is all hypothetical because it hasn't been.
Yeah,
that's my stance. I'm neutral.
He's avoided truly being tested, and
I think that's the PBC. I don't think that's him.
But whatever it is,
it doesn't matter who you play.
The fact of the matter, he hasn't fought elite. And
but they do that with all their fighters, is my point. They always do that.
When he stepped up to elite level, and there's no shame in the game by being beaten by what's called the number one heavyweight. All we're saying is, when you stepped up to elite, you lost.
You
lost.
My thing is this, because at the end of the day, Tyson Fury is going to get some credit for me for having a beard. And that when you get touched by Wilder and you get up, that's a mentally drain. That mentally does something to you. Wilder has never experienced a guy to take his right hand and get back up and smile and then come back forward. That's a mentally drain.
Well, you saw his reaction when Fury got
up. That took a lot from him too. Tyson experienced the same thing with Buster Douglas. No one ever got up from Mike Tyson.
Yeah, but Mike Tyson was on coke, fucking had STD.
And still knocked out Buster Douglas.
That was an exception. That was an exception to the rule. What we're saying, we saw Mike Tyson knock out every other elite people as well, though.
Lady, there's an excuse. That's an excuse.
It's not an excuse. It's a fact.
Buster Douglas lost his mother. How many people can win after losing their mother?
Yeah, but here's the problem with that.
That could give you more motivation.
Hold on. Let me say this real fast. Here's the problem with that. Before Mike Tyson got the Buster Douglas, and I'm not going to say that he didn't lose the fight because he lost. But before that point, He was undisputed. Everybody beat in Spinks became lineal. So he had all the titles you could have. He had already been a proven commodity.
Yes, it's not the same.
Now, hear me out. It would be a completely different argument, and I would agree with you if Mike Tyson would have never been undisputed, would have never been a champion, would have never been lineal, and he just lost to Buster Douglas in his first step-up match. However, he had already had several step-ups before he got there. In fact, it was supposed to be a give-me match, to be an intermediate match in between him and Holyfield fighting.
I know.
So you can't compare Mike Tyson being knocked out.
I have a question for Ohio.
No, you can compare that because he still got knocked out in the biggest upset in boxing history. You can't sit there.
But no, Ohio, you're missing it. You're missing the accolades that he had achieved before. The youngest heavyweight champion in the world. Undisputed. 2-time heavyweight champion. You can't compare that. He's already done the groundwork.
But this is my thing. It was still a
Deontay
mental.
Wilder
Hold on.
hasn't.
Let me finish. And I still can compare that because it's the mental thing. Because Mike Tyson, even when he knocked Buster down in the 9th round, you can see him looking over, staring. I'm talking about the man. He's never experienced that.
Yeah, but what?
I disagree only because
Deontay Wilder's never experienced what it is to be undisputed. Deontay Wilder's never
Douglas is
experienced
better
to be a
than
unified
Wilder's
heavyweight champion. Deontay Wilder hasn't
Buster Douglas was pretty good. He wasn't better than anyone Wilder.
I'm going to ask Ohio a question. I want to make a statement too. So let me make a statement first, okay? First and foremost, it wasn't that Mike Tyson was mentally drained after Douglas got up.
I didn't say
No. Let me finish, and then I'm going to ask you a question.
I didn't say that.
The fact is, Tyson was getting his ass whooped from the 1st round to the 9th round where he got the knockout in that fight. He had not one moment that he looked good until he just got lucky and caught Douglas and dropped him. So that's first and foremost. Completely different way the fight was playing out. Now, my question to you is this, okay? Hypothetically speaking, supposedly, allegedly, this fight is going to happen. Dillian White versus Tyson Fury, okay? My question to you is, what happens if Dillian White lands an overhand on Tyson Fury and knocks him the fuck out the first time it lands? Then what are you going to think about Wilder's power?
What I'm going to think about Wilder's power, I don't think that's going to happen, but he still has punching power. I wouldn't change it.
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying does he have punch power. I'm saying if Dillian White
he's still the best puncher ever.
And if Dillian White goes in there and knocks Tyson Fury out clean with the first clean shot he lands, what would that really say about Wilder's power?
Hold on. That still wouldn't change it because most guys who get knocked out when they've never been knocked out, they retire. This is history. We've seen it. We have seen.
No, but you're missing the point. What we're saying
I don't see the point of that.
Let me say. So Deontay Wilder is deemed at the moment as the hardest hitting heavyweight right now.
Who do you? No. Who you think is the hardest hitter? Is the hardest puncher?
I think Anthony Joshua, in my opinion.
Yeah, Joshua.
In my opinion. Okay. But we're just going to go with the stats and just say it is Deontay Wilder. So Deontay Wilder has hit Tyson Fury 4 times and dropped him 4 times within the 3 fights, right? And Tyson Fury's got up. He's never been knocked out cold. So if now Dillian White fights Tyson Fury and knocks out Tyson Fury, is now Dillian White a harder puncher than Wilder?
No, I don't think so. It happens in boxing. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Can I say something? So I earlier, I don't remember who it was. I don't know everybody's name. But someone was talking about how they had an amateur record. So I did boxing as well. I quit because I didn't want to get too many brain injuries. I was not great. I would not have had a 30-2 record or whatever. I would have had probably 15-15, But like he was saying, it depends on who you fight. So there's guys in my local town who have 18-0 records who are not good that I beat in sparring regularly.
Yeah.
They're not good.
This is what I'm saying. So why wouldn't Dillian White be deemed as a harder hitter than Wilder if he knocks out Tyson Fury?
Because to Ohio's credit, I would say Ohio is making the point that you have to take in all factors. And Wilder did fight guys who were either top 20 or top 50, even if they didn't belong there. Okay, hold on, let me finish. So he didn't fight top 50 fighters?
No. Let's I will, babe. Sorry, but let's operate from facts. most of the people that out of those 40 people, bar a handful, were not even deemed in the top 50 heavyweights.
Right,
Not
but there
even
were
in the top
some. There were
50.
some.
No. There was Luis Ortiz. There was Dominic Brazil, barely.
Right.
Dominic
Him.
Brazil. And there was
how's
obviously
he
Tyson
barely?
Fury.
To be clear, I'm saying
Dominic
50,
Brazil
not
was put-
15,
Dominic
right?
Brazil was put into mandatory position, but he was actually number 16.
But he's an Olympian.
I was saying
Yeah,
50. To be clear, I'm
So
saying
was Callum
50,
Smith
50,
an Olympian.
50,
Canelo
not
was an
15.
Olympian.
Lady, hold on. When Dominic Brazil fought Deontay Wilder, he was ranked 32nd in the world by Ring Magazine.
Which is top 50, which is what I was saying. I wasn't saying 15.
Top 50, but he was like 32nd in the world.
Right. So here's my point. Is
let him, hey guys, let him.
Can I just make my point? I've been waiting. I'm just trying to make a point. So my point is similar to the other guy's point. There are so many levels to this that it's not funny. There's the guy playing basketball at the park that is awesome. He would never play in college level. There's the guy in college level that is awesome, that could never make it to a good college team, even like a Duke team, you know, and then there's people on Duke that will never have a chance at the NBA. And that's my point. It's just that there are so many levels to everything. There are Bill Gates, and then there are computer programmers that made a video game you like.
Yeah.
Not even in the same universe, you know, they're not comparable.
And what we're saying is we give kudos to Wilder for what he's done, and with the limited like skills that he's done. We're not taking that away from him. He did 10 title defenses. If you look at that just
he's
looking
not
at
all
paper,
time
that looks great.
No, it's
but
not.
Then you want to compare it to Muhammad Ali? No, then you have to deep dive into the 10 title defenses, which 8 of them were voluntaries and only 2 were mandos. So he picked 8 bums to make these title defenses with. So it looked amazing on paper to a casual,
but see,
but it wasn't amazing.
But lady, see, I'm not arguing. See, that's where the confusion is coming with y'all guys.
Yeah,
y'all are talking about his accomplishments and who he faced. We're
talking about everything, his power as well.
I know, but I'm talking about pure just punching power. When you look at statistics, y'all pick and choose who y'all want to say have punching power. If Ryan Garcia, Mikey Garcia was considered a puncher with 31 KOs, and he was 38-0 before he lost to Earl. He was considered a puncher. What do y'all
think? He had to move up 2 weight
He's
class.
not a great puncher.
No, wait,
not got that much power.
Wait. Mikey moved up 2 weight classes to fight Earl. So
well, let's talk about this too, because Mikey is a great fighter, but he's a volume puncher. He is not a power guy. He never was. He had a lot of good technique punches.
He's not like a KO. He's not like a KO.
Yeah,
but
he's nothing like Wilder.
Yeah,
he's nothing like Wilder.
The point I'm getting at is we have to go by the box rec sometimes, and it's also it plays a big part. It's matchmaking.
You have to include it. You have to include it.
You have to. And when I'm a matchmaker, I help help fight.
Yeah,
When Danny Garcia was opening up in Puerto Rico, they wanted him to get a knockout. They wanted him to look good. So who do you get? You get Mauricio Herrera, who only had 5 KOs, which means he's not going to be a real puncher based on his record.
Yeah.
But what they didn't know is that he can box, and he embarrassed Danny Garcia in
almost beat him.
But if Danny Garcia was that amazing puncher, he would have punched his lights out and stopped him. So this is the point that you're actually making our point. That
hold on, wait, lady, because you jumping so fast. Did Mauricio Herrera never been knocked out until his last fight against Virgil Ortiz? So he had a chance.
Yeah. So I think the point there though is that guy was better than they thought he was. Right? Not that Danny Garcia is better than we thought he was, you know.
No, it's just sometimes the box rec can be deceiving sometimes.
Yeah, but this is what
it is.
That's what we're saying. Yeah, that's our point. Is that the box rec is deceiving?
We ain't going by box rec. We just looked at Savannah Marshall's box rec. We just looked at Savannah Marshall's box rec and Clarissa Shields' box rec. Can Savannah Marshall beat Clarissa Shields? According to what we've seen, yes, because she's the power puncher. But then if you delve in and look at her level of opponent, she ain't fought the level of opponent and knocked out people that Clarissa Shields.
Okay, well, I'm gonna end this.
Well, I think the same about Clarissa Shields. I think that neither one of them has been proven, and I love Clarissa Shields.
Here's my last.
I don't think Clarissa Shields is proven.
listen, but here's my last to end this whole thing. This is my last thing. This is my last.
Yeah, definitely
my
more.
Last take. This is my last take on this one here. You can't always based on it because a guy didn't have experience on his box rec. He's not going to win a fight.
No, we don't
hold on. Sugar Shane Mosley was the pound for pound champion. He lost to what's the name? Floyd. 2 times back to back, right? Back to back, style make fight. Vernon Ford fought who? Ricardo Mayorga. Ricardo didn't have no box rec. He didn't face nobody to closest to Ford. He beat.
You lost him twice. Lost him twice.
Beat him.
Mayorga
twice.
was crazy.
Bernie, it was his style. It was the style.
That the style.
But
and then Floyd beat the brakes off of him.
But Sugar Shane Mosley beat Ricardo Mayorga twice.
And then Floyd, who's not a puncher. Yeah, but then Floyd, who's not a puncher, as when he became Money May, when he was Pretty Boy, he was. But when he became Money May, and then he fought, Sugar Shane was on his tail end. But at the end of the day, he beat Sugar Shane, didn't he? And Floyd wasn't a puncher.
But it
does. It can go like that. But that's what I'm saying. When you're stepped up to the elite level, really, how far does your punch power really get you?
It depends.
It's either fully negated, or you land a punch and they get up.
It just depends on the fighter. That's what I'm saying. Y'all can call a guy. American was elite, and he was getting knocked out. So it's like you can't sit there and call a guy elite and think
wait.
Because he got knocked out by elite people.
My thing is this. You get called elite when you beat other elites. That's how you become that. So regardless if you have a chin, regardless if you've been beat by other elites, if you beat numerous elites and you've only lost to maybe one or two other elites, then you're still elite. But if you haven't fought any elites, then I can't call you elite. And that's the issue.
That's fine. That's why I said.
And we still put Wilder in the top 5.
I'm okay with that. He never fought in the
he's my fifth. I think I put him fifth.
I'm talking about pure punching power. It's ludicrous to me to sit there and say
he doesn't have power.
Doesn't have punching power.
We
until
didn't
he
say he doesn't have power.
We just wonder if how real it is.
We're just saying we have no way to measure it.
We're not denying he doesn't have any power. We're just saying like what's his power at elite level? That's all we're saying.
So here's something to think about. Right.
Let me give you an example. Right. If I put you in crystal clear water, right, you could tell where the shallow end is. You could tell where the deep end is. Right. But if I put you in some muddy ass water without any type of measuring stick, you're not going to know if you're in 2 inches of water or 20 feet of water.
Right.
That's the thing.
We've got
we
no
have
gauge
no way to measure him.
We've got no measuring. We've got no gauge. We've got
so
no
getting back to like
power. He does got power. Clearly, he's got
That's
power.
the end of the argument. That's all I was saying. That's all I wanted to say.
The end of the argument is Deontay Wilder's got power, but we don't know if he's the #1 knockout artist.
That's fine. That's fine.
Can I read the super chat, guys?
Sure.
Can I read the super chat, guys? Dirty Red, thank you for dropping that $5 on your gazelle. Wilder has limited skills and subpar experience, considering how late he started. Deontay is an elite puncher. That's the only way he made it this far. So that's a good point.
Fair.
So he's
fair.
an elite puncher, but he's not an elite boxer.
That's what I've been trying to say.
But no. Actually, I'm going to withdraw that, because how do we know he's an elite puncher if he hasn't knocked out elite? And he's put down one elite person, but they've got up.
Hold on, you know why it's funny that we having this discussion, because the last 10 years we haven't been talking about heavyweight knockouts. I find that funny. I find that funny that we are questioning this man's punching power when we had Klitschko, who's the more skilled heavyweight, reign for 10 years and wasn't getting no many knockouts. But when it comes to Wilder, we need to see him knock out a Klitschko.
But there's a difference. But we're not measuring Klitschko on knockouts. Klitschko reigned because
we didn't care.
But Klitschko didn't pretend that he was the knockout artist. But we gauged him on who he fought. He fought them and he beat them. How he beat them.
I think this conversation's gone on too long. I think we all get the point.
It wasn't fake how he beat them.
It's all about matchmaking too. Every fighter that get in the ring with somebody that's supposed to knock them out, don't knock them out, even great punchers.
So you're a matchmaker, right? Consider this for a second, right? What is better for both the matchmakers and the boxers? For Wilder to fight, quote unquote, tuna cans, and I agree, they're not great though. They're not elite. But let's just call them tuna cans. Is it better for him to fight tuna cans or better to fight the Klitschko's and the Joshuas and these guys. He could have fought Klitschko. He dodged.
No. But this is my thing. The whole thing is you got to be careful when you sit there and say, not the tomato cans, but you have guys who feared him based on what they already seen on footage.
Yes.
You have guys coming in the ring fighting on the outside. I thought Wilder was not favored in a few fights that he actually won. But if they would have not been scared and go into the kitchen, we talking about styles, go into the kitchen and force him on his back foot, he would have lost way before he got the Tyson Fury. So
unfortunately, like for some of those guys, they rushed in and got knocked out clean immediately.
Because he was doing
they didn't have the skills as a boxer.
And in my opinion, I think Wilder does have skills. They're not necessarily the best skills, but in the second, look at the second Bermain-Stavern fight. He looked like a fucking God. He looked amazing. He was dodging all over the ring. He was bouncing the basketball, bro. He was looking crazy.
Yeah, he was.
Those are skills.
He had
those
a
are real
jab.
skills.
That jab disappeared as in fight by fight.
Or how about the left hook against Fury that knocked Fury down? That's not a bad punch. It may not have been the best punch of the fight, but he landed that.
My thing is, but Wilder, you can once you take his right hand away, you can beat him. This is why I said as a matchmaker.
How can you take his right hand away? Punch him in the arm? Like, what are you going to do?
You can beat him with the right hand. That's our whole point.
Yes,
with the right hand, you can still get beat. So how elite is his right hand really? Because we haven't seen it beat an elite bars.
But that's bars, huh?
Because I rhymed. I said I haven't seen him.
So what I was trying to get at earlier with me being a heavyweight amateur, I never did an amateur fight, but I trained with the U of I boxing team, which was pretty legit. It was not a joke like some of these places. They wouldn't let me participate on the team, even though they didn't have a heavyweight, because they were worried I would get hurt. And I respect that, But either way, my point is that I am the type of fighter, even to this day, and I'm like 170 now, where all I care about is punching you 1,000 times. I don't give a fuck if I hit you one time hard. I want to punish you over and over. Like, I don't want the ref to have any idea that he could be ahead. You understand? Like, I'm more the Mikey Garcia than the Tyson Fury, where I'll hold you and then pop you when I let go because you're not expecting it, And that's not to say that's the best fighting style. That's just how I am. But if you were to say I'm a good fighter because I have a chin and I think I could survive several rounds with Deontay Wilder. And that might sound crazy, but I really believe that. I've taken a lot of punches. I've never been knocked out.
Rounds you'll get knocked out, but you could still.
I might get knocked out in the 10th round, or just run out of steam, or whatever, get really hurt in another way. But I don't know about it, dude. So it's arguable. I would challenge it. If I went at the gym with him, I would say, "Yo, let's spar," because I'm not afraid of big giants. Like I just am not. I like the sport. I would tell him maybe go a little easy on me. Don't just throw slammers right away. But
you ain't that rubbish enough. You might just Deontay Wilder could floor you in the first round.
Right. So I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna keep it 100. Like I said, whenever I was boxing, 32-0, 30 knockouts, right? But I haven't boxed in so long. And I'm a big dude. Like I'm big. I'm muscle bound. I'm big.
You grew since then.
LadyChann. Yeah, you big. You seem to your life when you're working out.
And let me tell you something. I can guarantee you, because you got to understand, you got to get used. If you haven't been hit in a while, you got to get acclimated to punches. Yeah, I can guarantee you, now in a street fight, I fight Deontay Wilder all day because I can scoop his little skinny ass.
Yeah. Pick his legs up.
In the boxing gym, let me tell you something.
I know.
If he was to catch me, catch you,
be out like a
channel, it's over.
I'm not saying he wouldn't knock me out.
I don't care. You got to understand.
I'm not saying he wouldn't. He would.
None of us are on the AJ level, a White level. None of us are on the Povetkin level. None of us are on that boxing level.
Oh, I know.
If Wilder catches any one of us, it's 90.
We're
done. I'm not saying I'm a good boxer. I've made it clear I don't think I'm good. I'm good defensively. I can take the hits. I can dodge the hits. I can parry the hits.
Yeah, you say that you could.
I know how to crowd people and hug them over and over like Fury did. It's not all about. I'm not 6'6" either, so I would be at a disadvantage. I'd be punching up the whole time. I'm not saying I would win. I'm just saying if you know how to defensively fight and you're a smaller heavyweight, like say an Andy Ruiz or an Usyk,
it's harder to punch
you are going to
down.
give Wilder problems.
Yeah.
You are going to give him issues because you're going to
Yeah,
crowd him. Maybe not me. Let's not use me as an example because I'm older. I don't box as much anymore. But I mean, like, let's take Andy Ruiz. Let's take Alexander Usyk, who are way smaller and way faster. And I think they give him huge problems because maybe he knocks him out. I don't know. Maybe he does. But he would have to get lucky.
Maybe elusive. Right? Yeah, maybe
he'd have to be perfect for 1 second or whatever he says, you know.
Yeah, you've got to catch it. He's got to be able to catch you first. And at the end of the day,
power means nothing.
He can't land that right going back, unfortunately.
No,
so
he
the
cannot.
blueprint is out for everyone to see now. He's very beatable. But we're not saying that we're not saying though, Ohio, that everyone beats him still. Like I'm not saying that. No,
I don't know how we got to that because
I think Andy Ruiz doesn't beat Wilder.
I think
I think Andy gets knocked the fuck out. He
probably. Same with Joe Joyce.
Sorry, Wilder beating a lot of guys left. I mean, if they gonna respect him and they stay on the outside, he do have a chance with the right hand. But if they follow Tyson Fury's game plan, I think a lot of guys would beat him. You go on the inside. That's just how you would beat him. That's how you would train.
You hug him.
I want to say this, and I'm mad. I'm mad that I'm over here defending Deontay Wilder, but I want to say this. Yes, you were correct. Deontay Wilder does not have an inside game. However, I guarantee you, if you run up in his shit, he's gonna outbox you, and you're gonna think you fought Mike Tyson.
Yes, I agree. I agree with that. Yeah, no, I agree. I was making a point. I wasn't really trying to brag about my boxing skills. I was more making a point.
No, I'm just saying, even though Wilder may not have an inside game at the elite level, I can promise you at the level you're at, he's got an inside game.
Right.
I agree.
That's the point about the levels that we're both making.
Yeah. Yeah, we give credit like Ohio, but like I said, we have to be objective as well and like just call the facts.
So
to give you guys an idea, like I'm not bragging. I'm just saying, like I went to a big school. I competed with these guys. I did the basketball thing. I trained with both the main men's basketball team. I trained with the women's basketball team, and I also trained with that handicap basketball team.
Yeah,
I'm not bad at sports. I'm not that guy that's like bragging about boxing when he really never did it, you know. Yeah. I did it. I'm just being honest with you. I was not great. I'm not a power puncher like Wild. I'm the opposite. I have no power. I tag people and they really don't even feel it, you know.
Yeah, but you can outbox maybe certain people. But
I could win amateur fights much easier than pro fights.
Now listen. I enjoyed this conversation with y'all tonight, man. I definitely did. It was a great back and forth. I'm gonna ask y'all this last question. So pretty much, Wilder was 1 second away from you believing he had punching power with the Tyson Fury getting up the controversy count. So pretty much he was 1 second away from y'all saying this man was a actual puncher, right? Okay.
Yeah, 1 second away.
I can see your
point. Hang on. He was 1 second away, but then on the next fight, it was very conclusive that Wilder was knocked out, that the ref didn't even bother count.
No, I get that. But I get that, lady. But I'm just saying that's where we at. He's 1 second away from having punching power, this devastating punching power.
Okay, so is Tyson Fury a harder puncher than Wilder then?
No, it's a game plan. He's a heavyweight. It ain't
but does he hit harder? Does he hit harder than Wilder? Because Wilder didn't knock him clean out, is what I'm saying. So does that mean that Tyson Fury hit harder than Wilder?
No, it's game plan. It ain't just about who hit harder. There's guys who don't have punching power who can hurt people. Terrell.
Yeah, but you're being on the fence. You're saying game plan. The game plan doesn't punch power has nothing to do with game plan.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Well, okay, so at the end of the day, Wilder has hit Fury with his best punches. Going forward, we've seen it, and Fury's gone down and he's got up where there's 1 second left or whatever. Wilder didn't even get a count.
But LadyChann,
he was out. So who is the harder puncher?
LadyChann, we both have agreed to disagree, but you just said Wilder is he's 1 second away from you saying he was a devastating puncher. That's where we get.
And then I could say Fury is a devastating puncher because he knocked out the number one so-called devastating puncher clean out cold.
But
so
you
that
just, but that's a contradiction. You just said he's not worth.
No, I don't think it's a contradiction. I think the point that I would make here is that
Wilder is not worth that. He's a bum.
They're both good fighters. Wilder was excellent in that fight. Tyson was excellent in that fight. Like, why are we calling one trash and calling the other great?
No,
though?
I'm not. I'm never.
I'm saying, why is anybody doing that? Why are they saying Tyson Fury is great and Wilder sucks, or Wilder is great and Tyson Fury sucks? They're both great. Like, why are we debating it?
All I'm trying to say is that maybe Wilder doesn't hit as. Listen, don't interject. Maybe Wilder doesn't hit as hard as we thought he did, or maybe Tyson Fury hits harder than we thought he did.
Yes.
It's one or the other.
I think it's both.
I think it's a game plan. Tony Harrison was really not known to be a puncher either, but he was in there with Jamel. It's all about game planning. I just
so how did the game plan? How did the game plan change from knocking down Wilder in the second fight to totally knocking him down and then knocking him out clean?
Because I'm gonna tell you something. Because
isn't that to do with power?
Hold on, LadyChann. The first fight, they actually seen that they can actually hurt Wilder. When he got up
from the first fight. Yeah.
When he got up, remember when he got up, that could have been a 10-9 round.
Yeah.
That could have been a 10-9 round.
Yeah, because they said Fury won the rest of the round.
Absolutely.
Could have been a 9-9 round. Yeah.
So who hit harder though, Ohio? Out of Fury and Wilder, who hits harder?
Oh, I'll give it to AJ. I mean, I'll give it to Fury in there. I just think his game plan is a heavyweight. He definitely.
So in general, do you think he's a harder puncher than Wilder in general? Then
that's kind of hard. That's kind of hard.
That's the point, though. That's the point. Is the two punches are different, but it doesn't matter.
But Fury proved it, though. This is what I'm saying. Wilder didn't prove it. If Wilder's supposed to be number one and Fury's number two, and number two takes out number one, so surely number two then becomes number one.
No, it's style.
All right. So here, let me say this: if Francis Ngannou became a boxer right now, would he be the hardest punching boxer? Because he has the record, Francis Ngannou. He has the record for. That's what I'm saying. If a guy wins a score on a punching machine, he's not a great boxer. You know what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with it.
We're measuring power. We're just
right. So if you're only measuring power, use a punching machine, and it'll tell you.
What I'm saying is, Tyson Fury hits harder than Deontay Wilder.
I disagree.
He hits harder than Deontay Wilder.
But
I disagree. I think Wilder hits harder.
Then we go with that theory. Styles.
Ohio. Let me respond to this. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Punching machines do not gauge power.
They're inaccurate.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me tell you. A punching machine will never tell you who the hardest puncher is, regardless who scores the highest. Because here's some things. One, when you hit a punching machine, you have zero adrenaline going. Two, in fights, you have guys who aren't just hard punchers, but they're great at timing. So they time you coming into their punch. So therefore, that punching power is not doubled because of your weight coming into their punch.
Right.
So I don't like punching machines. I don't think it proves anything.
I don't either. So, I don't think punching power proves anything. That's my point. Is that it's about time. It's about timing and landing that crisp fucking straight shot. You know, and that's why Wilder has powers, because he extends his arm fully back and fully forward, and he's huge and muscular.
Did you notice in the second fight that landed
speed is power?
Yeah. Did land the right going forward, and Fury still walked through it. I don't know if you remember the second fight. He did land the right about two or three times going forward. And it still didn't work at that time. It is about timing.
But what
I'm saying is,
go ahead.
It didn't even work when he had the timing.
What I'm saying is, Fury is not just about the timing. Yes, what you're saying, Wilder was fatigued. But what I'm saying is, just by going on the bare minimum, if you're saying that this guy, Tyson Fury, is pillow-fisted, but then you've dropped him as the hardest hitter, and he's got up, whether it's 1 second left, 10, whatever, 2 seconds left, and then this pillow-fisted guy has knocked you out clean with, I think it was a combination of like a left hook and then a right hook, and then Wilder went down. Who is the harder puncher then?
Well, that doesn't mean
and that
particular fight.
It does. No, what I'm saying, it doesn't really mean. But you guys are saying that at the end of the day, Wilder is the hardest hitter. How, if the less harder hitter knocked him out cold?
Because
how hard is he a hitter then?
How much does it even matter?
You got to put it all together. Was Tyson Fury a better combination fighter? Is he a better skilled fighter? All that
inside fighter.
It's a bundle. You can't just look at it talking about power.
Well, that's our whole point, is that it doesn't even fucking matter if he has the best power if he can't land a punch on people.
So
like,
I never said, that's why I want people to understand.
Yeah.
Wilder, skill-wise, skill set was not better than Tyson Fury.
But one punch knockout, great.
I was banking on him to win with one punch.
Yeah, me too, but it just didn't happen, love.
Well, Ohio,
It didn't happen.
this before Deontay Wilder and AJ lost, right? When they were both undefeated, people used to argue who hits harder, right? From my eyes, now just stick with me before you chime over me, right? Just listen to what I'm about to say. I do not believe Deontay Wilder is a hard puncher when it comes to pure raw power, okay? Just hear me out. So I'm going to give you an analogy in a minute. I always thought AJ was the harder puncher, right? Now listen to this. I look at Deontay Wilder as like a flashbang and AJ as a grenade. Listen to this. A wall. There's two ways to knock over a wall. One, you can push it over. Two, you can break the bitch, right? To me, Deontay Wilder, if you watch his right hand, it comes so fast across the ring. It's like the person he hits, their brain doesn't even calculate what the fuck they're hitting.
They're not ready.
They're destroyed.
But when you see them get up within seconds, they're like 100% back to normal outside of Spilka. But it's like they haven't even been hit, but yet they were just dead to the world.
Yeah.
When you saw Anthony Joshua knock people out, they were getting up still fucked up. Like they didn't recover the second. So to me, I don't think it's Wilder's power that's really the power. I think it's the rate that he delivers it.
Yeah,
like
the timing.
It just like cuts a light off.
The velocity. Yeah. So what you're saying is you don't think Wilder is a concussive puncher and AJ is?
Right. And I think the evidence of that is it's not the fact that he doesn't have power. Well, when you get close, all his power is gone, because from what I have seen, his power comes from him torquing way back and coming straight across the ring, almost like a sprint into the front. So if you get close to him, then he doesn't look to have the same type of power with short punches, which leads me
Whereas AJ can fight with that power in the inside. He doesn't need velocity. Yeah.
So you guys are familiar with the term arm punch?
AJ has more power because he doesn't need velocity. He can just he can fight, he can channel that power in a short distance. Whereas
you guys know the term
kind of build that power up, and you need to be caught at the end.
You know the term arm punch, where you just like don't torque at all. There's no torque to it. You only
people out in a close.
Anthony Joshua can knock people out with an arm punch. Deontay Wilder could never do that.
He has to launch.
He does not have the mass in his arms and legs to do that, in my opinion.
It has to be at velocity.
But
he doesn't have the right angle and stuff. Yeah.
Is it a great finisher? Hell yeah, we're not taking that away from him. But what we're saying is, really, in raw power, how we dissect this, what Tony's made a good point. You are gauged more on raw power if you can fucking knock people out that are right close in front of you. That's raw power.
I'm not disagreeing. I actually think AJ can punch. I think Wilder can punch, but I'm not. They're both good punchers, so I'm not even. It's not even a comparison to me. My whole argument was just that guys that go through the ranks from the first fight all the way up, they're not always 20-0 with 20 KOs.
Yeah,
that's my thing. None of them.
That's the Mayweather effect. I think everybody knows that. That's not real.
Ohio. You know what
AJ was 20 when he went to 20.
No, I'm talking about all.
But most people aren't.
Yeah, well, but what I'm saying is AJ was 20-0.
But listen.
Not anymore.
You know my problem with that is, Ohio?
I
know.
Let me say this real fast, and I'm about to get off soon. But listen, my problem with that statement you have, Ohio, is when people say not all people can go 20-0, 30-0 with all knockouts, 40-0 with all knockouts. There's something always plays in the back of my mind. I hear Lou DiBella talking. That used to be who was over Deontay Wilder, right? And Lou DiBella made a statement. He said, there are so many belts in boxing that I can literally take a ham sandwich and make him champion. That always plays in the back of my mind when I hear that about Wilder.
And it's true.
Yeah.
And everybody knows that about the WBC, at least. Like,
I think my point I was getting at with the 20-0 with 20 KOs, you're not gonna always get that, is because you face guys like Darnell Boone and Emmanuel Augustus, who had multiple losses, but they were still tough fighters. And these are some of the fights that you go through off camera. Kovalev got knocked down by Darnell Boone 3 times, and HBO sold the people that he'd never been hurt or been knocked down. They never seen it. So they sold it as Kovalev being this guy that's never been stopped when he's been dropped 3 times. Never been. And Andre Ward wasn't the first one that did it. It just wasn't televised. My point is, we have a lot of these fights that don't get, that you look on the box rec, that never tells you the full story of those fights. That's all I'm saying, guys.
Yeah, but I think we've told
the full story though, like with facts. Like I think we've not been like biased or anything. I don't like Wilder.
It was a great back and forth.
I don't like Wilder and I don't like Fury. So I have no dog in the ring. So I'm just calling
you have the least amount of dogs in the ring.
Yeah, I don't like any of them. And everybody that follows my channel knows this. So.
If we can change the subject from Wilder and Fury real quick, let's just shift it, like maybe if possible, to Lopez versus Lomachenko, right? Because he beat Lomachenko and everybody said he was pound for pound #1 or 5 or whatever they were saying.
Not me.
I never thought that. I thought that he had a big chance of losing to what's the guy he just lost to? Kambosos. So I like Kambosos. I think he has heart. I think he has athleticism. He's a good fighter.
Tony called that straight.
I did too, man.
Yeah, Tony predicted that to a T.
I unsubscribed from Ring IQ Boxing. I don't know if you know them, because he was calling me like a dumbass for calling that, and then never did say that one dude fucking called this in my chat. He just acted like that never happened, bro. And it's like
Julius.
I like Ring IQ.
Did he say that you was dumb? Because Julius really likes Teofimo, but that's really his guy. So maybe
he might not have been the one to call me a dumbass or an idiot or a no-brainer or whatever, but he was not defending me in any way. And I was just saying, like, Kambosos is better than people are giving him credit for. But my point about this is that if Teofimo beats a guy like Loma, which in my opinion was a close fight, if nothing else, like at least close.
Yeah. I had it 7-5.
So however you rate that fight as who won, Lopez won. But by not taking the immediate rematch and waiting 2 years and then fighting Kambosos and losing, don't these people kind of regret saying he was pound for pound ever?
Yeah, you're too fast. You're too fast to give people accolades. This is what I'm saying. I don't do that because these are what casuals do. Oh, he's the best.
Rate somebody like that.
He was never pound for pound, right? You've never. He fought at 135. How does that make him pound? Loma was. He was a champion at 130. He was coming from super featherweight upwards. How does that make Teofimo pound for pound and he's only fought at one weight class?
Ring IQ's point, I guess, was that if you beat the guy who beat the guy, you're now the guy. And that's lineal shit. That's not pound for pound shit to me. Pound for pound is skill purely.
Errol Spence,
Lomachenko has skill.
Ohio's gonna bite me at this, but Errol Spence, in my opinion, is not pound for pound either because he's only ever fought at 47.
I'd have a hard time putting him on the list.
He's not. How can he be?
I love him.
Here's something that's crazy. I mean, here's something that's crazy about the Ring magazine. It's like they got him on the pound for pound list, but they don't have Jamel Charlo, who's a unified middleweight champion. He's got the ring belt.
He was on the list, though, wasn't he?
He's got the ring belt, and they don't have him on the list, but they have Spence on the list, and he doesn't have the ring belt.
So he's got a ring belt, and they don't have him rated. That's so crazy.
Exactly.
How is Errol Spence pound for pound?
But he's on the ring list, and he ain't got a belt.
He shouldn't have a Ring magazine belt if he's not a Ring magazine fighter.
You guys pound for pound list.
I think
not 10.
Pound for pound can be subjective. I think some people don't want to give fighters pound for pound that's in the one weight class that hasn't moved up. I see that. It depends on who they fought as well. It's definitely hit miss. Earl Spence. I'm even hearing people put Tank up there. You know what I mean? It's like
my one.
Right. Everybody gonna have their own opinion when it comes to that. But I think Earl got some great wins on his resume. But
doesn't make you pound for pound though. Manny Pacquiao's pound for pound. Floyd Mayweather's pound for pound.
But
Alexander Usyk's pound for
Canelo.
pound.
But I think
Canelo's pound for pound.
But I think the pound for pound list sometimes was actually used for the smaller guys. We know this, that there was actually promotion for the smaller guys.
Well, that's what it is.
You have to move though.
That's why people don't include the heavyweights.
Yeah, but you've got to move though. You've got to be in different. You've got to be a champion in more than one weight class, though.
But
That's what
they
makes
didn't have
pound for pound.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, but you know, the
I can see that.
they'll pick and choose who they want. Triple G was on the pound for pound list before.
It's not in my one.
No, I get it, but I'm just saying.
I don't understand.
Is that a rule though, that you have to win multiple weight divisions to be pound for pound?
That's what pound for pound means.
Well, I just didn't know. Is that really the definition? Because I didn't know that.
That was the definition that I knew. You're pound for pound if you move from different weight classes.
Can anybody verify that at all? I never heard that.
That means every champion is pound for pound.
I'm not trying to disprove you. I'm trying to just know
that
the
means
facts here.
if my theory is not right, every champion's pound for pound, even if they've just only been in one weight class. So every champion.
My issue, I guess, with that is Clarissa Shields pound for pound.
She's pound for pound, yes, of course
she fought like a few weight classes, but I mean,
she went from 154 to 160.
How many fights has she had though? I mean, I just wonder.
It don't matter.
Pound for pound is such a relative
undisputed
thing.
Twice undisputed, 154 and 160.
So by your definition, she qualifies, but by my former definition, I guess, like I wouldn't have qualified her because I rate people pound for pound based on.
It's not about the level of competition on this one. That's to do with resume. At the end of the day, if you like,
I guess I was doing it wrong. I guess
Terence Crawford is pound for pound. He's undisputed at 140. He's
He's done it.
Yeah, he's undefeated as well. That is pound for pound.
Right, I don't think anybody would say he's not.
Spence is a unified champion, but he's not pound for pound.
But we have to be careful with that too, because that's hit and miss. Some of these guys can get belts from guys that hasn't been proven. They can win.
It doesn't matter. Just on the what you meet the criteria that you was a champion in more than one weight class.
Then Tank should be pound for pound, right? Yeah. He's won multiple weight classes.
Yeah, he just wouldn't be in the top of my top 5 pound for pound, but technically he meets the criteria that you could say Tank Davis is pound for pound.
Yeah, but technically Tank hasn't won any belts. He's got
the Reggie belt.
Right. Well, he's won some regular belts, but I think he could win some belts at different weight divisions. I don't think that's arguable. But here's my point: is like if you're rating that only on them being multiple division champions, then like you said earlier, heavyweights can never be involved.
That's why I don't put them in my pound for pound list.
Right. So my definition was more pound for pound, meaning compared to the people they're competing against. So it's
well, that's not what pound for pound means.
That's just how I thought of it. Is
some people use it like that. Some people use it about the resume.
Yeah, but that's
what about a bantam? How about a bantamweight that cannot move up? Say that they are at their maximum weight. They're 4 foot tall and they're muscular. They just cannot.
Chocolatito.
They can't win it just because their size.
I
think that's just as ridiculous as saying Clarissa Shields can't win it. You know?
Manny Pacquiao started off as like fucking flyweight, and he moved up 8 weight. That's pound for fucking pound.
Yeah, most guys could move up. There are rare examples of these 3 foot 8 guys
you're not a
that
good
can't.
fighter if you haven't moved up and you've just been a champion in one weight class. You're still a great champion, but what I'm saying is you're not in that accolade of pound for pound.
So you didn't rate you didn't rate Usyk pound for pound until he beat Joshua.
Is pound for pound.
But I'm saying you didn't rate him until he beat Joshua.
Yeah, because he became a champion in another weight class. Same with Holyfield.
Right. So I rated Usyk before he beat Joshua. I thought he was pound for pound then.
No, he wasn't pound for pound. He was undisputed and undefeated, but he wasn't pound for pound. He's one of the rare heavyweight pound for pounds because
I just didn't know there was like an actual definition here. I thought it was
it's subjective.
No, there isn't a definition. Ohio, it's subjective who you put in your pound for pound list, but what really is supposed to be the definition of the structure of pound for pound is you being a multi-weight champion. Pound for pound.
No, hold on.
So Tyson Fury could not ever be on the list.
Some class him as if.
Let me say that. I think Chocolatito, Bob Aaron put him on the pound for pound list, and he didn't move up away. Before no one knew who he was, and they actually put him number 1.
Yeah,
that's crazy though.
Hold on. It was it's a recruitment tool, a promotion tool to help promote your fighter as well.
Yeah,
sometimes
so it's fake.
These guys are not even pound for pound. They just use the list to.
So I don't go with it though.
Yeah, but that's my thing.
A casual person would be like, "Oh, he's pound for pound," because Bob said he's pound for pound. But us, as knowing boxing, we shouldn't go with what Bob's saying. We know better that he's only stayed at one weight class, so he's not pound for pound.
No,
I just don't think those guys are using the same definition as you, and that's
No,
fine. Like I kind of like your definition better, to be honest. It makes more sense than just saying who's
you
good.
can put
You know,
anyone in your list. Like if you didn't want to put Manny Pacquiao in your pound for pound list, like that's up to you. But as long as you acknowledge that he was still a pound for pounder, but he may not be in your top 10 list. I can't tell you who should be in your top 10 pound for pound list, but you can acknowledge that who are pound for pound. Some people put Loma is still number 1 pound for pound, or he's number 2.
Yeah, that's kind of
Canelo's
crazy.
number 1, or it's Bud Crawford. But everybody can identify that Bud Crawford, Canelo Alvarez, Alexander Usyk, and Lomachenko are the current top 5 pound for pound kings.
and anyway, would be the other.
Anyway,
Yeah, and anyway.
So
Yeah.
you got to base it on. I mean, and it's a tough one because if Triple G or Canelo stayed at 160 and they dominated and before even fighting each other, it would be hard for me not to put these guys on the pound for pound if they fighting some of the top guys in their weight class. That's kind of hard not to.
No, they're just champions.
No, I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying I get what you're saying from the way your definition is.
Yeah.
That's the way it's supposed to be. If they're bouncing different weight classes, become a champion. But we remember, boxing wasn't always like that. They always stayed mostly in their weight classes back in the day. A lot of people wasn't moving here and there and back and there. Most of them guys stayed back.
Yeah, there was only like 8 weight classes then at that time. Now we've
And
got
only 1 belt for each one.
now we've got 17. But it's actually, you look better when you're on a pound for pound list that you was multi-weight champion. Like, you're definitely a Hall of Famer. You could be a Hall of Famer without being pound for pound, but it's an accolade. That's a high accolade to have.
So do you think this is a great question for you too, because based on your definition, do you think Adrian Broner would be a Hall of Famer?
I think Adrian Broner, it's the Hall of Fame. I don't get what their criteria is. I used to think some people that are in the Hall of Fame shouldn't be, and some people that are not in it should be. Should Adrian Broner be in it? Technically, yeah, he could. Technically, he should be. He should be in it. But then there's another level. There's ATG, and there's not everyone that's an all-time great. That surpasses Hall of Fame, in my opinion. At all-time great, you're usually in the Hall of Fame, but not everyone is an all-time great. Just because they're in the Hall of Fame. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah.
I agree. I agree. So the door's open. They got every. Mickey Ward, they got a couple people that had wars. They just had wars with each other, and they're like, "Hey, we were warring you for Hall of Fame." I think Rocky in it too. They got Rocky in Hall of Fame.
Yeah, it's similar to basketball. Like in basketball, not everyone is Michael Jordan or Scottie Pippen. You know, some of these guys are Luke Longley's and stuff.
I ain't talking about Rocky Marciano. I'm talking about the movie Rocky.
Oh yeah, they've got Rocky.
You're breaking up with me.
Yeah, they've got Rocky from the movie in the Hall of Fame. I think that's fucking wild. It wasn't even real.
Yeah, it just inspired so many people. They felt like putting it in the.
I just see me. I'm a Virgo, so I'm very just logical. I just operate from logic. Like
I'm in the same way. I try to. That's why I like
gray area shit.
That's why I like these debates, is because you can try to use logic to.
Right. That shit. Like, how could he? Like, I'm not the boxer. Why y'all offer me this shit?
Yeah, it's wild to me. It's acting. How are you in the Hall of Fame? Like,
right, he pretended.
Anyone that played that part could have done what they're in the Hall of Fame. It wasn't specific. Yeah, Stallone was the perfect person to play that part,
but it wasn't like a great actor, you know.
He wasn't the fucking. But it wasn't real. It wasn't based on a true story.
You know, that's the same as to me when they had what's his name, the one that won the WCW World Title. He was an actor. They made him win. What's his name?
Rock.
No. He was an actor in Scream. He was the cop. I think he ended up dating.
I don't know. John
I know who you're talking about.
Not Ashton.
He was the cop, but he was also the killer.
He was. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was the Scream Mask guy.
He ended up winning the WCW title, and they actually gave him he won the title, and it's like WCW went downhill after that. But he was an actor, and it was just like really?
David Arquette.
That's it.
Yeah.
David Arquette.
But we always knew that, you know.
I don't understand that though, because don't wrestling fans know it's all fake from the get go?
I didn't.
I know it's they still get hurt, but I mean it's acting. Like it's.
I thought it was real until I was with it when it was WWF. I loved Ultimate Warrior. Yep. I watched Royal Rumble. I was up for WrestleMania.
Yeah, I got some pay-per-views when I was like 8.
That it was told to me that it was fake. Do you know that my heart broke? I cried. I remember the day that I cried.
Yeah, I was the same way.
I was about 15 or 16. I was like, never again am I fucking with wrestling. Yeah,
my dad was telling me for years this shit was fake. I never wanted to believe him.
And we was like, no, it ain't. It's real. It's real. But no, it was fake, man. These people had scripts. They knew
but we loved it. It kept us out of
trouble. I think I learned that at a pretty young age. I don't think I was very old when I knew it was fake. I still liked it for a while, but
it kept us out of trouble.
It did.
I was like maybe 5 or something.
And I still love the old school WWF more than this new WWE shit.
You know what I loved about it?
Ultimate Warrior. You couldn't chat to Jake the Snake. You couldn't chat to Mr. Perfect. You couldn't chat to, like the guy with his 2x4.
You didn't see them outside of the ring.
You couldn't chat to Legion of Doom. You couldn't chat to these people. I thought these people were the fucking guys.
Yeah.
I did. I thought they was half of them are dead.
You know what made it better too?
Y'all remember when Mike Tyson went to WWF?
So did Tyson Fury.
What made WWF better was the fucking terrible quality of the screen. Even back then in the 90s, like that shit looked so bootleg. It made it look more realistic. You know, it's like this shit's real. Like look at that camera.
It was no HD. I just thought it was real.
But it was even worse than like WCW quality. Like they intentionally used shitty cameras. I don't know if that just made it look more realistic, but that shit worked.
Amateur looks a bit making it on an amateur camera.
And the video games, we had No Mercy, and we had a lot of
Revenge. That
helped. That helped, guys.
The new wrestling games are terrible. I tried 2K18 or something. It was so bad.
You can't beat the old school. I don't care what you try to make it new school. You can't.
I'm a Bret Hart. Bret Hart till I died. That was my favorite.
Yeah, he died. Do you remember when he died in the ring?
No, that was Owen.
Owen died. He broke his neck.
Dropped from the thing. And he just landed on his neck, and everyone was like, right, like the screen just went black. Like we'll be
that
back.
should have been the end of wrestling right there. They should have been like, all right, guys, this is enough of this bullshit.
I remember that wrestler Mankind who he had a similar fall. Like he had a similar fall, and I thought he fucking died. Like when he felt like he had a bad fall.
He fell from the top of the cage or something.
Yeah, like right on, and like that was bad. Like I thought he got killed.
That shit hurt. I guarantee it.
You're doing something fake, but you end up dying, which is real. The fake thing that you did ended up in reality. Like that's wild to me. Like
Did you ever see the movie The Wrestler with Mickey Rourke?
No.
I definitely recommend that. That's a great movie. It's just crazy. It's the life of a retired wrestler.
Everybody here was good being on the show. I enjoyed myself. We had a great.
Thanks for coming, babe.
Sam.
All right, man.
Thanks for coming, Ohio. I'll shout you later. I'll speak to you later, King.
Absolutely.
Salute to you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd love to join again sometime. I'll probably get going myself.
You can always join when you see the thing pinned up. That means it's for everyone to come.
I never knew how that worked, and now I think I realize if I message you in the chat and join that, then you'll see both and kind of.
No, if you just go straight to the top of the chat.
I did. I went to Streamable, but I sat there for a while and I couldn't get your attention, so I had to go back to YouTube and then message you on YouTube.
It'll be
Yeah, no, I found it. Yeah.
Thanks for your opinion and your perspective as as a Tyson Fury supporter as well, and as a boxing supporter.
I do love your channel, and one of the things that really made me a permanent fan is you guys had a discussion on race and whether Tyson Fury was racist, whether Anthony Joshua was racist. We had this long. Well, I wasn't participating, but you guys had this long conversation. And as someone from the South Chicago area with a background that is not a typical white person from Europe, I do feel like I can contribute to the conversation without bringing it to a place of
course.
Shit,
of course. No, of course. What would you like to say on that matter? Did you get any of my points that I was making?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think you guys are all kind of in the right ballpark. I think Tyson Fury is slightly racist. I don't think he's.
I think his fan base are. I think his fanboy base are.
So part of being a gypsy for him, and this is just my opinion as an American, but I feel like I feel like they think of themselves as
As a race.
subjected to racism, and they
Yeah.
are not,
And
because
they're
they
not.
are white. And it's the
Yeah.
same. And it's not. I'm not trying to call out races. That's what I would like to avoid. But it's the same with
No, it's
a lot
fine.
of Jewish people,
It's
like Ben
Jewish people,
Shapiro.
it's still white, but it's
Ben
prejudice.
Shapiro is as white as you could be. There's no
Yeah,
looking
so
at him and
there's
saying he's a
prejudice.
Jew.
Yeah,
No one
so
looks
there-
at him and thinks that's a
So
Jew.
that means you can be prejudiced against Jews, and that's still wrong. Your prejudice and racist is still wrong, but there's
So,
still
like,
different things.
right. So, like,
things.
Hitler, what Hitler did
Was
was
prejudice.
racist. Well, it was
No.
both. It was racist in
No,
a way,
because he
but
only
he
did-
also killed blacks, and he also killed
did he?
gays, and he also killed.
He killed black people. Sorry, I didn't know. I thought he was
Yeah,
only...
no, he did. He killed blacks, and he killed
so that's
gays, and
racism.
anyone that was not looking like a German at the
Like
time.
a German, yeah. So yeah,
So
he would.
I would have been killed looking like I do right now. If I looked
so
like
that
this,
would be
they.
under, so that would be under prejudice. If someone of the same race does something bad to the same race as them, that isn't racism because you're both the same race, but it's prejudice.
Right. So consider like that I'm German.
Yeah.
And I would be killed right now if I looked like
So
this
that-
in Nazi
Yeah,
Germany.
so that's because
It's
someone.
very strange. It's
Yeah.
not racism because we're the same race.
The
But
same
with
race, but it's
Jews, they are both a race and a
It's not a race.
religion.
It's
Well,
a
they are.
blood
They are in
not
a
a
way.
race.
Race is not all about color, right? It's about your ethnicity
About
and
your-
the nationalities you
DNA
came from,
and
the
your-
area of the world you came from. So, like, you could say that Arab is not a race, right? But we know what that generally means.
But it kind of is in a way, isn't it? It's the Middle East and
Right, but if you're doing that, then it is
DNA. They would more match with Caucasian DNA than black DNA.
right. And how about Indian people? Are they a different race than Arabs?
Yeah,
Because
yeah, they are. Asians.
they
are
look
different.
slightly different, but the skin
Yeah,
color
no,
is very
Asians are
similar
different
color.
race. Yeah, no,
Well,
that's a different.
are Indians Asians? Because Asians also look different. So I think all of this semantics about
No,
race is
that
unnecessary.
is a different race. Like black, white, Asian.
Right,
They're all
right.
3 different races. Yeah.
I think the less
Plus,
we
plus,
try
like, plus
to.
one thing also like is where like Asians usually will like let's just say like
Doesn't matter if they're light or dark.
I mean when I'm trying to say like Japanese, Vietnamese, Chinese, like
that's a race.
Like if you like confuse that, they get pissed because I remember
I know,
like I remember I was in high school, right? This is back when I didn't know any better.
And they got
Like I knew a Vietnamese guy, and I was asking like what another person was saying, and he's like, "Oh, we speak in Japanese." I'm like, "Yeah, so?" He goes, "I'm Vietnamese." I'm like, "Well, what's the difference?" Then he looked at me like, "Are you serious?"
It's 2
I'm
different countries,
yeah,
bro.
yeah. No, that was back when I was like years
But they're
ago.
one race. But
Yeah, you were
one
unaware at the time.
But
Yeah.
they're one race.
I just wasn't
They're still
mindful.
Asian.
Yeah.
I had a similar thing in
Oriental.
junior high, right? There we had a Vietnamese girl in our school, and I did not, to be clear, I did not make a mistake. I referred to her as Asian, not like in a harmful way, just like she's Asian. And this girl was like, "She's not Asian, she's Vietnamese," and I was like, "Are you fucking dumb? Like,
still Asian.
you don't understand like continent versus country." So
Yeah.
I just think in general we need to. And it's way easier to clarify if someone's black than if they're slightly brown, So that's obvious. But like when you start categorizing the different races, that's when you start getting into different negative.
No, I just know what I know, and nobody can swerve me. Like there's sub races, I guess. Like there's a tree, and then it's got branches, and it could branch out. But
and if you
really,
combine all the races, what race are you?
My man, believe it or not, there's a civil war going. Well, not a civil war, but there's like a disparity going on between black people because, like, let's say, like, Chris Rock did a skit once, and it was called like Black People versus N-words.
Okay.
And like, I mean, well, so like and like even Eddie Griffin, he was doing a stand up. I mean, it was more like to be funny, but he was saying like, there's black people, there's N-words, there's African Americans, there's Negro, stuff like that.
I get that.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that terminology, like for myself. But I could see him saying it and it being funny. Yeah.
I mean, but but it's kind of like so
it's his job. He's a comedian.
Like within our race, we can poke fun at each other and make
and I can make fun of white people, but I don't feel necessary to do so usually. But I can.
It's like if it's my brother that gets on my nerves, I can shout at him. But if someone else street shouts at my brother for the same thing that I did, I'm going to be offended.
Same with mental illness for me. Like I've dealt a lot with mental illness. That's why I like Fury. I know he's dealt with
I get it. Why you said
and
that.
so if like I had a friend recently just go off on me and call me a bunch of names, including making fun of my mental illness and stuff.
Yeah, that's not good.
That ain't cool.
No, I disowned him. I told him, like, I'll give you a chance to apologize. He did not take that chance, and now I'm not friends with him. So,
screw him then. To get
Yeah,
sorry about your buddy.
He's not. What do you think of Joe Rogan? He apologized the other day.
I like him, but I don't
like
think
Joe Rogan.
I don't
know
what
he
they're
used
making him out to be at all.
What,
I don't
what
think.
What did he do? What did he do?
Okay,
he had some incidents.
He was just telling stories. Like, he wasn't calling anyone the thingy, but like he was using like he was talking about somewhere that he went and he heard a guy say, "Oh, that nigga pissed me off." So he was just telling like the stories, but he would use the nigger word instead of bleeping it out.
Yikes.
So throughout the 12 years, somebody done a little collage of him
Right.
using the nigger word.
So, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. And I don't forgive him for saying that.
One sec, Dan. One sec. I'll let you in. One sec. And
Sure.
he said he was going to watch the Planet of the Apes with his friend, and they got in a taxi, and they dropped him like in an area. And he said when he got out of the taxi, he said he was in the Planet of the Apes. Like, so basically, he was like surrounded by gorillas. So obviously, black people was like, "Whoa, what the fuck do you mean?" Like, and he said, but it was out of context, but it was still wrong because he said I had one of the best times, but he was just equating it that all the black people that he was around, and he was going to watch a film that
it was a bad joke.
It was a bad, he said it was just a bad choice.
But
he did it
in his defense, when that episode was filmed was 12 years ago. Well, it was 12 years ago. It was not online. It was removed by him, probably. And I don't know who removed it, but let's just move past it.
Once it goes online, whether you remove it or not, it's
I'm not saying it's okay for him to say that. It's not, or to feel that way. But what I am saying is that it was 12 years ago. He was live recording everything. They were recording for 4 hours at a time.
Words that he used was throughout the 12 years. So that's why they had such a big collage of him.
So it was a collage over the 12 years?
So Spotify, they've just taken off 60 episodes off of there.
I'd like to know how recent the most recent one is, because that's interesting.
I think the most recent one was maybe about 3 or 4 years ago.
So that's still kind of a while ago. It's not long enough that you should forgive him.
But, it doesn't matter. But he came out and said it. I get it. I don't deem him as racist at all. I appreciate. He said out of context, it's still wrong. I shouldn't have even put myself in that to be put out of context. He said.
So take for example.
At all.
So take for example, you were talking earlier how the other day you had a stream and everybody just started cussing at each other.
Yeah. And they was going negative.
All right, but say 12 years from now, someone takes that recording and says, "LadyChann is a racist because she let this happen on her show," or she said this. Even if you didn't say that, let's say you said something that maybe you regret later on.
I chucked them off.
All right, but anything. Let's just say you said anything. Maybe you said somebody was an idiot, and now you look foolish for saying that.
If I said something like, "Oh, these white people, they're pissing me off," if they got a clip of
say that for that as an example. It's not a good example, but I'm just saying as an example. It would feel really wrong if somebody brought up dirt that you did 12 years ago when you were just starting your YouTube channel and it's just getting going, It would feel like they purposely are trying to cancel you.
Yeah, no, and this is what people are purposely trying to do. But the reason why you like whatever footage you get of me is you get of me. Like the reason why, like 12 years ago, my train of thought, I still knew the no-nos 12 years ago. So it doesn't matter if it's 20 years ago.
I knew them when I was 12 years old.
I knew not to mock anything that was Holocaust, like, because it's a wrong thing to do. It didn't matter if it was 20 years ago.
I knew that when I was a child, right? I knew that at such a young age.
Chann is like Dan. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry.
It's all right. Go on.
But I was saying, it's like Dan pointed out, like how like you like it was earlier in the stream, like you not liking that idiot that popped up in the chat. He equated you not liking Fury to you not liking white people.
Yeah.
See? Like that. When you never once even said that.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like they take that shit and twist it to
even if you did say per quote, "I don't like white people," I don't find that racist. I don't like for you to say it. It is racist, but if you were joking, if you're making a joke that like you're talking to me and you're like, I don't like white people, you can get out of here, and then you're like, just kidding, you know.
No,
like,
but you'd make a white people joke, like doing that, like to piggyback off of that would be like my joke would be like, I go to my white friend's house and like they give me chicken, it's no seasoning.
Right?
You know
yeah, that's how my friends are. Yeah, we use zero seasoning.
You'd be
yeah,
like that. You know them white people cooking, like you say
yeah, I
that.
have tons of friends like that, and I enjoy that banter. You know, that type of banter is funny.
Yeah, it's not being racist. Like if
I just told them today.
Like white people, then that's racist.
I just told them today, my friends that most of my black friends, we have a group chat together, but like I told them today, tell me it's not racist that it's auto-correcting Jameer to Jamie every time I type it.
Jameer to Jamie. It's like, now we don't acknowledge these black people names. We're just going to now make it westernized. Yeah. That's the operating system from the phone.
But that's the algorithm. It's really no person doing that. You know, it's not like they're intending for it to be like that.
Yeah. So I'm very mindful. Like what I say is what I fucking say. Like there's never been a time for me, whether it is 10 years ago or 20 years ago, where I thought it was funny to have a joke about the Holocaust. So you
or to not immediately apologize. I make jokes sometimes. I made a joke the other day that something, I don't even remember
do it behind closed doors then. If you're not sure about something, then do it.
Well, I made a joke about terrorists living in the Middle East, and I immediately realized that's pretty presumptuous and asshole-ish of me. Like I know it's not even
as well, man. Like you can't.
Yeah, I know. You can't do anything right these days.
Like if a white person told like we used to grow up with like white stand-up comedians that are telling like stereotypical black people jokes. We used to laugh and bust up at it and we didn't have no problem. Now everyone's like,
now there'd be a riot. Yeah.
I mean, me right now, I'm not offended by that at all. Like if it's funny, it's funny.
Yeah, if it's funny, it's funny.
It depends on who says it, how they say it, if they mean it, what they're saying. You know, like it all matters.
And that's
Context
what I'm saying.
matters.
I like Joe Rogan, and when I saw it and what all the thing was, I was like, whoa, yeah, like he shouldn't have used it like that. But when he came out with his apology, you can always tell when someone's like genuine. And I was like, bro, I get it. Like I don't think you're racist. And back to the point, I don't think Tyson Fury is racist as such. I think Tyson Fury's fan base is racist. Not all, by the way. But you know why? Because I can only speak from experience, because when I've been like on his Instagram and I've like put like a comment in his chat, like in his Instagram, and said, "Oh, you'll be beat next time." Do you know how many times like people, his fan base on his Instagram go back to your black king, you black whore, you window,
No, I know.
You should see the comments that you.
That's why I don't look. That's why I don't look. I just can't.
On my comment section, if you saw what YouTube take off and show me privately, nigger. You nigger this, you nigger that.
Well, I've called people out in your chat several times who call you racist because I've listened to you for long enough to know, and it takes 5 minutes to know you're not racist.
Right,
and I'm like, my high school was 90% black. I did have a different experience, you know, and it's American black. It's not even the same. Like
it's you remember like that one, I think somebody left a very disrespectful comment. She said that like she had a hard time understanding you. I think like one time, and then I actually that's what I said. I actually responded and said, "Oh, I can hear her just fine." And then she responds to I said I can understand her just fine. And she responds to me talking about like I don't care about you, and I'm like, likewise.
Yeah,
that's the only way you can deal with them.
Don't understand your black talk, mate.
I've had people call me racist because I said I liked what's the guy that fought Joseph Parker? He's also a Kiwi. He's
Junior Farr.
Junior Fa. I said I liked Junior Fa. I didn't pick him to beat Joseph Parker, but I thought he had a chance, and he proved he did have a chance. Yeah, he did good. And so he has a YouTube channel actually, Junior Fa, and it's all him. There's no like moderators or anything. It's cool. He talks to you directly. But you could probably get an interview with him if you wanted. But
Junior Fa.
I've talked to him directly. Yeah, no, just hit him up on YouTube. I've talked with him directly. He's not at that level of fame where he's like deluded and thinks he's a celebrity, you know. He's just a dude.
If he beat Joseph Parker, he probably would have been. So
yeah, he would have had way less time for YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
But he's a good dude.
I'd interview Junior Farr. Yeah,
I think he's great. Yeah. But
I don't know a lot about him though. I know he's sparred with
not elite.
He
We were
sparred
talking
with
about
Wilder for the Tyson Fury fight as
Oh
well.
yeah, he's sparred with Wilder for like years, and
Yeah.
Fury, I think he does,
Yeah,
and
Fury
Joshua maybe. He's a good sparring partner. I don't know if he's ever gonna be a champion or anything. But
Yeah. How old is he?
young. He's like
he's young, man. It was like late 20s or
maybe
What's his
25,
record?
28 or
What's his record?
Let me look
just
him
the
up.
one
Hold on,
loss
give me a second.
to Parker.
Just the one loss. And how many wins?
Probably 18 or so, 16.
And what's the level of competition that he's fought? Not much.
Not great. Mostly Australian level or
Yeah.
Asian
I got
Pacific
his record. He's got
What is it, Age?
He's got 20 fights, 19 wins and 1 loss by points, and wins 10 wins by knockout, 9 by decision. And his only loss.
So he's not really a knockout artist then.
Well, he's a slow fighter.
No.
He's a slow guy. He's
Yeah.
not
I'm looking
slow
at his
to
record. It's
move.
really-
He's
yeah.
slow to operate, I guess. Like he
Is he
doesn't
really
do a lot.
is he super heavyweight? Because when I watched him,
No,
is he really heavy?
he's smaller than Parker, I think.
He's smaller
About
than
the
Parker.
same
I think they're
size.
actually
Same size as
tied
Poker.
they're actually tied in the amateurs. I think they beat each other like twice each. I think so. Yeah. So
Well, that was the big rivalry. Is that
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
nobody could
the
determine who was
Kiwis
really
against the
better.
Aussies.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're both Kiwis. Yeah, they're both Kiwis. Yeah.
I think they're both cool. I think Joseph Parker had some shady shit go on, and so I kind of stopped following him. But
Joseph Parker, I'm just so not like I don't know if
Yeah,
you know. I'm just so not sold on him, mate.
I don't know
Well,
what
hey,
that guy's,
did you hear
I don't know
about
what that
that?
guy's doing. I don't know what that guy's doing.
He's turned into a Tyson Fury cheerleader.
Like lover, really.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, did you
Embarrassing.
read the article about how he may be connected to like a meth ring in Australia?
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah, I remember
I
that.
think that's real.
Right.
I think he would have publicly come out over and over and said, I don't know what they're fucking talking about if that was.
Yeah, he
That's
said
how I would
nothing.
react. I
He
would have
said
been all
nothing.
quiet and been like, I'm dancing on camera now. Like I would
He
have been
said
like,
nothing. That's how I knew
Yeah.
it was real.
yeah.
And then
I think
we
that's
didn't
real.
hear nothing about it ever again.
Well, he's
Well,
he's one of the ones on the Hergovik duck list. So
Yeah, he's
a
on the
lot,
doctor's
a
list.
lot of those guys that pretend to be nice guys are pretending. Is my point. Like they're
I
fake.
know
as
that.
fuck.
Yeah, I know.
I
mean,
think
AJ
Bud
as well,
Crawford is one of the few guys that seems like a genuine nice guy. Same with
Look at
Junior
this-
Foss.
look at
Seems
this
like a
comment.
genuinely nice guy.
Look at
You
this
know?
comment, guys. I appreciate comments like this. It goes, LadyChann has been exceedingly nice and thoughtful tonight. I signed in to be outraged, not nodding my head in agreement. Not nodding my head in agreement. Yeah, he's like, I'm going to go on this girl's channel. I'm going to hate everything she says. And he go on my channel. He's like, yeah, for real, Shanna. Yeah, for real. I agree. Yeah,
It got wild last week. I didn't tune in, but I was listening.
Oh,
because
mate,
I was
yeah,
busy at the time. It was
that live
crazy.
was wild. And this is
There's
what I'm
only
saying.
2 channels I've unsubscribed to as far as boxing, and one was Julius, who I didn't dislike. I just got tired of being shamed by his audience. But the other one was IFL TV, and that guy lost his fucking mind.
What, Coogan? You took off Coogan?
No, not Coogan. Maybe not IFL TV. It was something TV.
TFL, Tie-in Booth.
And that may be it. It's a British guy who's convinced racism is fake.
Yeah.
He's so full of shit, and like I couldn't do it anymore. I sat there for a while explaining to his commenters like why they're faulty and thinking that Jews own the world and that black people don't really experience racism. Like I sat there explaining to these people.
I unsubscribed for him ages ago. I was actually going to have him.
Well, yeah, I was only around to like argue. I was only there to be like, no, he's full of shit. Stop buying into this bullshit.
He just does things. He says his channel's been deleted loads of times. He always.
Well, I reported it a lot.
You got to watch him for entertainment and not for.
I reported him multiple times a day, many times.
Racism doesn't exist. If racism doesn't exist, I'll tell you all right now what's the quickest way for me to get arrested by the cops. All I got to do is buy a black hoodie, put it on, walk up to a squad car and act real suspicious like I'm doing something. They're gonna get out immediately and throw me to the ground, cuff me, asking what I'm doing.
Beat you up.
Beat the shit out of me. That's all it takes. That's it. And I'm not even like all I got to do is just walk away fast. So yeah.
AJ, Dan, this is one of my friends here that was coming with all the nigger shit. The Ty DeSantis. He said, LadyChann, salute. Sorry, sis, about the other day. Keep doing your thing. Yeah. I love you, TY, but you lot turned it into the Jerry.
Oh, he was on here?
At least he apologized, though. That's all it takes.
No, he's my guy. He's my
I'm the same way. I don't yell the N-word, because I'm white. But if you piss me off like in an offensive way, I lose my shit. And I would probably just leave it myself at that point. But like at the bar or something, if someone's pissy with me, I want to fight them.
Then I'm black and I don't say it myself. So that's why.
Right. I respect that because it's not a good word. It doesn't make people feel good. Even if you're using it friendly, it rarely makes the other person feel good.
The only time I'll use it is to like just really emphasize
something.
Right. Like the Kevin Hart thing, right?
Yeah. Like it's our word at the end of the day. If we want to use it, we use it. But like you guys just don't use it and just be cool with that, man. Not everything you got to be a fucking part of. Like just don't use the N word if you're not black.
I don't believe in Christianity or whatever, but there's like a thing in the Bible about taking what is of the world and making it for Christ.
Yeah.
And this is an idea of like, if they take say Make America Great a hat. And so like everyone for a few months, if you wore a red hat, they thought you were a Trump fan. Like there was no
Trump fan,
and I'm firmly of the belief that fuck him, I'm gonna get a red hat that says fuck Trump or something on it, just in the same text. I want to take what is being used against me and use it against them,
Yeah.
So if someone makes fun of my mental illness, that's hard for me because I don't ever want to make fun of someone's disabilities.
That's fucking fucked up. When I was
he was a friend too. That was the really fucked up thing. He was a close friend.
But when I was saying to you, we've heard all the Tyson Fury, I wasn't discounting that he has mental health. But what I'm saying is, we're not going to use it as a shield, like to go through boxing and negate like boxing rules. But I do identify that he has got mental health. But people like Ryan Garcia, I don't respect. Because he uses it as a way to duck, and then came out the other day and went, but I'm suicidal. But you're always on Twitter clowning people when they've lost their fight or how they've fought.
Ryan, you see, so that's when Ryan missed me with that shit because I was sympathetic towards his plight until after Linares fight with Devin, he came out talking shit, and I'm like, wait a minute, hold on,
you were supposed to fight Linares.
As far as I'm concerned, he's done you work for you twice. He's fought Linares, then he stepped up to fight. Then he fought JoJo when you wouldn't do it.
Devin Haney would school the fuck out of Ryan Garcia. Like it would not.
And Ryan knows that. He knows that. That's why he don't want to fight.
I think Ryan had a legit breakdown because this is what I think happened. I think the fame, the girls, all that got to him, and he realized I'm not that great of a boxer. Fucking
he's got good power punch.
Fucking British guy. What's the British guy he fought?
He can punch and he's got hand speed.
He's good, and he beat a good guy in what's the British guy? Luke Campbell's a great fighter.
So like Lord, he got off the deck, he stopped him.
He achieved something there, but I think he saw that, and he got so many rewards and accolades for that, and he saw that, and he thought, I need a break. This is freaking me out.
The elites are gonna fuck me up.
You know what? I'm thinking like if Campbell hadn't dropped him the way he did, he probably wouldn't have had.
He wouldn't have mental health.
No,
right.
Probably not.
He probably would have lost his next fight.
When he got dropped, that was a huge reality check to the system.
It was a reality check. His bubble would burst.
All those girls in the audience cried for a second.
This shit is real. This shit is real. This is the fight game. I can get hurt.
Yeah.
And he did get hurt. Yeah.
And then Luke Campbell retired after that, even though I don't think he should. But Luke Campbell never good at the elite level.
Did he retire?
He did. He retired after that.
No, if you're an Olympian, it's what you do with that. That's why
I think he was embarrassed then. He thought he really should have beat that kid.
Every time he stepped up,
I was picking Luke to beat him.
I picked Ryan.
I thought it was 50-50. I really didn't have a clue.
Loma beat him. Like every time he was going elite, he doesn't have that killer instinct like Luke Campbell. He's just not got killer instinct at all.
He's just got the good check hooks and stuff.
Yeah.
Similar to Ryan, though, honestly. Ryan doesn't have that either, I don't think.
Yeah, he's a good boxer, but at the end of the day, like you're facing power punchers as well now at these weight classes.
Well, and to
Campbell's
me,
not one of them.
Ryan Garcia looks like a little boy to me.
He does.
Like, that's an example of. So I'm way bigger than him. I'm like 170 right now, but I mean, like even when I boxed, I was like 230, I think. So I was way bigger back then.
Yeah.
But like, I don't care how world class he is. There's no ounce of me that would be scared of. I would be scared of his left hook, and that's
there's
all.
No
scared
of Ryan Garcia. I know, really and truly. But you have to.
He's a little looking kid,
you know. A bigger size. When you're small and the same size, and he's
you have to respect him. Yeah,
he's taller than most 35s. He's like 5'9", 5'10".
But if you're Lomachenko and you see that guy across the ring from you, you're gonna think, I'm gonna beat the fuck out of this guy.
Loma would beat up Ryan Garcia.
Yeah,
He slice and dice him.
Yeah, easy.
He would see him across the ring and be like, "This kid has no idea. He has no clue."
He has no idea.
Comey's not a great boxer, but Comey's tough. And he's
he can punch.
He's a good boxer.
He can fucking punch.
And he picked him to pieces, and he was showing mercy on him because he liked him. Ryan,
yeah, honestly,
Ryan Garcia be stopped in 5 rounds. Stopped.
I think Lopez beating Comey the way he did, it was more impressive than the way he beat Loma. He beat Loma on points, which is impressive, but we all know Loma was hurt. He still almost won. Like it was really close, and Loma was hurt clearly. Like,
well, he should have taken the fight.
Well, if he had ducked, if he had not taken the fight, they would have said he ducked. You know, so I mean,
no,
I don't
you
know.
could have postponed it. No, if you got to postpone it.
I think Loma's totally past his fear of losing. He's like, I've accomplished so much. I just want to have good fights. Like, I don't think he really cares.
So. They tried to make it that like Loma's undefeated. They never talk about how to. They never talk about his defeat. They never do.
They always undermine them. They do.
Yeah,
they even me saying he was injured is kind of undermining it, you know. So like his first fight he lost was to Salido, I think. He lost to Salido.
Yes, that was the second fight, yeah.
With Salido, he got robbed. Salido was the only Salido.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So that was his second fight, and it was, I believe, for a world.
Yeah.
I think it was a world title. Yeah.
It was.
So it's a little different.
Fight, so you know.
But if we should do a rewatch of that Salido fight because Loma got low. Loma got low blowed like 25 times.
It was like 40
He got
times.
punched in the nuts like
40 times. 40 times.
Yeah, the ref was rigged. It was a rigged fight.
That referee is Lawrence Cole, is one of the worst referees in all of boxing history. Him and Russell Moore, and they still reffing to this day, for God's sakes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I do count his first loss as a win. It was for a world title, and he got robbed. I don't count that as a
it's still technically a loss.
Oh, I know, technically. I'm just saying I count it.
Should have been winning.
Yeah, should have been.
To me, he won the fight and got cheated. So it was like
that's
both.
like with me. I think Andy Ruiz beat Joseph Parker.
I mean, plus Salido. Yeah.
I think he beat Joseph Parker.
Well, that's the whole problem with the pro game, right? The pro game, they counted on like, oh, I liked that punch better than this punch. And it's like, wait a second. Like, how do you... And I get it. Like, Canelo throws really good punches sparingly.
Canelo didn't beat Triple G the first time. Triple G...
No, I agree.
And
I think they drew the second time.
That was
plus also to like to roll back to the Salido Lomachenko fight. Plus Salido, he purposely came in overweight, and on the night of the fight, he came in as like a welterweight.
I've got 5 more minutes left.
Oh, that's cool. I gotta go. My phone's been charging this whole time.
And then I'll be back on, what's the day? Monday. I'll be back on I'll probably be back on midweek. I'm going to have Julius on. I'm probably going to have another special guest, but tune in anyway. Just keep up with the community tabs. And I want to thank everybody and you guys.
I was going to tell you, Chen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I always loved your music. You know, I always tell you how awesome your music is.
Yeah.
So if you have, I know you have stuff on Spotify. You should quit Spotify, not to do with Joe Rogan or racism, but because they just don't pay.
They don't pay you. Fuck all.
You've probably made like a penny maybe, and you probably can't even collect it. Like, it's so silly.
Like 0.3 every spin. No, you don't even get a full penny.
Yeah, the only benefit is that people will hear your shit, and that is a benefit. But if they're not going to pay you, what is the point, right?
Yeah, I'm on Apple Music. I'm on every other one. So if I wasn't on Spotify, it wouldn't damage me. It doesn't really matter.
I've thought about going to Spotify because it's free now. Because I make music too, but it's just it's such a bad.
You don't get paid. You don't get paid.
YouTube pays you. Spotify does not.
YouTube pay you, but YouTube rob you as well. They take 30% of all your earnings every month. By the way.
Well, Spotify takes more, I'm sure.
I think I got a cash app. Somebody cash apped me as well. Hang on, let me just see before we.
I was gonna send a thing earlier, but PayPal wasn't working.
Cash app's better because
it is.
YouTube, they don't deduct anything.
We
right?
don't take it. Oh, it's my sister Lisa Bales in the build. Dizzy sent me a £7 cash app saying love you even more, my sister. Thank you so much for that. That's Queen Lisa Bales. AJM, thank you. I did thank you. You wasn't on the live. Thank you for sending that $500.
Oh, damn.
We appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't got it like that. I was going to send you $5,
fine.
but
your time is worth it to me.
Well, I got plenty of time. I'm trying to get a new job and go back to school and shit, but I got plenty of time.
I appreciate you. Stop by anytime you
Dan,
want,
come on back, Dan, for real.
Yeah,
well, my goal is to start with this, you know, and then maybe make a boxing channel and do my own thing, you know. But I would love to discuss anytime. Yeah.
Yeah, do it.
I have the equipment. It's more
Fury
convincing myself. It's worth the time.
Tyson Fury needs more pro Tyson Fury channels to be
Well,
fair.
I genuinely think we need as much of these kind of discussions and less of one person on a screen telling us stuff.
Yeah.
I do love Boxing Squared. I don't know if you're familiar with Boxing Squared.
Yeah, is he the New Zealand guy?
Yeah, New Zealand, and he only does heavyweights, and it's excellent.
I like him as well.
If we could get him to join a discussion, I don't know if he'd want to, but yeah.
I don't know. Maybe could you reach out to him if he's used to?
I could hit him up. Yeah, I talked to him through comments.
Tell him to come on over, and we could talk about Joseph Parker.
Yeah, or maybe we could. You guys could do a group interview where you interview Joseph Parker and Junior Fa together or something. You know.
Oh, I don't know if I want to interview Joseph Parker. Because
me neither. But having Junior Fa, Joseph Parker, and you two in the room together would be such an interesting.
But I'd have to be like, why have you turned into a Tyson Fury fanboy? Like,
you would watch him.
I say something worse. He'll probably put a head on me with the shit I'll say.
Yeah, I'd be like,
that's the problem. Maybe don't go hitting up Joseph Parker. You might die. You might be on his list of like contacts, and then you go to prison.
I call out how it is. So like even Clarissa Shields, I wouldn't want her on. I wanted her on at one point, but I really just don't really like the girl. So it's just. So
no, Chan, I'm with you. I didn't get the comments, but like I can't stand her either. I hope Savannah humbles
it's just
that
pointless
ass.
having her on. She's a narcissist and she's not humble.
Oh, you don't? Are you talking about what's her name again?
Clarissa Shields, and she thought she gave herself an A- from the fight that she just did. No, girl, she said only because I didn't knock her out. If that was an A-, nah,
that was a C-.
That wasn't
right.
Good.
I love Clarissa Shields because she's from just north of me in Detroit, or where's she from?
Michigan, Flint, Michigan.
Flint, yeah, where the water problem was. So I have a friend from there too. Like I like that community, but I do think she needs way more fights before she talks like she does. She's
just got a nasty personality. I don't care. Like she's just got not a nice personality.
Yeah. I think she would be sweet if she knew you. I just think that's how she deals with the media and stuff. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know her. You know.
She attacked Julius on Twitter as well. Like she was being mean.
Julius is the biggest supporter of women's boxing.
He is exactly.
And actually did support her, and then in the end he was like, you know what, like I've supported you, you're not even really one of the nicest people, and I still fucking supported you. And she was like, I'm not coming on your channel because your channel doesn't have enough. I go on channels that only got 500,000 upwards. Like, bitch, you need to just fucking chill out and take several seats.
Well, that's what I mean about these people who think they're celebrities. You may be famous, but nobody gives a fuck about you.
Matter of fact, like she actually went to a fight and she tried to cause a ruckus because she didn't get VIP seats or some bullshit like that.
Yeah, just sit in the normal crowd.
That's so stuck up. Yeah, and then she does the UFC thing and loses to some no-name
nobody.
Yeah, and that didn't give her a humble pie. She was like, "Oh,
she's not doing that again." I swear to God, she won't fight nobody.
I said that the day she loses in the MMA, she's leaving. She's not going to go back.
I respect her choice to do it, but she was embarrassed and she's acted like nothing but like
nothing. Yeah. And this performance that she did, she said it was an A-. No, because I couldn't like drop her. And you don't drop anyone anyway. So why did you expect?
Who's the girl they want to pair against her? Michaela.
No. It's Savannah Marshall.
Savannah. Yeah. So Savannah Marshall is good, but
and she's a power puncher though. She's massive. She's 5'11".
She fights kind of like Fury, but with better style.
Female Fury. Yeah, female Tyson Fury.
Better though. Almost her technique is almost better than Fury's technique.
Peter Fury's our coach.
She throws. I didn't know that. That makes sense. She throws.
Everybody's saying like Clarissa could box, but.
She can box.
But Savannah could box and also punch. She's a boxer puncher.
Savannah can box and punch.
I would pick Savannah to win unless Clarissa stops her, which is possible.
Clarissa can't stop her.
Clarissa ain't stopping her. She ain't stopping her.
I doubt it.
I doubt
it.
She's only stopped 2 people in 11 fights.
Did you guys see the women's fight the other night? I want to say it was on the Quadras card. It was 2 girls I didn't really know, but they did awesome.
Were they from England?
The black girl, I can't remember her name.
Jamie Mitchell and
Jamie
Carly Skelly.
Mitchell, the one that beat Shannon Courtney.
Skelly, yeah, Skelly.
Chan, my God, like that ref was gonna get that girl killed, Carly Skelly.
Yeah, you should watch that knockout.
It was awful. It was terrible.
It should have been stopped about 30 seconds sooner.
Please, if you can.
Yeah,
she was basically knocked out on her feet.
She got stopped on her feet. The second round, she fell to the ground. She could barely get up. The corner
look at this. Look at this loser. Shan, look in the mirror. You come across like Clarissa Shields. No, I don't.
Okay. Fuck you, dude.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Get him
out.
All right.
I come across like
try to get it off the screen.
I'm horrible like Clarissa Shields. Okay. All right. Whatever. You just get these hurt. It's probably Clarissa Shields with a burner account.
Well, I wonder how many of these people are even
people. He's gone. I got rid of him. He's gone.
Yeah,
I wonder how many of these people are just like bots that troll all day, Like
I bring out all the trolls. They follow me.
Clearly that person was a real person, but it's just over the top.
There's
no, I mean, it's funny. They won't come on here and say that to our face, though. They won't do that.
Yeah.
Oh, hell no. Or even in person, could you imagine?
Okay.
They couldn't. Yeah, they'd get smashed up.
That's what I always wonder is this is their way to get back at the world that they can't do anything in.
They have no lives. They have no lives.
They was bullied. They was bullied and they got over that they was bullied. So now they've become the cyber bullies.
Well, like the friend that cussed me out the other day, he games all day, and I think he got this toxic shit from the gaming. I play games, but I take breaks. I do other things. I do art. I do music.
Otherwise, it fucks with you. Yeah.
It's bad for you.
It alters your reality.
So he's just cussing me out over and over again, and the only thing I can rationalize it with is he's like got to be like underslept and underfed, and
that's what it is.
He's angry and like taking it out on me, and I'm not forgiving that because this doesn't make it okay.
I mean, bro, Dan, like my brother's a gamer too. He plays basketball games and stuff like that. Or we used to.
Right, I play.
And whenever he was losing, he would just yell and scream to the top of his lungs, and I'm like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? Shut the fuck up!"
Yeah.
Why
when something really goes wrong, when something really goes wrong, it's like the boy that cries wolf. We won't even take it serious. Like something's really going wrong.
Well, part of it is a psyche thing where like the modern gaming is so what do they call it?
Metaverse.
You live in there. You feel like you are the character and you are doing these things and you're not. It's not even
my
like
8-year-old daughter does that. She gets into this Roblox shit and like she just she's in it. Starts crying and they're being mean to me in there. It's like it's not real. Get off it. We're like,
right. You know, like Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
So I like that stuff. I did it back in the day. I've done it a few times, but like
I like Dungeons and Dragons.
But if you are crying because your Dungeons and Dragons character died,
then that's problems.
That's when you got to take a break and say this is unhealthy, But if you're taking that Dungeons and Dragons character that makes you cry and doing that every day for hours and hours, you're just
plaguing on your emotional fucking stability.
You start getting delusional
I'm sorry, the other guy just got him like him saying like, why are you here?
This is what AJ. This is what they like. Do you know on Rings yesterday? I was watching it and like there's a guy that tells me Punch Malay. Big up to him. Like I can't see him anymore because I've blocked him, but I could see like, people were hitting me up saying, "Oh, Punch Malay's and Julius's chat talking about you. Oh, Weegie or Wiggy or all that." I'm not even in the chats, and I've got trolls talking about me going in different chats. How pathetic is that? So if you see him anywhere, just know that that's one of the trolls, AJ Punch Malay, and I know it's someone that knows me.
I just try to remember it's them. It's
I just block them. Big up to yourself, Punch Malay, though. But every day I live rent free in your little head, and nobody can see what your face looks like. But you're called Punch Malay. It's ridiculous. These people.
The only person that would call you ugly is probably really fucking ugly.
Absolutely.
It's always the ugly ones that want to call people ugly. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. That's the thing. And even if they're pretty and they're calling other people ugly just because they haven't done nothing to you, because
the most hilarious thing on one of Julius's live is how like some dude was in the chat talking and Julius called him out. He put out a link and actually waited for him to jump on.
Yeah.
Then like everybody else, we all waited for him too. Then
he didn't come on.
No, y'all know what he said? He said, "Top like, oh, hold on, I gotta go jump in the shower."
Yeah,
he was embarrassed to get on because he looked so gross.
He looked like a piece of shit. See
why?
Bro, I don't know, baby. Like I didn't do shit to get prepared.
Lady, what's up, mama?
What's up, you, Mr. You? Do you remember when I switched last week?
Man, you know it's my bad, but you know I try to talk boxing, they keep coming for me, man.
Where are you from, bro? Where are you from? You got like an Alabama accent or something.
Nah, man, ain't no it's H-Town, baby, Houston, Texas, man.
Houston,
okay.
Yeah, Lady, where my jacket at? Man, where my jacket?
In my comments, could you just leave your email address or something in one of the comments?
You know I'm bad with the internet, man. I don't even know how to send an email.
So how do I find you? You can't say your address, even though you keep saying your address when you're arguing with people.
No, that's just on the other side of the track with that bum. With that bum, you know what I'm saying? They threatening my tea lady and all that. I shot the address. They had a whole year to show up. They ain't look, man. This ain't nothing. It's talk, man. They just gonna talk themselves to death. They killers on behind the keyboard.
So how am I gonna find you?
That's the funniest shit, though. I know what you're talking
lady.
about.
You know what? I wanted. Damn.
How do I find you to send a jacket? You've got
you know what?
have you got Instagram?
How do I do it? How do I do it in the comments section?
You know, just not when the channel's finished, just like the norm, not in the live chat because I don't want.
Okay, so put it in the comment section.
Yeah, in the any of my videos, and it will tell me that you've commented, and then I'll take it, and then I'll delete it. And then
I'm sorry though, man, but I'm sorry though, lady, for the other day, but you know, man, I be talking boxing, they keep coming from the other channel. It just happened a little while ago. I'm on my brother YB channel, man. And that's my boy. We from Houston. He put me out because I was going all them people from age much. That's why I don't get on none of these channels. They keep coming, bro, and these suckers, man. Bro, look, there would be no players if there weren't no haters, man.
I know. Did he send a little Indian dude that comes on and says, motherfucker, bitch, motherfucker?
Yeah, man. I be trying to chill, man. But, you know, these people on the internet, man, they two-faced, man. They snakes, man. 1 minute they just like it no different. I heard y'all talk about Clarissa Shields. And I was born in Detroit, Michigan. A lot of people don't understand it. I know where she's from, Flint. Look, her attitude disgusts me. It's just like females in the street. They think because they, you know, even if they look good, bro, if your personality ugly, you ugly.
Yeah.
She grew up the same place as Bud, right? Bud's from Flint.
Bud from Nebraska.
Right. There's another fighter that lives.
There's a lot of Detroit fighters.
Yeah, they can squat, man. You know, you got James Toney, you got Mayweather, Michigan. You know, he's from what's outside of Detroit.
There's somebody current from there that's very humble, and I don't remember who it is, but they are like.
They've got some good boxers there.
I can't even remember right now.
See, I don't understand why Clarissa gotta play. You know what I'm saying? His personality, and I didn't know she did it. I heard what you were saying, I didn't catch a lot of it. I didn't know she knocked you or something.
No, she didn't knock me. She knocked Julius. She knocked Julius on Twitter.
I'll have to resubscribe to him. I didn't really have an issue.
Resubscribe. You can't.
Oh, is that y'all's friend or something? Y'all partner?
Yeah.
I used to follow him. I don't really know him.
And he was supporting her, and then because he did a critique on like one of her fights, she didn't like it, and she started trolling him on Twitter and calling him all bitch ass and all of this types of.
Yeah, she got a lot of these female, man, they got these attitude. They think, you know, that shit cute, man. Ain't nothing cute about the way they carry themselves, man.
Yes.
Like we know okay, you say you hard, okay, but you called yourself the GOAT, man. That don't mean you the mother that you the GOAT, bro.
Yeah,
because I guarantee you put her in the ring back then with you put her in there with Ann Wolf and my man Ann Wolf will go around sleep you, bro. Because if you can't knock nobody out, bro, I mean she can fight. Don't get it twisted. She can fight, but you don't stop acting like you sleeping these people because you're not
sleeping
or even outclassing them in such a way that it's like embarrassing for them.
How did y'all like to fight the other day with her, Chan? How did y'all like to fight with her?
It was rubbish.
It was cool.
I know. It was boring. It was.
It seemed pretty amateurish, right? It seemed pretty amateurish.
She
gave seemed low level.
A-. Like that's what I'm saying. She's deluded. It wasn't an A-. You felt embarrassed. You couldn't get her out of there. That lady was a C-level fighter. Yes, she was undefeated, but the people that she was fighting were amateurs. Do you know what I mean? And you couldn't get her out of there. So it's not A-. It's a C-.
Yeah, I guarantee Savannah would have knocked her out.
Savannah would have stopped her in like 4 rounds.
Would have stopped her.
Savannah's got four rounds, so I believe it.
4 rounds.
Who y'all want to see her fight next?
Who?
No one.
What competition is there for her to fight? I mean,
who are we talking
Like
about?
Savannah Marshall and retire.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, I mean, who's she gonna beat up on now?
Yeah, there's no exciting fight.
The Marshall fight.
I hate to say it, that's the problem with the women's division. It's like there's a few really good fighters.
Put her up against females that she's gonna beat up, that she's gonna outclass, man.
If she could fight Katie Taylor, if she could make that weight, that would have been interesting. But
I would love to see that fight. I was just finna say that, but she can't make that.
The good fights with women, they're at like 135.
135, yep.
125.
The weight class that she's in is very barren. It's like it's like the shorter weight class is very stacked. So
yeah.
Well,
she's at 160, 168. It's too not
I think
not
what
a lot of
happens
big women.
with women boxers is when they're young, they get propelled really fast. And
but a lot of women boxers now, they're quite old. They're like 37, 38.
Well, what I'm getting at is
like for Serrano and
Amanda Serrano with Katie Taylor. That's
so like I
know who you got winning.
Katie Taylor.
I got Katie.
I don't know. I don't know on that fight.
But it's 50-50 kind of.
Man, that's 50-50, man. I would probably edge. I gotta watch a little bit more Katie Taylor, but I would probably edge.
But Katie Taylor's on the side.
A little bit for Katie Taylor, man, but Serrano.
Yeah, but she's on the side as well.
I would say 50
46.
46.
They're both old.
Yeah.
Well, Katie Taylor's older than Serrano, actually.
Serrano's fit, too. She's very...
Serrano's 32, 33. Katie Taylor could win and just retire. There's no more fights for her after.
Nah.
She may as well retire after
I'm glad when you brought up because I knew when she was gonna take her loss. I mean, back to Clarissa. I don't mean to switch her back to Clarissa. When she was gonna lose I already knew she was gonna lose a UFC fight, but I already know it would have been just like if Mayweather like I already know if they lose, they still not gonna be humble. Oh, I won.
Yeah.
I won. Even close fights with Mayweather. They ain't, they so arrogant, man.
Yeah.
Their ego is so blown. Their ego is so blown. That's why I ain't never liked Mayweather. There's a couple.
I like Mayweather.
There's a couple close fights. He can box. Don't get it. No question. I just don't like his character. I would never fuck with people like that, bro. Their character. I don't like people. I don't waste my time. He's all about himself. That's all he does is talk about himself.
Yeah.
That's it, bro. I don't like his character.
And that's him and Clarissa Shields. And I see Errol Spence tweeted.
They're the same. Yeah, they're the same type of character.
After Clarissa Shields fight, Errol Spence tweeted, "Yeah, you're the GOAT. Like, just carry on doing your thing." Yeah, because you're deluded as well, Errol Spence.
Yeah.
So have you guys ever heard
you the man, you the cash cow 147? We all know it's Bud Crawford. Bud Crawford whooped that ass.
And when I know, and that's a fight I've been wanting to see for 4 or 5 years. Look, bro, when it happened, I'm gonna tell everybody, like I tell man, Bud is gonna beat this boy. There ain't no fanboy shit with none of these. I'm from Texas. I mean, I'm Texas, but Spence is not beating this dude. He's not beating him, man. I'm just saying it's not gonna happen.
That's being objective right there, my man.
He talks about everybody. If you notice, when it comes to Crawford, he don't say too much about him.
No, he's scared.
Keith Thurman, I'll stop you, I'll pop you, I'll punish you, I'll do this. He don't keep that energy.
I think they're Crawford different.
Did y'all see the recent interview Errol did with like the Schmo? And he was asking him questions about like he was saying like
I seen it.
He commented. He was asking Top like, what do you think about Terrence Crawford's Bud top rate? Oh, he getting that money, and he walked away. He
ran.
Have
I done it in my report, AJ?
Yep. That's right.
He ran from the interviewer as soon as he brought up.
Because he was about to ask him, do you want Crawford next?
Yeah, they're all scared.
But you know what? You got to understand, though. I think all of us on this panel understand. Okay, now picture now just hypothetically say you're Earl Spence. You know who you up against, man. He know Crawford that dude. Okay, no matter if he admits it or not. We all know, bro. It's just like if we fight in the street, whatever the case, we know what we up against. When you know what dude, you know what he got. He knows what he's up against. He know he can't just say, I'm gonna whoop this dude, because he know that this is gonna be the hardest fight of his life, bro.
Like, do you know what he said when Bud beat? Do you know what he said when Bud beat Porter? He said, "Oh yeah, but Sean Porter was on the verge of retirement." But Sean Porter was on the verge of retirement. Yeah, but Sean Porter was on the verge of retirement when he fought you as well. So keep the same energy.
The same energy, exactly.
Sean said that himself.
Sean Porter said it himself. So Errol Spence, fuck you. You chat shit.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not a fanboy. I'm a fan of boxing.
I like some of his boxing.
Same here, brother. Same here.
Yes, he is.
I can agree with that. I called myself a fanboy of Fury earlier, but I'm not really.
I don't like his personality. And
I'll be honest with you, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you put up and look, I know he ain't been tested like Earl and all this, but I'm telling you, if you put up Boots right now against Spence, I'll put the house on Boots, man.
I would bet a lot on Boots. I would bet a lot because it's a good bet.
My man's, if they put him in with Virgil,
man, Virgil a dog too, man. Man, Virgil's a dog too, man.
Those kind of bets don't make sense. The only reason that bet makes sense is because they're not going to call it 50-50. Like they're going to call it.
How much y'all would have bet if the IBF orders Earl to fight Boots? He's vacating.
He vacate that belt and go to 54.
How much y'all would have bet?
He moves up. He moves up.
Yeah. He vacates his belt and moves up.
I swear, if he don't fight Crawford, I swear to God, I don't never want to get it. Because the same as Mayweather Pacquiao, the fight gonna happen too late. They want to wait these people out.
They want to try and age out, Bud.
Oh man,
I do think Aaron was partly to blame.
Even if Bud's 38 and fights Spence at 34, he's still
gonna whoop his ass. He's gonna beat him.
He's gonna beat him, man.
He's the elite of the elite.
Partly Bob Arum's fault.
I got nobody beating Crawford at 147. Nobody.
I don't either.
Yeah, Nobody.
I have a hard time thinking of who could.
You and Danny Garcia, you lot can move up to 54 because nothing's happening for you lot up there. I guarantee it.
All right.
I'm not right 100% of the time, but I'm right 98 point something.
Yeah, you are.
All right, guys. Hypothetical boxing.
You know what I'm saying?
Canelo versus Bud at 147. Who you got? Canelo,
man, but Canelo's too big. Like, yeah, I wouldn't even, man. That's a lot.
I'm just saying, like, it's a lot of hypotheticals. I'm just saying.
I would have Bud.
Skill wise, man, I still go with Crawford, but that's a big old motherfucker. That man,
that's a hard fight. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But Canelo's got a chin, so I don't know if you'd drop him, but
it'd be good to watch.
People trying to say I'm a Canelo hater, but I'm
a Mayweather on him.
People say I'm a Canelo hater, but I don't respect him because he popped, man. I don't respect that shit. I like Tyson Fury, but he popped too one time, so I call it like it is. I don't respect that shit. And then you telling me it's a coincidence that Valdez popped too, and then you let the fight continue? If that would have been another fighter, if that would have been a black fighter or somebody else, they wouldn't even have had the fight. They wouldn't even have stopped the fight. They wouldn't even have had the fight.
That belt would have been stripped.
He would have been stripped and suspended.
Y'all remember what they did? Y'all remember what they did to Dylan White when he popped after that? When he allegedly popped after the Rivas fight? Or they hesitated to suspend him and take away his ranking.
Yep.
So the one thing I'll say about Canelo, because I'm not a huge fan of Canelo. I like
talk about some damn Mexican meat, man. Come on,
but man. Here's the thing: is that clenbuterol, which is what he was popped for, is usually an inhalant. Like a similar to an inhaler for. Well, it can treat.
Hey, I know what you're saying because we've had a lot of people have this discussion on other channels. They saying the same, but at the same time, man, you're taking something in your body, bro. It's in your body for a reason. It's in their body for a reason.
Well,
it's not supposed to be there.
It's not supposed to be there.
I know what I was getting at though. Is there's been amateur fights where some guy starts hitting an inhaler in between the rounds because he has asthma, and then the fight gets canceled. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? You know, like you can't do that in between rounds.
Medical exemptions for that.
Well, in amateurs you can, but like,
if you declare it,
I could give him a little more leniency, just in the sense, even though he cheated, and so did Fury. I'm just saying I don't like cheaters either, but I'm just saying if cheating by getting a breathing medication is a lot different than what Big Baby Miller did.
But you declare it. You declare it. You declare it at the start that you're on. Like Louis Ortiz, dirty for blood pressure tablets. If he would declared it, he would have been. He would have dirty.
I agree with you too.
But if they declare it, then they get punished.
Like if somebody was fighting
you don't get punished for it because if you got asthma, Teofimo Lopez has got asthma. You got to take your inhaler. You declare it. Then you don't.
Oh, it's like a medical exemption.
Yeah, I don't look at that. I wouldn't even look at that as cheating, even if they didn't declare. If somebody got asthma and they use their inhaler during the rounds, how could that be cheating, man? The man already got a fucking. He already got a downplay by having asthma, bro. So how?
Right. Well, in the professional game, it would be a big no. They allowed in some amateur fights, but you just have to tell them ahead of time.
If somebody's got an inhaler, they cheat, man. When they already got a breathing problem, that's crazy.
Yeah. If you're on like prescribed meds,
I'm not trying to compare crimes. I'm just saying, like, if you were to compare Fury's.
No, Fury was cheating.
It was a different. I'm just saying it was a different chemical that worked.
And I like Fury, man. I don't see nobody.
I do too.
It was an anabolic steroid.
But he took it.
Anabolic steroid.
I gotta say
So
that. She know I like Fury
though,
too, man. But that's my boy. But he got
it's weird how similar those two things are because they both claimed tainted.
And Tyson
meat
Fury don't even need that
and,
shit. I don't know
and
what
they
the
both,
fuck he took
right.
this shit from.
So they both claimed it on tainted meat, and both were anabolic steroids. The difference is that
anabolic
Canelo's was an inhalant steroid, which affects your lungs mostly, whereas the one Fury got caught for is more of like a pumping muscle
You have to
steroid.
inject it. Yeah, you have to inject that steroid.
So if you're claiming that both cheated and did it knowingly and whatever with on purpose, then they're not really equal because Canelo cheated on purpose, but he did a lung treatment while.
He cheated.
Well, it's comparable to like in school, but in school, if one guy cheats by writing one word down, and that's a lot different than him copying an essay. You know?
If I know the rules, Canelo fucking knows the rules.
Right, he knows, and I do think he's a cheater. That's why I don't like him really, is because I do think he cheats.
You have to declare it, and that's just point blank. Period.
Look, I say that all the time. How does he go? Look, I say this all the time. Look, how does he go from fucking from used to getting tired, bro, to just motherfucking stop it, just knocking everybody? Look, never getting tired.
He's still cheating.
Never. How does he go from that? If that don't suspicion your mind, how does he go? Look, man, you can't make this shit up, man. You can't make this shit up.
So earlier we were talking about how the boxers will hang on each other and do illegal moves just to win the fight, and it works. It's a similar thing. They ride this boundary of what's legal and what's not as close as they can.
Yeah, they siphon off.
So even if they're not being caught for things, most of these guys are cheating anyway. You know, they're just on different things that aren't legal.
Yeah, we'll never know all the people that's cheated. We probably boxers not that we like that never know they shit because they know how to do it right. There's some people,
and that happened with baseball, right?
The trade, man.
Yeah, they know how to siphon it off. Just
exactly.
Yeah. And so similar to like a coke addict that knows he can pass a test if he sobers up for 2 days. You know.
Yeah, so they know it's out of the system, but you know it's you've got what you wanted out of that drug to fight the fight. You've just siphoned it off. That's all.
So I do believe most of them are cheating. I don't know if Joshua does. The reason I question whether Joshua does is because he eats a really healthy diet.
No, let me tell you about Joshua, and this is no fangirling thingy. He's actually on the all year round rally.
Yeah, voluntarily.
All
he
year
is
round.
Clean in my book, but
he just doesn't do it for fights. Everyone that fights.
Some people just look like they take steroids and sometimes don't even look like. Because if you look at Joshua, you would think that he's juiced up, but they don't. They don't mean he's juiced up. Though. He just looked like one of them motherfuckers. Like, damn, this motherfucker on that shit, man.
He's Nigerian,
but he really doesn't. If you actually look at people who take steroids,
but no,
they don't
I
look
ain't never
like
called Joshua a cheater. I'm just saying, like some people just look like
the number one sign of steroids is it's not even muscles, it's acne.
It's crazy how these people be so whipped up, man.
They'll have pimples all over their face when they're like 30.
Yeah, and that's why that question about Manny Pacquiao, because it's also about bigger calves. It gives you bigger calves and also a bigger head. It swells your head more, anabolic steroids.
And he's got a tiny little head, yeah.
No, he's got a big Manny Pacquiao.
You think Manny Pacquiao has a big head? I don't know. I bet it's small in person. It just looks big on that tiny body. I don't know.
And then, but when Floyd Mayweather said that he doesn't want to fight him until he fucking gets on the clean program, did you notice Pacquiao never knocked out anybody after like being questioned? His knockout ratio.
He also didn't test a lot of times after that.
He didn't test a lot of times. Yeah, he didn't test.
I think with him, he's probably doing the growth hormone shit because they do that a lot in the Philippines. It's like a big thing there.
He hasn't popped dirty, so we can't say he has, but it's just, you can speculate, but maybe he hasn't at the end of the day. But I've spoken to boxers that have been in his company in the era that he fought, and they're like, come on, man, at 40 years old, still being able to pull out the stops like that, it's a bit questionable that you could really still be going.
Right.
There's only one Bernard Hopkins, you know, that's an anomaly, but you know, Pacquiao could be questionable at the end of the day, to be honest.
I think between like the weight loss and the weight gain that these guys have to do, it's almost impossible for them to do what they're doing without cheating. Like Errol Spence cuts like 25 pounds for each fight, I think, and then gains.
Errol walk around weight is like 190.
Yeah, a lot.
190, man. That's why a lot of people think him and the Charlos are on that juice.
Yeah, he walks around
right. So,
and I like the Charlos. They from my city, but shit, they look like they look like they motherfucking juice up. They ripped up, right?
That snack, that Victor Conte thing, snack, and they're all on that. To me,
yeah, they're all on snack. It's the same thing. What is the difference?
Same shit, mate.
So,
shit.
For instance, I told you guys I weighed 240 when I boxed, and now I weigh 170. Right? Had a huge weight loss.
Yeah.
I haven't lost any muscle. I haven't cheated either.
Yeah.
But the way I did it was by not eating sugar or carbs for 3 months, and then occasionally eating like a pizza all to myself or something.
How old are you?
32.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you still. Y'all finna say, how do you lose that much damn weight, man?
Well, no, you can do it too, and I'm telling you, it's not that hard. You don't even have to cheat, but it's such a borderline thing. Is it cheating if I'm pretty much only eating protein powder and like healthy things? Like, is that even cheating?
Protein powder for boxers for pro.
Right. It depends on what you.
When you was losing all that weight, what would you eat?
So like I try to eat enough carbs, but less than 100%.
I thought carbs were fattening though. That's why I don't understand.
They are.
Then how do people lose weight eating a bunch of carbs?
That's what I'm saying. Is like I don't eat carbs. I don't eat carbs. So like
I just go too skinny. It's just not possible.
Right. So you want to balance it, and you want to have energy. Carbs. So basically, to explain it simply, carbs will give you a ton of energy immediately,
and then you'll crash.
Then you'll crash. And so if you really want to feel energetic throughout the day, you should eat a high protein diet.
Or oats, slow release.
But if you only eat protein and don't eat carbs, you're going to start feeling sluggish, which might go away after a few months, but like it's a tough month or so. But
everything's about balance. That's all it is. Everything's
so you don't want zero carbs.
Well, you mix up everything to lose weight, basically.
Right, but the problem
more protein than
but you can eat carbs and still lose weight.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. It's like the American diet is fried food, mayonnaise, fucking bread. There is no getting around. I went to Popeyes today, and I was telling my aunt, like, I'm probably not going to eat the bun. And she's like, just eat it. And I'm like, no. Like, you don't yell at me to eat a bun. Like, I don't want to eat the bun. And she's like, that's not even healthy, Dan. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm eating fried chicken. Like, it's not going to be healthy no matter how I eat this shit.
How you eat it. Yeah, it's still unhealthy.
I wish fried chicken was healthy because I eat it all day.
But that's the thing, is fried chicken itself is not that bad for you, bro. It's when you between two giant buds. I mean, not buds.
You're saying that as people, as us from the streets, as an athlete, you can't eat fried chicken all day, every day.
No, you can't.
It depends. If all you ate was like, say, chicken tenders, you'd probably lose a lot of weight and be all right.
Yeah,
but it's the French fries that go with the chicken tenders. It's the pop that you drink with the chicken tenders.
You couldn't be an elite boxer on that diet. You can't.
No, not elite, but you could lose a lot of weight. Like I worked at a pizza.
You know what? I always thought chicken tenders was fattening, man. I'm tripping.
No, they're white meat, breast meat. They're like lean.
Yeah, but the breadcrumbs and the fried is fried.
Well, right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The fried, ain't the chicken tenders is fried.
Yeah, you gotta have grilled chicken.
Right, but if you take like Popeye's chicken, which has a ton of breading,
you take the skin off and just eat the chicken.
Let me finish a second. If the Popeye's chicken has a ton of breading, whereas like a McDonald's McChicken has almost no breading. It's like this thin little layer, and so like that thin little layer has almost no carbs. I looked it up one time. It's like 10% of your daily carbs or something. You don't have to worry about that shit. It's the bread, it's the French fries, it's all these other sugary
and
foods.
The oil and the sugar and the sodium.
Yeah, that shit ain't none of that shit good for you.
If you only quit sugar, you would probably still lose weight. Like if you just ate potatoes and bread but just quit sugar, like you'd probably still lose weight.
You can't even eat a lot of bread as an elite boxer. You just can't.
Right, you can't. You would feel bad, and that's what they do, though.
Floated up. Yeah.
Not everyone, but some of these guys eat shit.
They gotta be doing nothing but a ton of cardio, man. Got to.
Yeah, you gotta do more cardio to lose the calories.
Do you guys know Dwight Howard, the basketball player?
Yeah. I know Dwight Funk.
I don't know if all of you know him, but yeah, he's 7 foot basically. He's buff as fuck. He's like Deontay Wilder on steroids, but he doesn't do steroids. But the thing, because the NBA is really strict on that, but he was eating 12 Milky Ways a day at one point.
That's wild. But for him, he probably Milky Ways are really thin, aren't they? They're small, fluffy.
Well, it depends on if you get a king size or whatever. I don't know what size.
Didn't say he was like eating Snickers?
It's gonna be.
Yeah, he was really addicted to Snickers for a while.
Diabetic. That's what you will be.
Well,
Yeah.
If you're Dwight Howard and you have the genetics and you
And you're
lift every
7
day
foot,
and you're
you
playing
probably
basketball 20 times a day, you can probably eat 10 or 20 Snickers a day and not really gain any fat. But like most of us are not doing that kind of.
Yeah, Andy Ruiz did that, and that just fucked him right up. So,
well, that guy needs.
That's what I told everybody. When you gain that 20 pounds and come in the ring like that, it's harder for you to cut off the ring. You was never
you can't do
Joshua
shit
like that. You stupid motherfucker.
Even if it's muscle weight.
He got a taste of that money because he come from shit like a lot of us. And he didn't give a damn, bro. And that's why he got beat. And he fucked up his whole career by doing that.
I mean, I agree. Yeah, I agree. In Joshua's defense, though, like even if Andrew Ruiz
he had the game plan.
I think he still would have won.
The game plan was
if Andy Ruiz would have took that fight serious, I don't believe.
Here's why I think Joshua would have won.
Joshua's game plan.
Joshua would have won anyway. The game plan was stick and move.
Ruiz's game plan was the same both times.
I mean, I think Joshua. I mean, I'm not saying Joshua wouldn't have beat him, but I'm just saying though.
It would have been
more because you know what I'm saying.
Right, Ruiz fucked up.
The whole point he fucked off his whole career by doing that, man.
Yeah. It still would have been more competitive. But
he come in there so sloppy, man. Like I think I could have picked off a bum from the streets. Look better than that, man.
Yeah, I think Wilder and Ruiz both have this opportunity to come back and win another belt. And I don't think they will.
They ain't disciplined enough.
They won't, in my opinion.
They
but
want Anthony Joshua money, and that's all.
But here's my plan for both of them. If I were their promoters, I would have Deontay Wilder fight Robert Helenius.
Yeah.
For a shot at another belt.
That's what I was going to say. That's what I
would have. I would have Andy Ruiz fight like a Joe Joyce or whoever's not a Hergovich.
Or even
he needs that. He doesn't need a warm up. He's been boxing for years.
Or Ruiz and Wilder, they could fight each other. That too.
Or
Ruiz and Wilder fight each other. They're in the same stables, PBC.
In-house fight, easy to make. So yeah.
Easy to make.
So I think Wilder versus Helenius, and then the winner of that fighting Ruiz, whoever he beat.
Fuck up Wilder anyway.
Well, that would be a really
that's
good
what makes
test,
Tyson
right?
Fury so special. He the only one gonna take that punch and keep getting up. He'll what that Wilder's gonna knock out all them motherfucking dudes.
Well,
bro.
tell me it wouldn't be interesting to see Wilder versus Helenius.
I hate to say it. I don't like
it. Got a chin, but he's slow.
It'd be an interesting fight. It would probably go towards Wilder.
Yeah,
let's be real.
Slow. Yeah,
but you gotta understand that all them fighters are gonna be tailor made for Deontay Wilder's right hand, man, because it's gonna land.
Right.
It's gonna land.
If I were to predict it, I'd predict Wilder beats all those guys. But I'm just saying that's his route.
If Wilder didn't have that right hand punch, if he didn't have that one hit punch from that right hand, he would have so many losses on his damn record.
We're talking about that.
He would though, and I'm not hating on him. I'm just being real, man.
We had this discussion for like.
Yeah, go ahead, LadyChann. Go ahead.
If he sticks around, he's finna get some more because now his back's against the wall that he has to face more elite fighters now.
Exactly.
That's what we settled on.
If he's
hey, lady, you right. I said that too, man. When you take knockouts like that, bro, them punches he been taking. You look, Tyson Fury beat him 3-5. I don't care what they say about that.
3 fights.
Look, he was never gonna beat him. I told everybody. Everybody keep thinking that right hand, that one punch power, man. In a lot of these fights, just like when they bring Tank up.
I explained to so many people before they ever fought.
You'll never make me believe that Tank can beat Lomachenko, bro, because that's why he didn't fought. That's why they didn't put him in there with him.
This is what we were talking about earlier.
The boxer always beats the puncher 99.9% of the time, man.
Right, especially in the rematch.
Wilder's only knocked out bums. Really, when it's elite, can he knock out elite?
Yeah, I know.
No, he can't. We've seen it. He couldn't knock out.
But when you say that, you're a hater, man. Oh, they
So
every time we bring up his resume on them other channels, when all them fanboys, all that cheating, and they had to come up. Me and LadyChann went through that stuff, man, for so many months, man. With all them,
I know everybody in the boxing community on YouTube saw that shit over. Who is the one dude? King Aki.
Body bagging.
Oh, that guy.
Body bagging. We was body
King Aki has to be the dumbest motherfucker on YouTube.
And what happened, LadyChann? What happened, lady, when that third fight came? It happened again, bro. Look, like I told him, he was gonna go to sleep again. Look, he was gonna get stopped again.
And then what happened? Then they said, "Yeah, Fury's the best boxer in the world." I thought he cheated. Now that you
Yeah,
have to
I thought he
admit,
cheated. I know. LadyChann was up on all them LDBC channels, Fred,
channel.
all that. They didn't have nothing to say, but now they got to give him his props now. Now they on the channel giving him, bro, all that racist ass shit. Look, man.
Yeah, that's
you know
what
I'm
they
saying?
mentioned.
Who gives a damn what color a motherfucker is, bro?
They brought race in it.
They
that's
made
what
it
they
so
all do.
racist, but that's how it goes on YouTube. That's just how YouTube and the internet is.
That's why it's more casuals than anything. People just want to go with the fighter that's the color of their race.
Yeah.
Well, bro, if I hear Tank Davis's name too many more times in YouTube, I'm gonna just fucking quit because I'm getting tired. I love Tank Davis; he's a great fighter.
I like Tank, man, but the competition, man, the competition got to be. But that just shows you the faith that they got in him. Because if they had faith, he could beat Lomachenko. They would have been put him in there, bro. They know he can't beat that boy, man.
They're gonna wait till
anybody that
42.
says that he's gonna beat Lomachenko, all the Tank fans, they're gonna bring up the same thing they do with Wild. They're gonna talk about that power. Yeah, Tank can box, but who's he? But you putting him up against Loma, bro. Loma's a bad man, bro. People don't give him his card.
If we're talking about Tank's power, why couldn't he stop Isaac Cruz in his last fight?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
A guy who took the fight on short notice
guy who nobody knew his name until that
he
fight.
had Tank on the back foot like all night long.
All night long.
That dude's a piston. That guy is good.
I just don't understand why people don't tell the truth, man.
I mean, Dan, is it really that Isaac is that good, or is Tank that bad?
That's the thing. He's not that good. I have a great respect for all these guys. I think just because I tried this shit and I was not that good at it, and I was like,
just like I had somebody telling me like, okay, well, he'll beat Shakur, man. Stop it, man. Stop that.
Well, and you get a lot of these YouTube idiots who are like, oh, I've beat up 20 dudes in the streets, and A, that's a lie, and B, that doesn't mean anything.
Man, it's just like every motherfucker on here will tell you that they ain't never lost a fight. Everybody on here will tell you they never lost a fight on the streets.
Oh, I told these guys straight up.
And that's a lie. That's a lie. I don't give a damn.
Straight up, I never had.
If you haven't taken a loss, it's because you ain't fought nobody. So which one? You either lying about one of them. Either you ain't fought nobody, or you lie, because everybody gonna get their ass whooped. Because that makes no sense.
I got beat up by my brother a lot.
No, this is what I want to ask anybody on. How do you know how to fight if you ain't never took an ass whooping? Does that make any sense?
Even if it is
how does that make sense?
Brother.
Make that make sense, man.
Yeah.
People be lying on here, bro.
A lot of people's dads abuse them, and they learn how to fight by defending themselves against their dad.
My homeboys be saying that shit, man. Oh man, I ain't never lost. I ain't lost, man. I done seen you get what, man.
I'm not ashamed to admit I got my ass whooped several times in my life.
Yeah.
I'm ashamed to admit that.
If you did boxing, you're gonna experience it.
Even if you don't do boxing, you gonna get a fight in the street. Somebody's gonna put you on your ass.
See, I've never had that, and I've had street fights. And
you ain't never heard that saying, man. There's always somebody.
No, I have. No, there's a bigger fish. There's definitely dudes that could beat my ass.
Remember that movie Undisputed, man?
No, I know.
What that old man will tell you, man, told him at the end, man. Everybody, they all can be beat. Right time, wrong play. Well, they all can be beat, dog.
You ever check out that dude Hard to Hurt on YouTube? He does fighting training videos, kind of. He owns a gym and stuff. Either way, he's a nice guy, but he has this slogan that's kind of, people that know how to fight are not going to just want to fight you at the bar. And people who want to fight you at the bar...
I have to go on, say the last thing,
it's not always
true. Absolutely closing it. It is
I gotta go.
momentum, but I'm going to do a live tomorrow, and I want TY, Dan, AJ in the chat, on the panel tomorrow.
All right. What time you going? What time you going, lady?
What time you going on, lady?
Probably about 10:30 p.m. my time, 11 p.m. my time.
Okay. So what's that my time?
Yeah, what's
man?
that Texas
3
time?
o'clock?
If I go like 11 p.m. my time, that's like 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 p.m. your time, TY.
Okay.
You are 6.
I'm same as Texas time too. So.
Oh, you lot are 6. Is that a good time, or is that too early?
That's good. Yeah, that's good.
Nah, I think that's what I got.
Hopefully I remember.
I think that's good. I'll be there.
Yeah, just join in from when you see me live. From when you just
hopefully,
join
yeah.
in.
All right.
I'll see.
I'll be there, lady.
What shall I do the topic as?
What'd you say?
What topic should it be for tomorrow?
Definitely not Wilder Fury. I definitely would like to move on.
No, we did that.
We've seen who won.
There's no sense talking about that. There's never going to be another fight with them again.
Right. Yeah. We talked about it a lot today as well. I just don't want to talk about Wilder.
Charlos, or do you want to talk
Man,
about?
we can talk about all that, man. Charlos, Crawford,
Charlos would be good. Honestly, I don't watch every
whatever
Charlo
comes
fight.
up. Whatever comes up.
I try to watch every fight, period, but sometimes I miss the Charlo fight.
Neither I'd really talk about the Charlos fight. No, that's a bit boring. We just
Well, and I don't do pay-per-view. I'll be blunt. I just steal the shit. So like
we could talk about Keith Thurman more in depth. Bud Crawford, Errol Spence, that whole.
We could talk about Tank. How good is Tank?
Yeah, bring all that. Yeah, all of them. They're
how
all
good is Lopez? How good is Loma? All these guys.
Yeah, we'll just chop it up randomly about
I
all
think
of them.
that'd be good.
All right, well we'll do that. Make sure you turn up.
I'll try to hit up Junior Paul right now for you. I'll try to get you guys in touch. He's a really good guy. I think.
I'd appreciate that, Dan. I would.
Yeah.
I would appreciate it. And Haplo, you got to come in and stir the pot again. He's there in the fucking chat. And Tony's review. Thank you for everybody for being on the panel and everybody in the chat.
Very respectful today. I feel like even when people were talking over each other, it's fun. The one guy, Ohio, I love him. He's had good points, but he kept telling people, "Stop, let me finish." And it's like, bro, you've been finishing for.
I didn't really. Ohio's a good. I don't really understand the point he was trying to really make, though. But it's cool.
No,
I still don't know.
So he's like putting in his bid for Wilder.
He's trying to figure it out as he's saying it, I think.
Yeah, exactly, Dan.
Trying to figure it out. But he's a good guy. He's my friend off the channel as well. So
yeah, no, he seems like a great guy, and Wilder does have power. We can all agree. It's just questionable who.
It's just not. We don't know how elite it is at elite level.
How elite it is.
If you're punching a not moving object, it's pretty obvious that's different than like.
Yeah, we could talk about the other heavyweights that are left in the division as well. What's left with them? The Joe.
There was one thing I was going to say earlier that I totally forgot, just about how people talk about chins, and I think that's such a stupid thing. What you need is your guard up and head movement.
Everyone could be knocked down.
If you let someone punch you square in the jaw, you're gonna get knocked out.
The same thing when people said about Keith Thurman, he don't like body shots. He can't. Nobody likes body shots. What you talking about, man? What you talking about? Nobody.
Also about the chin. Also about chin. You need to tuck your chin to your chest.
Yeah. I'd rather get hit in my face, man, than get hit in my body.
It's not really about like how strong your chin muscle is or something.
Some people's are in.
Defense technique.
Their punch resistance is higher than other people.
Joe Joyce, I think Joe Joyce probably had a lot of concussions.
I think everybody on here would rather take a face shot than a liver shot, man. A body shot.
I would.
I would, but not a clean face. I would rather take a clean liver shot than a clean shot.
Man, them body shots, bro. If you ever been hit with a bad motherfucker, I've been hit with a bad.
Yeah,
no, I got dropped. Bro, them body shots will make you shit on yourself, man.
Shit on yourself and piss blood.
My worry with the headshots is just I've had a lot of concussions, so I worry that like I could have
too many of anything is bad, but I'd rather do a face shot.
Hey, how many times you see
people
fighting in the streets and everybody getting into a fight? But I'm not talking about professional boxing. And they all go for the face. You don't hardly ever see one of these dudes go for the body.
I love the way people swing their arms like real wild, like worse than Wilder.
You gotta go to that body, man. You gotta go to that body. Gonna hurt them, bro.
Yeah.
Gents.
Body shots for everybody.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm gonna jump off now. Actually, because I need to.
Yeah.
Close. But before I go, I could ask you something before I go.
Yep, sure can.
What should I get? The jambalaya fried rice or crab fried rice?
Get jambalaya.
I'm going crab.
I like all that, man. I like all that, but
I don't eat pork, so that jambalaya.
Get both. Get the jambalaya. Have them add some crab to it.
I don't eat pork, so
I'll get them both.
Man, get them both. Man, get them both, man.
Have a good night, guys. I love you all.
Yeah, everybody.
All right, I love y'all, man. Y'all be good.
Appreciate y'all. Yes, sir. Take care.
All right, man. I'll see you tomorrow, baby. Love you, Lee.
Tomorrow, babe. Love you
too.
See you
guys. Nice to meet you.
All right, y'all.
Thank you for coming through. Guys, thank you for coming through. I am gone. Anyway, I'm gone. Hey, girl, it's LadyChann rep none less. Come box with Chan. Gone. I've got to find the ending bit. Gone. Rah.
LadyChann. Fight.